welcome back to Blast Slam 2. It's our penultimate day, our second last day here for some Dota action. You guys might be looking across this panel and think, oh my gosh, Ray, you look so beautiful today.
Oh, and I also look really short.
Wow.
Because Syndron is joining us here. The thing is, he is
I'm finally tall.
So Syndron is genuinely kneeling and is still above the table.
Ow.
How are you, Syn?
Good. Yeah, I'm excited for this. I'm glad to be back. Last time was a great time, so
I'm very happy to have you back. And this time on the panel, because last time you were with us in Blast Slam 1, you had to, unfortunately, you were stuck past
it's awful.
I'm with Cap.
Between you and me and a couple people watching, don't really like that Cap guy.
Yeah.
That's what I was
bad.
I've been telling everyone. About the cabal.
She said it, the unspoken word, but Syndron, it is very lovely to have you back here as well. And T also still joining us, so how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Another day. Semi-finals though this time around. Two teams that we haven't seen for multiple days, so we finally get to see if they're truly the top teams or not.
Yeah, that's right. It's always a funny format here. It's always so interesting with the high stakes. A group stage, best of one brings with it people being able to advance just one best of three short from our grand finals, which will be happening tomorrow. But before we get ahead of ourselves of tomorrow and today, let's take a quick recap and refresh ourselves of all the action that happened yesterday.
Comes the relocate to follow it.
It's a great Wukong. It's gonna be
Is it going to be enough for a single kill though? Cheech gets low, so does Ghost, but it's all not enough. They relocated back into the black hole of the Enigma. Already Supernova, they're trying to get him inside of that stun, but not quite. And now the RP, Skewer back in. They are so clumped, and Ghost is gonna go to war.
maybe at least they can finish off the Zeus. They can. They'll get snaking. But Amar's cleaning them up one by one as he gets the double. Baboka taken down by Chris.
Shields.
He's not scared whatsoever. He can kind of tease with them, and Amar just jumps back in with a shield crash. Double kill for him. They're cleaning up here, Falcons.
All of that fun there. Something that stood out for you, T, when you look back at all those phenomenal highlights?
Feels like we were missing some highlights as well, because there were some epic moments yesterday. We had Ghost on his PA, Sumo on his Magnus. I mean, I think I'm only mentioning one team in one series, but they made, I think, all the kind of the big plays yesterday. So, so
do you actually know what player of the day is, or are you just?
No, but this is from watching it as a fan. I remember there was a Roshan fight where they clutched it, OP, and there was a mid fight which was OP, and they were like the best fights personally. So if one of those aren't the player of the day, I'll be a little upset.
Well, look, I won't tease you guys any longer. Let's just run it and let's see exactly what our player of the day yesterday was.
18 he already has.
That Ghost should not think that his Aegis means he's untouchable. He gets blown up immediately.
Don't think you're
Not quite. And now the RP, Skewer back in. They are so clumped, and Ghost is gonna go to work. He just reaps through them all. The Scythe of the Reaper comes through, and Ghost gets 3 with a 4th on the line. Dakalis barely makes it out.
Such a hype moment there. Of course, everyone headed over to Blast TV to vote for their play of the day, but that one was massive. That was all the way in game number 3 where we were like, oh, no. This series, it's gone the distance, but unfortunately just falling a bit short. No, it's still delivered, Raya. It's still delivered for us.
Bro, that was such a good series. I'm not going to talk about the second series, but the first series was so damn good. I enjoyed watching them play so much. It's again, I am devastated that we actually lost Paravision because I thought they were both excellent teams. I was super happy if that had been the grand finals. I know we have good teams today or whatever, but still, Satanic and Ghost are honestly super carry highlights of this tournament for me. I really enjoyed watching them, their pools and the strategies their teams made around them.
Yeah, that's exactly why, the Nigma Galaxy, they were our play of the day yesterday. We're lucky to get to see them play today. I was gonna say that they get to play for the trophy or at least getting to the grand finals, but T, something seems to be missing in the studio.
Yeah, I had Slacks was on a weird one, and yeah, I don't know, yeah.
Just roll the evidence?
Yeah, roll the evidence.
Roll the evidence.
Go!
Slacks, why'd you have the trophy?
I took it so I could sell it to Nigmas. I'm gonna be rich, baby.
But they're still in the tournament. They can just win it themselves.
Still in the tournament?
Yeah.
That is new. Okay, well, shit.
He was trying to do like a side hustle thing, you know, like he's trying to make a quick buck on the side, you know. He doesn't know if he's gonna get talent voice lines at TI this year. Like he needs to, you know, get that extra little, you know, off the top.
I thought it was like Syndrome coming into studio.
No.
The trophy missing. I thought maybe Sin was behind it.
No, and then like we had to tell it. Like again, it's like I don't think he pays attention too much to the events when he gets
Never
here.
does.
And then like so he had like, this massive scheme, but whatever.
He did try to sell it to me after he figured it out.
Yeah.
But
You weren't willing to do it.
What was the offer though? How much was he trying to sell it to you for?
$1 million.
You know, the real reason they brought him in is actually he's the trophy. You get to go sit on that.
Well, I would, if I had have known. Go on.
Go on.
Does it hold your weight?
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know if
I think I just know it definitely doesn't.
I heard it definitely does or
Lightly?
definitely
It
doesn't.
does. It definitely does. He said you should try.
definitely-
Okay, it
definitely
does
does not.
Does not is what I was.
Lightly perch in its direction.
Just slightly better. That's our new trophy, right?
Yeah.
Imagine if
Syndrome's
production
is
just said
up.
it definitely does, and then he sits on it and it the ultimate bait.
It wasn't the podium that would break, it was the floor. He just falls on the floor. That's what they were worried
That
about.
would be the
there.
real trophy of this tournament if I go missing.
No, I will protect you at all
Oh.
costs.
Is that what Sunshine was talking about?
Yes.
Warns us about, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what
At
he-
some point, I'm going to fall through the floor in a year and a half from now.
Wow.
That's a great
Oh, wow.
foresight. And maybe you can give us a foresight about our bracket, where you think this is going to go, because you've come in at a very good time, Syndrome.
Yeah.
The last round of our single eliminations. We did see Talon and Extreme Gaming going home on day number 1, and then it was Liquid and BetBoom team just falling a little bit short to expectations for these rosters. And then yesterday, Parivision put up a tough fight. They had made it so far since that first round. They had faced off against elimination multiple times, but not able to do it against Nigma Galaxy, and then Falcons taking out your Cult Bros in a very quick 2-0 series.
They completely ran them over, and I think that's what's always going to be interesting in a format like this is how accurate are the groups going to be. Last Blast, they turned out to be very accurate in group stage 1 because the teams that topped their respective groups were also the finalists.
Yeah.
This time around, I think that could likely happen again. Of course, I mean, I'm not going to say nobody's just going to phone it in today after having a good group. But there is always the discussion of, okay, who has the advantage? Is it the team that got momentum from more games, or is it the team that got the free footage, right, of other teams playing? And I don't know. I'm a little bit of a Nigma believer right now, because I think first of all, this team, in my opinion, has always been better on LAN than online. Even when you go back multiple years, it was
You just say
always
since the origin.
yeah. It was honestly
Dawn of Nigma Galaxy
since
time.
the origin they were always a LAN team, which is a bit of a curse when you start having to play a lot of online qualifiers for your tournaments, which ended up happening. They finally got some momentum. They look good. I think the match against Tundra is going to go 3 games.
Okay.
The other one, I'm a little bit less certain about, the Gaimin versus Falcons one, because I think Gaimin it's less obvious to me how good they are.
I think Falcons, they've leveled up.
Yeah,
They feel like they're
exactly.
becoming the team for the grand finals, and Gaimin, it's only a group stage of information, and they still look shaky in all the tournaments before this one. So it's like they had 4 good best of 1s and then bad tournaments prior. So that's the biggest asterisk, I think. Yeah, I agree.
And that's going to be later in the day, right? They still have their time to watch what's happening, and we'll have time later in the day to talk about both Falcons and Gaimin Gladiators. But for now, though, Nigma Galaxy, we saw them yesterday, so I think it's only fair that we give their opposition a little bit of limelight here, and let's start talking about Tundra.
The Fool. But don't let the name fool you. Pun very much intended. They thrive on unpredictability, turning chaos into opportunity. One moment they're laughing in the face of danger, the next, their enemies are wondering what just happened. God's gift. This isn't just a nickname, it's practically their aura. Every move feels destined, every play divinely inspired. Whether by fate or sheer skill, they always seem to be in the right place at the right time. The Micromaster. This is no ordinary tactician. Every click, every move, every split-second decision is perfectly calculated. It's like they're playing a game of chess while everyone else is struggling with checkers. The Tall One, standing head and shoulders above the rest, more often than not literally, they command attention the moment they step onto the field. Their presence is impossible to ignore, and their impact even bigger. Finally, there's the Happy One, the heart of the team. They bring a spark of joy wherever they go, but don't mistake that smile for weakness. There's nothing more dangerous than someone who can stay cheerful while dismantling their opponents. Together, these 5 are more than just players. They're a force of nature. Unpredictable, powerful, just a little bit larger than life. Their titles aren't just names, they're promises of the magic they bring to the Tundra.
Well, that 5-man roster there, a very nice introduction just about each one of them and what makes them so special as a team, and also the fact that they won the most recent LAN. They won Fisher Playground for themselves not even a week ago by Natty.
Yeah, and of course they're going to take that momentum. They're going to bring it here, and they're going to, look, stronger as ever. I think when you think about Tundra, they are built around, 33, right? Like, he is the foundation of the team, both in draft, both in play. And I think the fact that he's able to or just bring in the players that can utilize every bit of space he creates is just an exceptional team. I feel like they are close to becoming what we had for, when Gaimin won all the majors, and then we had that kind of Falcons dominant era as well. Like, this year feels like it's meant to be Tundra's year.
Big words, Sin, big words.
Yeah. I will say, though, that when you do a reverse sweep in a grand finals, a best of 5, I think that's very telling about a team's potential, because it's the hardest thing to do in Pro Dota is to come back from a bad position. It's easier to, you're dominating, things are going well. It's always how do you handle adversity, which is where some teams with clashing personalities or whatever struggle a lot. If they're down 0-2 in the finals, they feel like they're meant to win, because like you said, they're probably the favorites. The fact that they could turn that around and get the job done in the end, I think shows a ton of promise going down the stretch of the year, not just, these first couple of events. So I'm very hopeful for Tundra.
So yeah, that's a tough one. There's a lot of fans out there like, I really want Nigma Galaxy to do well. And there's this roadblock of Tundra. They're on this streak right now. They're putting up a lot of good, consistent results for themselves. And T, you had prepped something for us. You do enjoy making some custom graphics for yourself, don't you?
Oh my god.
This is the specific graphic that T made in Paint.
All right, so basically, I woke up this morning at 12:30. The cutoff time for graphics was at 12, so I felt bad, and I was like, all right, guys, I'm gonna quickly make this graphic, but can you make it good? But either way, the graphic was meant to be about when does Tundra's players get their hero first picked, and 33 in 46% of the games on all drafts in 7.37, he is the first pick overall for their draft for an offlaner. Of course, in a Beastmaster meta and Bristle meta, Doom meta, that of course is somewhat maybe obvious, but they don't care. Like, if Beast is available, they pick it. Doom's available, they pick it. Other teams, they shy away from it. But the fact that you have 33 always picking his hero in the first phase during the, also Liquid era winning TI now, like, it gives players like Dyrachyo, like BZM, the ability to read more. In other lineups, suddenly you have to sacrifice Skitter and Falcons. He has to pick a little bit earlier maybe, or maybe Amar. But the fact that here you have this just lock in my off lane, and then got to pick your poison. And that's the big question for any team going up against Tundra. Do you play against the Doom, or the Beast, or the Bristle, or the Lycan? And I don't think you give them the Doom. Everything else, maybe you can contend, but unless you're going to play some super high tempo, crush the game in 20 minutes, giving them Doom is just, you're going to lose the late game.
That's kind of the thing about first picking his hero as well, right? That's interesting, is among those heroes that you just mentioned, they're like completely different archetypes in what they offer in the game. So if you're willing to show that first, you're effectively telling your opponent, this is how we're going to play this game, see if you can beat us, right? A lot of the time you want to save those picks for later so you can surprise or whatever, but they're just that confident that when 33 has his idea and his style and they build the whole lineup around that, it seems like it doesn't even matter to them that the opponent knows what's coming.
And what happens if you beat the lane? Maybe that's a question that we need to find an answer to. Like, what if, when you first pick your hero, if it doesn't get into the game, but then the answer is they always get into the game. So it's like we're yet to really see the solution,
maybe
right?
it's a contingency play. Maybe they do have more faith now in picking up the Dyrachyo and the BZM of these are our win conditions. That's why we pick them later. And the back of the contingency is 33's on this comfort. He'll still find a way for himself. It will still work out. And it's shown. They've been able to do that in tournaments before, in past series. And we haven't seen them for a couple days here. What, 3-4 days? It feels, I don't know, time's flying by. It is just merely a concept at this point for me. So however many days ago, that's how long it's been since we've seen Tundra. And so for us, I have a quick little refresher.
Jump in from BZM. He commits onto the 2 cores. They'll be able to get both of them easily. The Pango and Bristleback are now down. A zip forward onto Toronto, Tokyo. There's no escape for him.
Being TI winners, 33 and Soxa will settle for nothing less than first place. Despite taking home the silver in 2 events this year, Tundra ousted their carry Nightfall in favor of the recently deposed Dyrachyo.
He's doing so much damage. He's in the fountain, and he's killing them. An arena has caught them all inside the fountain range. Dyrachyo is still alive somehow throughout this.
The result was an immediate first place. Now first in Blast groups as well, Tundra is well positioned to repeat a finals appearance here at Blast Slam. To get there, though, they'll have to topple recently excavated legends.
they had a really nice group stage to watch. Even in their loss to Liquid, I want to say it felt like they were commanding the game for the early game and then kind of fed it away in the mid. I think if I do want to point out the potential weaknesses I've seen in their team, it's if BZM has like this bad game and then you don't have your supports to play around with him, right? Or like, you know, that trio of people can't have a game. Or if Dyrachyo, you know, the way he likes to play, gets picked off a little bit too many times.
Gets caught out in
places.
unfavorable places.
I think it's like a two-part thing, because it happened in the Talon and the Liquid game where he kind of had like a couple of chain deaths. I think it's like the enemy team are seeking him out, but also there were a few times where he was just alone and probably not in the right place. But like I think the nice thing about Tundra, right, is that Dyrachyo is not the team. We talk about how important 33 is when you have someone like that who is always reliably picking his hero first and getting the farm and then having the impact, right? A couple of deaths don't matter.
I mean, also, you have some of the strongest support duos in the world, right? Like Whitemon and Saxo. We're talking about cores. And then you think about, okay, so how do the cores get into the game? It's the early movement. Will Saxo snipe the Kuros on his Riki or his Bounty with the deep wards? Like, will he set up the game and the tempo from his positioning? Will Whitemon secure like every lane? It's like, when you look at where the roster kind of moved towards, they are just scary. Like, you can probably make a piece on any combination of players and go, they can be the best or are the best, right? And that alone is why teams need to have to respect Tundra, but make sure that you can play your own game. And, you know, Nigma in their interviews have mentioned that they respect their opponents, but it's always like, it's their Dota that they have to focus on. Unlike other teams, they're not gonna go, okay, no, we're gonna steal the Doom and they're gonna give the burst. You know, it's like they just do their own thing and respect. If you respect Tundra, you can, like Tannen, have hour-long games. So.
You gotta do it with confidence.
Yeah, I think I was going to say I'm actually quite worried because when I was watching Nigma play, whilst it was beautiful Dota, I think Ghost had so much of an impact that you're putting him against, I would say, the best offlaner in the world. And if they are able to shut down his game and make life difficult for him, I think their game plan could be a little bit awkward.
Okay, all right, we'll see it. And before we do jump over to, you know, talking about Nigma Galaxy or anything, we've got to make sure that we know every piece of information we could get out of Tundra. And I talked to Saxa earlier this morning. Saxa, thank you so much for joining me. You guys, having previously won Fissure Playground just before this one, is the expectation to come in and get first again, or do you give yourselves a little bit of leeway knowing how tight the schedule is?
I think we have leeway. Like, we won the previous tournament, so we don't feel pressure. We're like in our head, we already won once, so we don't need to win two. Of course, it will be nice, but yeah, I think we're just kind of taking it easy, taking it chill, and hopefully we get there.
How has the team environment changed with BZM and Dyrachyo coming onto the roster?
I think overall is like the atmosphere is like lighter. Everybody's like kind of funny in a way. We are like a bit, our playstyle is also more aggressive, so like we're a bit more throwing games sometimes, but I think it's overall just more fun with these two guys.
Do you think that fits your personal playstyle, the way that you enjoy Dota, trying to be aggressive, get out on the map as much as possible?
I think yes, but also I can play kind of both ways. I can play the playstyle very chill. I think me personally, I can adapt to these things. And I mean, we have aggressive players, so I'm good at adapting to that.
Everyone always calling, you know, 33, he's the mastermind behind a lot of what you guys are bringing to, but where do you find that balance that every voice is heard within the team?
I think it just depends. When people feel strong about things, then they take charge. 33, he's like more helping outside the game, like with the little things to people. So it's like when they feel strong and they can implement their ideas, they will go for it. So there's a lot of room on this team for that.
You guys also had the 3-day break, 3-4-day break, and you know you don't really know who your opponent's going to be. So what do those days look like up until you know that it's Nigma Galaxy you're going to be versing?
I mean, we had 3 days is a long time, so we had a long break. We were even joking, like maybe we should have taken a flight home and come back. We had so much time. But mostly the first day we kind of chill, and the second and third day we start preparing, like just preparing for any opponent. And then the last day we prepare, I guess we see the Nigma match and prepare for them.
Is there something very unique about Nigma Galaxy that you guys are mindful of, that you had to prepare differently, that no other team would be the same?
I think they have their own strats. They also tend to 5-man a lot. They like to help each other, so you need to be careful, like especially in the early game. They can outnumber you, they can kind of snowball you, so I think that's something you have to keep in mind.
Is this series going to be a bloodbath? Are we just going to be seeing kill after kill after kill?
Yeah, I think so.
Awesome, well, Saxa, thank you so much for joining me. Good luck today.
Thank you.
He's hyped me up, you know? He said, oh, we would like to play more aggressive now that we have BZM and Duracho on our team. And that's what they've noticed Nigma Galaxy does a lot. So, Sind, I'm just expecting we're going to be seeing a lot of fights here.
Yeah, and I think that's, I like to talk about this when it comes to Duracho because I think he's been, over the years, from parts of the community getting a bad rep for a lot of deaths. I think the thing you need to keep in mind is when you're viewing the game as a spectator, you see both teams' fog of war. And you're going to highlight and you're going to notice, oh my god, he died out of position. But what you're not seeing is all the times that he drew extra resources out of the map. Like maybe he farms an extra wave, maybe he forces an additional rotation that fails. It's harder to play Dota when you're under pressure. That's why these aggressive teams that can pull that off and sometimes step over the line and then you laugh at it can look a bit clowny, but a lot of the time they pull it off, and that can be extremely strong. And if nothing else, when you're playing against a team with Duracho, you always have in the back of your mind, is he baiting? Is he alone? Is he crossing the line or not, right? And the less of a read you have on players, I feel like the harder they are to play against.
It's that, it reminds me of that joke where it's just like, oh, you could catch me off guard like 2-3 times, but by the 4th time, my team will be behind me. So, you know, you're going to know where is that line of how many times in a row are you going to get away with it with no consequences. And I think that's going to be a really big aspect that could potentially be quite volatile for Tundra. It could go in the favor of Nigma Galaxy, their opponents. And they had a fantastic series for themselves yesterday. So let's see some highlights from it.
It's going to be a BKB, but they've already supernova. They're trying to get him inside of that stun, but not quite. And now the RP, Skewer back in. They are so clumped, and Ghost is going to go to war.
Nigma is back. While they've been on the rise this season, eliminating one of the tournament favorites in Parivision in a best-of-3 pushes the team to another threat level.
He got Fisher. Oh, and he got stunned out. The black hole comes far too late. The damage is gone from the side of Parivision. No one in vain is attempting a showdown with the jerk.
The catalyst of this ascension is their stand-in Ghost, whose carry performances have mixed in with the squad beautifully. In order to make the finals, though, they'll need to bring low the current top dog in Tundra. Time to run it back.
Well, they hear that invite for themselves at Blast Slam 2, having an outstanding group stage performance for themselves. A very entertaining series yesterday, T. And I feel like we expect the same to be delivered today.
Yeah, no, for sure. I like the fact that you discussed how aggressive the teams are, and I really feel like for Nigma, if they can get their hands on like the IO, it's gonna like this type of hero.
They can't.
They probably shouldn't, but you know, turn around any fight. And then Sumo, he's been playing Shaker, Magnus, Puck. Like these are all heroes that in scrappy fights where teams want to do 5-on-5s, you're gonna have that one moment to break the game, to break the fight. And a couple of the games that Nigma have won is off the back of a 3-man Echo Slam, a 3-man RP. And today I'm just hoping that we get to continue seeing that kind of like big fight changing moments, and that's what I think these teams have kind of showcased. And maybe even, you know, maybe the kind of the story of Nigma's run so far is like they are, you know, the kings of the team fight, at least in the games that we've seen.
I was going to say, in those 3 games, they never swayed away from that raid. They never kind of faltered or looked to change up that game plan. It was always have overwhelming numbers or overwhelming team fight, because that will at some point turn the game around into our favor. That's why we saw the play of the day earlier be that big Magnus RP.
Yeah, it feels like they really enjoy having the like healing hero, like a Pugna, sometimes a Dawnbreaker, and then just give Ghost like a really strong carry, like his Morphling looks really good, right? Or he's played with his P8, or they've played like the Gyro IO. And when they do that, it enables him really well to play like consistently on the map and take these fights. And then like Sumail will just try and set things up for everyone else. I think the Shaker game was the strongest he looked. I think his Magnus games looked a little weaker, even though that clip was amazing. There were a lot of times that he was getting caught out and his iron build wasn't defensive. Like after the game 2 of the series yesterday, I was like, well, surely he's going to change his iron build, right? Because he's playing into Spirit Breaker and Monkey King, who are like finding him and making him unable to play. He did the exact same thing. He actually just didn't give a shit. So it obviously means that he really believes in his iron build. He's very confident. He thinks that his execution of his build is more of the issue, right? These are the kind of things where I have a lot of faith in him to keep performing.
The other players, you know, I think it's very easy to draw attention to Ghost because he's a stand-in. People don't have expectations. It's a big question mark that you want filled, you want answered. But for me, it's more about their off-lane duo. Yesterday, we got to speak to Omar, and he gave some great insight into how they've been fitting into the Nigma Galaxy roster. And today, we've been just as lucky. I got to catch up with Noob. Noob, you guys are doing so well in this tournament, top 4 here. Before we started Blast Slam 2, did you guys feel like you were the underdogs at all? And do you still feel like that coming up against Tundra?
I did feel like we're the underdogs, especially that we have a new player basically now. And now I feel like we're playing well. I don't feel like we're underdogs, but let's see what happens today.
With Ghost standing in, is there much change to how you play off lane or how you draft for yourself as an off laner?
Not really, but we play off him. Like he has different heroes from Miracle, so it's a bit different.
And for you personally, transitioning into off laner, who or what helped you the most to make this and feel comfortable in this role?
It was a bit random. I wanted to play with the Nigma guys, so I just changed and I'm trying to adapt, and it's working.
What has been the hardest struggle to be in a new role?
I think the offlane role requires more farm. So on mid lane, I used to play more, like I can do whatever I want, but now I should farm more. So that's the hard part, yeah.
Do you feel like you don't join team fights as often, or is that the offlane style that you like to do? You just want to team fight all the time?
I try my best to team fight, yeah, but I should farm more, yeah. Yeah.
Trying to find that healthy balance. And outside of Dota, what is your role on Nigma Galaxy? What do you feel like you're bringing to the team?
I think I'm positive, and I try my best to be calm, so maybe I bring that. Yeah.
So some people say like you're a little bit of a jokester. You like to, joke around. Is that also something that you do, or do you think someone else on the team is a bit funnier than you?
In Quest, I was a jokester a bit with Omar, but now everyone jokes around, so I think it's balanced. Yeah, it's just balanced.
I like that. And give me some thoughts about this Tundra matchup specifically, how you think the series is going to go.
It's gonna go. It's gonna be about Duracho. See how we're gonna focus him, maybe.
Okay. All right, I like that one. You got a target there. Noob, thank you so much for joining me. Good luck today.
Thank you. Thank you.
I liked that note that he ended on there. It felt like Duracho was where their eyes were, and I don't know, Sind, if this means, okay, do we target him in draft? Is that how we try and shut him down? Is that even possible? Do we make sure that, he's getting the off-lane matchup that he wants and shut him down in lane? Or are they going to go, again, try and pick him off? Like, there's so many different ways that it feels they could potentially go to shut down Duracho.
Or are we going to yell really loud every time he dies?
Yeah. Oh, maybe.
Full on.
It was a bait.
Roar across the room every time Duracho dies.
They're really not that far apart from each other.
He's using the interview for his advantage. He knows that they can hear the interview, so he's saying, "Oh, we really care about Duracho," and then secretly they're like, "Okay, ban 33, Satsa and Omar, they have the same hero pool, so okay, are we gonna steal the bounty from them?" I feel, maybe he was told to say a wrong answer, to strategize, to make sure that they can get to the grand finals.
Yeah.
I will say I really liked his aura in the interview.
Yeah.
Like all smiles, he just seems very. It shows the thing that they were talking about in the interview, you and him, about what he probably brings to the team. Like, he just seems like a
chill guy,
a jolly dude. Yeah, chill
He
guy.
calmed me in the interview, I'll say that. I was nervous, and he just comes in all smiles. I'm like, all right, this is going to be easy.
Isn't that kind of the energy from most of the team? Like, we've seen them, behind us for a couple series now, and like, there's not really a player that has that kind of like that, oh, I'm gonna crush them energy. It's like everyone's just kind of like chill. It's like, yes, we're gonna win, nice draft, they have it's just calming. It's
How could you not when you play with GH?
Yeah, exactly.
I think it's kind of impossible. If you're around GH for a couple of hours every day, I think like if you have like a certain level of soul corruption, it just heals over time.
Oh, yeah.
The proximity of GH just...
Bro, these words you're using today, man, you're talking about soul corruption and auras.
Yeah.
You're really in tune with your body.
I love video games.
Where is it coming from? Maybe he's been spending too much time streaming. He's got streaming right
wow.
now. You never really know. We do have one more special graphic to bring up about these two teams specifically, looking at them head-to-head on some of their results here. You guys can see it, taking all the numbers in all their glory, T.
I mean, yeah, it's a bit rough looking, right? Because you're looking at a Tundra who's been in form in the recent years to Enigma that hasn't. And also, the TI win, yes, no. Some players on Nigma have won a TI, but the organization hasn't. But yeah, Tundra very much in form throughout the last period. And I think at least for Nigma, this is their tournament to kind of remind everyone that they are, again, it's so cheesy to say, oh, they're back. But, beating Paravision in 2-1 fashion, the way that the Dota they're playing, I think it's just convincing that they're on the right trajectory. And let's say they do lose this series. I still think if they can keep moving forward, then it's inevitable that they will consistently show up at future events. Like, this isn't just going to be a one event and back to the qualifiers they go, right? I think this is just a nice kind of natural story for the team. The best version I've seen from them in a long time.
Do you have any parting thoughts for yourself, Rhea, that you'd like to put out there? Any predictions before we jump into it? Yeah.
Oh,
Fired after this one.
Okay, that's nice. I'm interested in the opening picks because of these offlaners and how important they are. Like I've seen a lot of mags first for Sumail. I've seen a lot of bristles on both sides, right? Are they going to go for that bristle? Are we going to have a bristle-centric series? Who's going to be the hero? Who's going to be exciting? Who's it all about? I don't know. I can't wait to see. Ah, hype.
Look, you're doing a better job of hyping it up than me. We'll do that. A big question mark. What are these first phase picks going to be? And answers will be given very soon as a Game 1 draft is ready.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to 4D, and that is obviously both the chess that we are going to be analyzing coming up here between these two teams, but also the fact that this is the Danish duo drafting desk.
Yeah.
It's a bit of a...
In Denmark.
It doesn't get any more homely than this. What an exciting series we have on our hands here, Misery, because you've been here all the days. You've seen the leveling up of Nigma Galaxy. You saw Tundra during the group stage do a good job. Do you feel like there's something going into this that is a clear avenue of exploitation for either team?
I don't know about exploitation, but I would say that both teams actually play Ricky as some of the only teams in this tournament consistently. So I'm interested to see if it's going to be a race to pick this hero up early and what the response is going to be, because I think both teams are very aware of this fact. And I have an idea that maybe Tundra has something planned for this Ricky, like a counter to Ricky, if Nigma Galaxy ends up picking it up.
So on the panel, they were talking about Bristleback being an important hero in the series. Well, there he is. So I guess we don't need to talk about him anymore. I personally, in my limited understanding of Dota, I find Nyx to be incredible. As in, if I could first pick any hero in Dota right now, I think it would be this one for me. Is there some obvious counter to this that you think you can grab in the first phase that makes you happy with the trade, or is this just an issue you're going to have to deal with?
Well, I mean, for me, Bounty Hunter is the main counter to Nyx, because you just follow him and track him up. You have the Nyx sense nowadays, but I feel like it's still it's not enough. But that hero is banned out. But I agree. I think Nyx is a problem hero that's just so annoying to deal with. It makes you have to worry about getting solo killed around the map. It makes you go as 5 more. It's just very obnoxious in general. I'm a bit surprised. I mean, both surprised and not at the same time that they pick up Nyx and don't go for the Magnus that we saw yesterday. I think it's a little bit of maybe the unpredictability that you kind of need in this format, where you're playing so many games back to back every day, that you show a lot of information, and I think it's a good idea to mix it up in between series. So maybe that's why they're thinking, okay, we don't want to go for the mid-mag that we did yesterday, we just open Nyx Assassin instead.
So with Bounty Hunter already out of the picture, a hero that comes to mind for me generally being good against Nyx is Templar Assassin, because it's one hero that you flat out just don't burst through whatsoever with the refraction. Is that something you foresee Tundra being likely to run? I don't think Dyrachyo plays too much of TA in the carry role. BZM plays a good TA mid, but it doesn't necessarily really fit the identity of how they've been running their games, right? So is that worth a ban at all, or you just whatever?
I don't think it's going to get banned, but it is definitely something that we might see. It's not like a hero that comes to mind in terms of Dyrachyo per se, but it's something that we might see. I think it has really clear timings together with Beastmaster, so it's not out of the question. Speaking of good heroes against Nyx, I think Beast is definitely could be potentially one of them, right? Just having 5-man balling in general is good against Nyx. Su has historically been good against Nyx. I do think the game has changed a lot since these things, like these ideas of what counters what, kind of changes over time, right? With facets and how the game develops, and different talents, and there are so many factors nowadays that actually changes a lot of these matchups.
Yeah, I guess one example of that would be maybe the Lich versus Beastmaster matchups, which is a possibility here if Nigma do want to run that Lich, where historically speaking, Lich would be bad against Zoo because there would just be too many things that would absorb the Chain Frost. But now that you're now that your your Sinister Gaze deals damage to summons, you can actually just kill a boar in lane.
Yeah.
And that changes Beastmaster's game plan entirely. If you're playing against a hero like Lich, you might even have to not skill boar early and just play on axes. Similarly, in a similar fashion, you would use to pick like Enchantress or Chen against this hero just to steal the summons and take that factor away.
Yeah.
Is there something that you see in GH's arsenal? In this tournament, he's mainly been playing, we talked about Io and the Pugnet, they're both banned. What's his third best pick here against Beast?
Yeah, that's a kind of good question. That's something we might see something completely new from him in this tournament. I don't really picture him as much of a Lich player. I think that's almost too much of a typical 5 for him to be playing. I think he's kind of still this 4 at heart type player. But yeah, maybe Ench could be an option here.
Yeah.
Against the Beast. I mean, the thing about Beastmaster is that you kind of have 2 ways of playing, right? If you go for the Ench or the Chen or something like that against it, then you just play on axis, right?
Yeah.
And so I think 33 is not going to be too worried about. I mean, they're worried about the Pugna more so than the Ench, for example, right? It says a lot about that. And as for the Monkey King, it's one of those heroes that we've been seeing a lot from second pick because it is such a flexible hero, right?
Yep. Because another classic counters Beastmaster that would be a potential fight would be Shadow Demon. Hasn't been as popular in this tournament as in, I would say, a couple prior, but that would still be a 4 type-ish hero that GH could play if they wanted to do that. Also decent against Monkey King. You can purge off Jingu stacks with the ult, so you're kind of locking him down in fights. Is that interesting to you, or you also still have the Frost Shield from Lich? I mean, the options aren't bad on classic 5s here. But yeah, does the team play that way?
They're not, but actually in recent time we haven't really seen GH play anything but Phoenix, Pugna, and Io.
Oh.
So
well, they're all banned.
Yeah, so that's why it's kind of hard to predict what he's gonna go for.
Right.
Well, there it is. There's the Lich. Yeah. I mean, right now they have a lot of team fight, a lot of damage, a lot of stuns. I think Nigma at least has a very solid opening 3 picks here for themselves. We also saw Sumail play Shaker, which is one of his go-to mid heroes at the moment. And he did this kind of interesting build with Kaya Sanj out of mid Shaker, which is kind of
that's pretty unusual.
A little bit unusual.
Do you like that?
I mean, he also went Kaya on Magnus, but I heard that makes more sense with the shard because you are killing creep waves.
Yeah, when Kaya Yasha on Mag, right?
Kaya Yasha, yeah, but going for the Kaya early.
Right,
same
I
with
see.
With the Shaker,
yeah.
right?
Okay, yeah.
I think it can be good, but I also think it's a little risky because we saw him play Mag yesterday and got stuck a little bit with the net worth where you didn't have the BKB in time perhaps, and then his item progression was slowed down a little bit. I think the same thing could happen for Shaker where you go for this Kaya, maybe you die, and then you don't get your Aghanims in time, you don't get your BKB in time, and then...
So he genuinely goes Blink Kaya.
That's what he did yesterday.
That is
with the
really
threads.
interesting on Shaker. That's very interesting.
But I think it just adds a lot more damage. I think he even on Mag yesterday he went Kaya and then Shiva's guard as well. So just a lot of magical damage.
Some potential here with the Lifestealer. Do you like? Have we seen a lot of Unfettered? That's a way to deal with Nyx.
It's the other one people go for.
They still take Rage.
Yeah, they do.
Okay, because Unfettered obviously has some uses against heroes like Shaker and Nyx, where you can flat out combo break them.
True.
You always get it off. Is that?
Could be a thing in this game. But it makes sense in this game, right? You have Shaker has Lifestealer has historically been really good against these heroes like Nyx and Shaker because of Rage, because you don't really get bursted.
Oh, Venom made it through this far, actually. We didn't really talk about that. That hero has been banned a lot.
It has been, but only against specific teams like Paravision, like Falcons, right? Once you start playing Venomancer, though, that's where the alarm bell goes off and you're like, okay, we don't want to play against this team's Venomancer. So, interesting pick for sure. I think this hero has looked borderline broken with the Plague Ward facet. The fact that you have 3 charges is like... It's kind of OP in a way. But
Love this
looks
pick.
like a really good morphling game.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah, very good morphling game.
So,
I mean, some people argue that Beastmaster counters morph. I think it's not as bad as it used to be, because I feel like this morph is just such a solid hero overall that even if you do lose your tower at like minute between 7 and 10, you're still fine. The game still prolongs, and if you can get Lincolns later on, you get the Manta Star. It's like almost impossible to roar the Morphling, right? So I think it's a good response to the Lifestealer and Venomancer here.
Yeah, so the classic thing about Morph against Lifestealer is turning into him and getting the free rage. But not only that, now that you have the Lich pairing in your safe lane, you're not worried about getting overwhelmed by constant pressure from boars.
True.
Because those boars are just going to die to Lich. So, seems pretty safe. If I look at Tundra right now, I'm a little bit worried with how they kill heroes until they have Nullifier. Because I see a lot of physical damage between Monkey King and Lifestealer into Frost Shield. And it's on top of the carry being an elusive hero that you have relatively limited lockdown for in the Morph.
Yeah.
Do you like either team a bit more now, maybe?
I think Tundra's drafts excels very hard if it's like a Monkey King mid against Shaker, kind of snowballing the game. Then you have, the Beastmaster has a good game. You can kind of play through the Beastmaster with both Monkey King and Venomancer, and you can't, the Nigma Galaxy lineup doesn't really touch Lifestealer, right? You can kind of play like the dead lane, bottom, impossible to gank. He can also go through the gate and help out, and then you kind of have a swarm of Tundra heroes between 5 and 15 minutes. And I think at that point in time, Nigma Galaxy are not that strong, right?
Right.
You don't have the 6 on Nyx perhaps that early, you don't have Blink on Shaker yet. The Lich armor is kind of redundant at that phase of the game, so I think Tundra has a lot of good things going for them, the early game, but I think if Nigma Galaxy starts getting their items and their levels, then it gets harder and harder progressively for them to die. Yeah, I agree with that.
So is every Veno in this tournament just played with the massive Plague Wards and then pseudo jungling, or is it full jungling or half laning? Like, what's the...
The Falcon Venomancer has been playing the lane, with Gale level 1 and 2 and stuff like this, and then going for max Plague Wards after that, and then catching up and farm that way.
Okay.
The Perivision one, I think it's been banned for 2 weeks now straight. They played one. I think they played one jungle Venomancer game, and then people are just like, "Yeah, we don't want to deal with this."
Do you think you have to lane it here because Lifestealer is too weak, level 1 and 2? Do you have to help him in the start, or can you get away with it?
It depends a little bit on what they're gonna pick up for noob, right? But I do think that if you jungle Venomancer and Nyx knows about it and starts running after you, it can be problematic for the Veno, right?
10 seconds.
He's just gonna go and eat your creeps.
Well,
with Mind Flare and...
yeah, you can, but also just having this Nyx assassin stealing your experience, hitting you, and like just annoying you, it can really set back a lot. So I imagine he's gonna start in lane, bully the Nyx a bit, and then transition, kind of like we saw with Snake King yesterday.
Right.
So Nigma Galaxy's formula seems to be last picking Noob Zero in recent games. Bristleback is banned. That's kind of been his stable recently. There is the Timbersaw, which he played yesterday as well.
Razor? Does he play that?
Esports.
He could.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's Enigma.
Good here against
Lifestealer. Very good Enigma game, right?
Yeah.
I mean, definitely gonna have a really good lane. You have the Nyx Enigma lane, which kind of frees up the Nyx to do whatever he wants. Classic Lifestealer counter, like you mentioned.
10 seconds remaining.
What does Tundra need? They need either a Saxa hero or a hero for BZM, right?
5 seconds remaining.
I would say that we talked about the Monkey King being aggressive and transitioning to the Beastmaster lane. But I do think they need another core, don't they? I feel like it would be better for them to get another really strong core out of mid.
It's a little concerning that they have nothing against Enigma except Roar, right? Or I guess you have the Monkey King stun in the right circumstance, but nowadays when I look at Enigma and I'm like, okay, is it a good Enigma game? I'm mainly focused on, can you kill the Eidolons in lane? And the answer is no. Veno, Lifestealer do not deal with Enigma at all, so then you kind of need to think ahead, okay, how do we handle Enigma with items? Because that's coming.
Yeah.
And do you think the Batrider solves some of this? It's the second BKB piercing stun, it's catch.
They double down on the idea that we talked about before, where they have this really strong early game timing. And they I think right now they rely a lot on the Monkey Kings and potentially the Beastmasters will having good games. Because if they have slow games, I feel like Nigma Galaxy could take over this game pretty quickly. Like we talked about, it's really hard to kill Nigma's heroes if they start getting items. Like if Enigma gets his pipe, you have the Lich armor, the Morphling is notoriously impossible to kill, you have the Nyx Assassin, Carapace, very good against Batrider. Yeah, I think Nigma Galaxy got a really good draft for themselves here.
So this, to you, it feels basically like a clash of styles then, right? One is playing a bit of a slower game and methodically getting toward those mid-game team fights, which has been Nigma's recipe for success.
Yeah.
And Tundra's approach today, I was wondering, are they going to try to match them in team fight or going to try to outlane them and outpace them? It feels like in game number 1, it's option number 2, right? They're really trying to play super fast and just break the map apart before it even starts becoming an issue.
Yeah, I think you're right. It's a clash of styles, but it's also a clash of timings, right? And can Tundra hit their timings and catch Nigma off guard? I think they have the potential to really snowball this game and make it a quick one. At the same time, though, Nigma should identify this and dodge the timings of Tundra, right? And dodge the important moments of Beastmaster time, Aghanim timing potentially, the Monkey King rotations. If that doesn't work out for Tundra, I could easily see Nigma outscale Tundra in this one. But yeah, let's see how this one goes. Very hype. Are Nigma officially back?
Officially.
Let's find out after this one.
Yeah, this will be the true test. Let's get into it.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The series you've all been waiting for. Nigma Galaxy up against Tundra Esports. And we'll have a little pause, we always do. But the winner of this, Fog, they're going to the grand final.
They are.
We've seen, obviously, Tundra, no surprises, right, in terms of their run. But Nigma Galaxy, I don't know if before this tournament, everyone had them kind of pitted to get this far. But they've turned up. They've looked fantastic in their wins, and here today, there's absolutely a good chance they could give Tundra a run for their money.
100%. I mean, our Double Danes said it themselves, right? A bit of clash of two styles coming into play here. One team looking for more aggressive early game, the other one looking for that potential late game scaling, but also tons of team fight, right? Nigma Galaxy, they've got the specialty, the beautiful ones. There's a black hole and an echo slam, right? There's potential for some awesome looking stuff that can come out from them. It's going to be up to if they can execute versus this high tempo draft that Tundra has gone for. This is very interesting. This is definitely going to be one of the more exciting ones since we do see the clash of styles, and you could hear it from Misery and from Syndra, and it truly does feel like that. When you have this Morphling versus Lifestealer, as the game progresses, that Morphling can become very oppressive. I'm really looking forward to this.
Yeah. And I feel like that's just been something that Nigma Galaxy has kind of done throughout this tournament and succeeded with, or at least looked very impressive. You know, the other day, right, they're bringing out like this Gyro IO. Yeah, it's something no one else is doing it. But, you know, Nigma Galaxy, they turn up, they do what they want, and they're showing these teams how it's done in this current day and age. They've looked very impressive. Of course, Samael on the shaker. Looking forward to see why he's going to be able to bring this game, especially in that mid matchup, because as we know and as we've seen, BZM on the other side of things, he's a big Shaker mid fan.
He is.
So we're going to get to see sort of what his idea is about, you know, doing well against in the mid lane. He is on that Monkey King, so yeah, that mid lane matchup, that's going to be spicy, Fog.
It's going to be a big one to watch because we did see yesterday Sumail, I believe he was about a level behind when they had done it anyway. I think it was versus no one, but it ended up not mattering, right? Sumail, he was only slightly behind, really, ends up catching up just with some big echo slams, big stacks that he was able to farm. So there's so many things to talk about, really, in this game. We're going to see tons of tips coming out. Teams are going to have a lot of fun with this matchup. Yeah, really looking forward to see how these lanes are going to end up breaking down. We have this pesky Venom Answer that does make it through very far into the draft. See how much he can actually contribute, as we saw Snaking essentially become a third/fourth core for the team very quickly.
Oh, absolutely right. Yeah, this is one of those supports that if you as a team don't lose control of the map early on and there is the space, the Venom Answer is absolutely going to keep up with some of the cores on your team. And
it's like the fastest farmer.
Yeah.
It really does feel like.
And that's not like your cores having a bad time. It's just that the Veno farms that smoothly.
And the other thing I really have to credit for Nigma and throughout this tournament, at least in the last few games that I saw from them, it's kind of like what they need to do in this game too. It's patience. Wait for those opportunities to get those big connections of their ultis. Wait to dodge the rotations that are going to come from Tundra so they can get Ghost online. In a lot of these games, Ghost is going godlike. Even though he may have like a rough lane or something, somehow he ends up finding these fights, which is another thing I really want to talk about, is their patience and execution in teamfights has been beautiful. That last Roshan fight yesterday that I remember just sticking out, they were dancing around in this team fight. It was beautiful to watch. So
yeah, and of course, we heard it in the draft, but when you look at this game, you do feel that ultimately, down the line, if it does go on, this morph is going to be pretty difficult for Tundra to answer in the late game.
Absolutely. I mean, they can itemize, right? Oh, Omar, he's looking pretty dead here.
That's going to be a first blood almost certainly. See if they can give it to Duracho. He wants it, and he's not going to get it. Whitemon says, well, I'm going to be having so much money this game, might as well get started now on the old support Veno.
How dare you steal it? Because the Lifestealer gets bonus health for those kills, too. It's not just the money. No, it happens. The Blood Grenade coming out, they get the kill.
Whitemon's ready. He's ready to be that true carry.
He's like snaking, move over.
When you're playing support and you pick Veno, that's just, you feel it in your veins, right? You're like, oh, I'm going to be the real carry this game.
Yeah, I'm truly excited for this one. And let's see, fewest unique heroes. Saksa on the 3, pretty much everything we've seen, and 33 also. Interesting.
Yeah, it's been working out for them. You know, why change it?
Why vary?
Why fix it if it ain't broke? So yeah, this bottom lane matchup. I mean, how do you sort of anticipate the earlier portions of the game are going to be for Ghost? Is it necessarily going to be difficult?
Monkey King. Okay,
Monkey
King. Everyone's going to disconnect. They got to fix
everyone
really quick.
Everyone reconnect. Make sure you can.
All good.
What is it that you can see the Monkey King or you can target him?
You can't target him.
You can't target
after the first mischief. Yeah, it just becomes very, very silly. So yeah, you see, he just used mischief 10 seconds ago. Somebody else probably can't see anything. So okay. Yep. Quick little pause. Reconnect. You were saying I think the lanes in particular, top lane, this is why they went for this Enigma. This is going to be a very good lane for Noob on paper. Since he's playing versus Lifestealer and Veno, they don't really have the best ways of killing Eidolons. They can kill the Enigma if he does get isolated away from them. That's the one thing they can do. But killing those Eidolons will be problematic in most instances. Bottom lane, it's a Beastmaster with a Batrider. It's an incredibly oppressive lane. So Ghost, as long as he's playing careful, he can get some good last hits, but GH is under constant kill threat. What do we got going on here?
We have like...
Is that an invisible Venomancer?
No, it's like a bit of the Venomancer's offset from the Veno, and then the Eidolons also, I believe, have a bit of their animation offset. I imagine that's just a thing during the pause, maybe. Maybe we'll be fine once we get back on the way for ourselves.
This Veno set looks...
Yeah, it's the bits under his wings that are elsewhere.
And yeah, going down later down lines, they will have BKB piercing disables always on their draft, right? And they do. Other thing that I thought they were actually going to mention is Wukong can sometimes be a bit annoying for Enigma, right? If you do want to set up for a black hole and that Wukong's is already down, it can just kill you pretty quickly inside of it, or it just makes you second guess if you do want to go for a jump. So we'll see as the game progresses to those instances. It does, on paper, look like a good Enigma game based off the lane he's going to get.
It does, right. You've got to imagine that Noob's going to have the potential for some pretty hefty impact this game.
The committing for those Eidolons, they're taking quite a bit of a beating, but they will take out 2 of them. Like, Duracho took a lot of damage there.
I mean, once you sort of have like the second level, does this lane get easier, or is it just really tough for Tundra?
It's a tough lane for Tundra.
It's going to be Whitemon going down here.
Like Omar can also get brought down in some situations if they go for these trades, but it's dangerous to trade versus the Eidolons whenever they're out. That's why they went for this last pick. And you saw the bans too. I actually think it was Tundra who banned Dawnbreaker and Venge as their last 2 bans. And that actually opened up even more for the Enigma pick for Enigma. So that was actually quite an interesting approach that they got set up for themselves. They're going to clear out those boars. Lich, skilling the Sinister Gaze, does that extra damage versus it.
Now, both carries definitely feeling the pressure in these first few waves on the lanes.
The person who's feeling the most pressure, I mean, you said it yourself, right? BZM, he knows the matchup versus the Shaker.
He knows what to do.
We saw it, you know, get some trades come in later on yesterday, but yeah, so far BZM, he's having a hot start right now. 15-4 to the 8-2. And a hero that can easily rotate in this type of game. That could be the thing that fixes, in particular, that top lane if he wants to go up there early on as this Monkey King. He can kill Eidolons. He can push the Enigma out.
It's quite refreshing to see, of course, in the mid lane, because I feel like this tournament, we've had a lot of games where the Shaker mid gets through, and normally it's the Shaker mid completely dumpstering in terms of CS.
Oh,
bottom lane. Trying to get in underneath the tower, but Ghost is going to be able to turn towards him. GH have to throw down the Blood Grenade. They'll be able to take the kill against Saxa. 33 in return will find GH, so both cores picking up a bit of action as they take down each other's supports.
He's trying to shove the wave in to prevent Ghost from getting these extra last hits. They really were trying to use that double creep wave to their benefit, but Ghost does get a trade kill, which is quite nice down here, all things considered, since it can be a difficult lane. His farm is good too, 18-2 right now.
Well, Samael, he did step up to take the bounty rune, but that's given the opportunity in time for Saxa to head over and help BZM. As Samael may have got the bounty rune, but they will claim his life.
Oh, Saxa takes the kill. BZM trying to secure it there with the Boundless.
That's always a bit of a risky move to make to try and take that away from the enemy. You have to go pretty deep for it, and yeah, Tundra were not going to let Sumail get away with that.
Especially since the bat had just died, right? That TP was available. Still seeing Dyrachyo suffer, 21-9 in the Enigma, so Noob still continuing to have a fantastic start. Quickly going to go for the drums. I mean, they're probably going to have to rotate one of the two other cores relatively early if they don't want to lose their tower up here on Tundra. Because that drum plus like level 3 Eidolons, it's likely to just be able to push Dyrachyo out. So we'll see if that rotation does come. BZM.
And I'd be interested to see, I mean, you mentioned obviously with BZM on the Monkey King, a hero that's, you know, can make these pretty natural rotations, but will there also be a bit of kind of the idea from BZM that he doesn't really want to leave this lane? Because obviously at the moment he's able to make sure that Sumail is really suffering. And of course, as soon as he leaves, right, Sumail is going to get the chance to catch back up. So how important is it for him to kind of just stay here and continue to make Sumail's life pretty tough?
I guess it'll come down to the call from his allies, right? If Dyrachyo really just says, I'm not getting anything up here, but we might just see BZM stay a little longer in the mid lane and have the rotations come to him to kill Sumail. We shall see which approach it is. We do see Saksa, he's getting some stacks going, as they tend to for the Beastmaster. I believe it was spotted though, so they should be aware of that.
Radiant are scanning.
And they are blocking the secondary one, so GH did place that sentry very early on. Nice mid matchup, yeah, BZM still continuing to have a really, really good time. And I'm wondering what items he ends up going on this one, as we've seen a kind of standard itemization.
A little bit of a surprise, but he has got backup. Saksa heads over, so the two of them will be able to make GH pay. Rage just in time to make sure the Impale doesn't hold him back. Noob and Omar, they're going to be able to push on and maybe chase down Saksa as well, though. He's trying to Firefly up the high ground, but they've got him. Nigma Galaxy, they'll claim the two of them and only lose the one support themselves.
These Eidolons are just proving to be a big problem, and so far, Ghost is not feeling the pressure of that bottom lane at all. He is top farm, chilling, not really under pressure by any means from the Beast or from that Batrider. So the rotations there, they can come naturally from the Lich, even moving toward the mid lane, GH.
Oh, indeed. BZM's got to be careful. These sort of setups next time could trip him up, and Sumail might be set up to get a chance to take him down. I mean, yeah, so far the numbers are close, but overall it does feel that even though Sumail, of course, had the kind of the short straw in the matchup in the mid, he's a little behind. The fact that the side lanes are doing as well as they have been for Nigma Galaxy means that I don't think that Sumail's too upset. He knows he's still got potential to make rotations. Very close to the 6 as well. Of course, will be the big timing if he can get that kind of AoE XP from a creep dying, and there it is. So now he can get in and maybe try and make a play with the Invis Echo setup.
If he shows under the wave, he's dead on Dyrachyo here.
He's not expecting this at all. Is it going to be enough, though? Sumail not quite able to chain lock him down, so Dyrachyo, he'll be able to walk away from that one, and will indeed be sending out a tip straight the way of Sumail.
That is a long cooldown used, and look at this, BZM trying to take opportunity out of it here, moving for the Wisdom. Omar, is he going to be able to prevent him? He does get the stun. BZM might just go down here also. Can he play his way out of it?
He's not getting out of this, surely. So whilst they miss down the kill top, they'll get themselves something else here.
I said it the other day too, we see so many of these Monkey King 7-minute rotation to the Wisdom Rune. Everybody's just starting to read it. They were very prepared there on the side of Nigma. And yeah, Morphling, he's free farming. Enigma having a very, very good start. Even though the Shaker's game got slowed down a little, he's not that far behind anymore of the Monkey King.
Yeah, not at all, yeah. So as soon as Sumail has the Echo back up online again, he can definitely look to try and get involved. And for now, yeah, even with the way that mid went, just the fact that, yes, mid tower didn't take much damage at all.
That wasn't
able to hold the area of the map.
That was a very aggressive waveform.
And he's going to have some TPs coming in. They'll drop the roar on him, but he's getting the backup. Here he goes. Wait for it a second, but BZM with the Boundless and the final slap down will be able to finish off the kill. See if they can dive to tower and chase in for more. 33 looking towards GH. BZM's ready to jump forward, close the gap, and take the Lich down as well, as Tundra able to, as you say, punish that. A little bit of an aggressive move from Ghost in the lane.
This tower, though, very, very much so dead because of that rotation, I would say. Unless they want to go through the portal with BZM, but it doesn't look like it. I imagine the next push forward from Noob will finish it off. Echo back up in 30. But Ghost, he finally does get punished. You still see the difference between him and that other safe laner, though. Dyrachyo, still 1,000 gold behind. So it's going to be a bit of a slower catch-up for him. Did either of them crew go Corrosion yet? Okay. It looks like BZM is going to be the one to do it. I kind of figured he would. Saksa? Was that, it looks like an intentional.
Yeah, it must have been down there, right? Just a quick trip back.
Yep.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Ulti back up very soon.
Top tower has fallen.
The team fight, as we mentioned, for Nigma Galaxy is always going to be crazy strong. When we do see a variety of build too that we coming out from 33. I think we've seen 2 Helm of Overlords in this tournament, mostly Aghanims, but 33 looking to adapt. And I would think that that's just because he wants to pressure more early.
I was going to say, yeah, what do you think is the big decider? Is it
That's
just
what I
that
think,
the timing that you want to try and play for as a team?
Yeah, and also these 2 supports can't suffer a lot when they're playing versus these summons. Lich has gotten better versus these summons as time has gone on, but it can be very problematic for quite a bit of these heroes. Shaker will be better, slightly, because of it, but only slight.
Nonetheless, of course, a very quick timing from 33. Him and Ghost being the 2 on that bottom lane that both got an equal amount out of it.
That is a cool sentry. Guess they just knew that Omar was in the area here. Yeah, and maybe 33 with this Dominator build. It could perhaps also be another thing where it's Dyrachyo communicating, hey, I'm struggling a little bit. I might need some more out of you in this early game as top noob.
Yeah, BZM's got the ramp round, lays down the Wukong's, not a chance for noob to escape or fight back.
All these kills matter. Getting Dyrachyo caught back up.
BZM might see if he can get something more. We get the jump onto Omar, but Omar's got GH by his side. Tundra, can they really chase up to the high ground here? They're going to certainly try. Saxa coming in from the edge as well. They've got the boundless strike down onto Omar. They'll try to put the chain frost down, but the lasso's there to lock down GH. GH will slowly but surely fall.
Sumail gets hit.
And they can look to maybe run him down as well. BZM's in position, jumps in, but the backup, the mass TP's coming in to try and keep Sumail safe. He'll immediately drop the echo. The black hole's there.
Perfect
He's going to get the 2 with them. An easy black hole there for Noob. Catches the 2 big cores. BZM and Dyrachyo to fall.
Great rotations. They all just turn up. Even Ghost comes in for the cleanup. Beautiful moves. Patience from Nigma, waiting for them to overextend. Blink now finished for Sumail.
That's huge.
So he said that the team fight potential that can come out from Nigma, you have to be careful if you're going to overextend. And it's a perfect catch. It's on the 2 main cores.
Yeah. And this is the thing, right, as you were mentioning earlier during the draft, when you look at the heroes that Tundra have, it's pretty difficult for them to play the team fights in a way that, like, at least the majority of situations, 3 people aren't getting caught by these echoes and black holes, right? You've got, obviously the 3 melee cores, and then you've got a hero like a Bat who also wants to kind of get in at the front. You see here, no way out of this, not even jumping out, jumping out of the shaker, but it doesn't matter. The black hole's there, Noob's ready to catch the both of them.
No, definitely going to be some problems in terms of initiating fights until they have like Saxa Blink. Right now, though, ult's on cooldown, so time to go. They don't really have to rely on those as much. It's 2 minutes on this black hole. Echo also down, but there's a Blink for Sumail. GH getting shredded by Whitemon.
That should be an easy one here for Tundra. But Omar might be ultimate and punish. And not quite have to land the full combo onto Whitemon, so Omar actually loses his own life as well for his attempt there to try and get a trade.
This is an exciting game. I mean, constant aggression, 17 kills at this 12-minute mark so far, and we're seeing that's a Orchid build on Whitemon, so that is very interesting. Versus all 3 cores, it is a pretty fantastic Orchid game if he gets it at a good timing.
Absolutely. If he's able to kind of clip even like the Enigma or the Shaker with the silence, even the Lich, right? Stopping one of these heroes getting off their huge team fight ultimate. And it's just one of the things that kind of makes sense, right? On a Veno, you are the support that's naturally going to get this pretty easy increase of gold early on in the game. You buy something impactful like an Orchid, it can really cause multiple issues for the enemy team.
No, absolutely, and they might not expect it really too, because when have you seen a first item 5 position Orchid, Veno, right? And his farm is excellent after those kills. He was actually ahead of Dyrachyo for a moment. A 2K lead now for Tundra just from those 2 moves after punishing the cooldowns, but Earthshaker echoes back up. Doesn't need it here. Give it to Sumail. He has to take it.
He's like, he didn't want messing around, no funny business.
He didn't want him to suicide to neutrals.
Exactly. He had to get the money. He gets it. Now maybe with the group up. They do have Black Hole back in 20 seconds for Noob.
They've got the Chain Frost too, so they have the damage to be able to...
And they've got this information, but at the same time, 33, he's also got a bit of information. Drops down the scan. It does hit, so he knows that this move is likely to be coming in.
14 Wisdom Rune also coming up.
Yeah, you can see how careful 33's being. And now with Sumail starting to show, they know exactly what's up at Tundra, so unlikely to get caught by this. Unless Saxa pushes on a little too far. And he's going to push forward and testing the waters, I guess. 33 is like, yo, Saxon, can you just walk up there for a bit and see what happens?
They may stay.
He's like, thank you.
That's the thing. They might just stay down here. There's a tower they can naturally push and then set up for the Wisdom Rune as well. So we're seeing Tundra look to make their own aggressive move.
Ghost would be a big catch, but it's a difficult catch.
He did wait for him.
He's going to turn with the Boundless, use it against BZM. Ghost standing his ground as he built up the Jingu Mastery. BZM's got his own original Boundless, tried to throw it back. Wait for
Ghost is doing it.
It's just the outplay.
What a play!
I mean, it was a risky move to go for on Tundra. I mean, I feel like Ghost would have to make some pretty big mistakes there to die in that situation, but this isn't the kind of guy to make mistakes. His carry performance has been top tier, keeps his cool, and he just ends up turning and killing him.
That was as composed as I've ever seen somebody be. He did not look concerned at all.
Absolutely not. He's like, guys, what are you doing?
He's like, I'm not locked in here with you. You're locked in here with me. Jingu stacks plus the Vlad's more than enough lifesteal. That was really cool.
Yeah, and not the move from Tundra. If they want to try and do that, they're going to need at least not just those two heroes.
Those are one of those moments that's like it's a super clutch play at a super important time too. It's because they're the momentum is bouncing back and forth, and now he's top net worth from that, and he stops a full gank. And I believe they got. Did they get both of the Wisdom Runes? They did not get both, but either way, they were able to claim theirs. And yeah, huge play. Nope. As the drums, he gets the stun off in time.
Saxa.
He's okay.
Not able to close in on him. TP's coming in, Samel's ready to back Noob up, and now Tundra, they've got to be careful down here.
This is not the start I would say that Tundra wanted to have. This Lifestealer is quite broke still. Morphling is nearing crazy.
He was ready for that one, Duracho.
Chain Frost also, GH.
He might die.
The summons.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage here coming out from them as 33 will look to chase GH down. He's going to try for the TP. Not going to make it. 33 clips him with the axes.
Duracho.
He's ready.
Insane. His carries are on point.
Yeah, he had his finger ready to just slam it down on the Rage.
And now Noob.
They could look to go for another potential. He's going to try for the TP out, but the lasso's out.
Oh, the neutral.
What? A neutral?
Well, it happens.
Oh, that, and a neutral gets him. A little unfortunate there for Tundra.
Well, Tundra strike back, again, at a pretty ideal time, too.
Here we go. We'll see that once more.
I mean, this was so well played.
Yeah, gets that Jingu built up. He's got that little bit of life still to keep him more than fine against BZM. And at this point, a second round of the Jingu stacking up for BZM, not in time to save himself. And indeed, as you can imagine and see, Nigma Galaxy behind the scenes there, very pumped up about
BZM?
These moves that they're coming out with. Can they burst it?
Doesn't look like it.
Not going to be able to do that.
I believe Omar's vendetta ended.
He's going to go for the Spike Carapace TP out. And I tell you what, that's the Orchid reveal, and it didn't do a whole lot. Nobody dies to it. So now, Omar lives, and they also know that this Orchid's now in the game from White Mom.
And Ghost, because he survives getting this kill top also, now he has Manta, so he has a Dispel as well to deal with that Orchid.
It's difficult to try and gank him.
It really is.
It's not going to be easy for them to try and shut down this morph. Ghost has had a brilliant lane. As we saw, they make like one attempt towards him. He keeps his cool. From this point onwards, like Tundra, they've got to come up with some master plan to try and slow this morphling down.
Absolutely. You see them itemizing for it, though. BZM doing a bit of an adaptation in his build. We've seen mostly just the Maelstrom, but when you do want to go for this Diffusal, it's pretty much exclusively versus the morphling, right, to try to shut him down. So that's what they want to do, but Ghost is not shut down at all. He is cruising through this game. He's in an ideal spot. Tundra gonna look to accelerate pace, probably go for the Roshan and force a fight. Echo Slam still gonna be on cooldown, and now actually it's up in 5 seconds, but the Radiance is finished, and they might just be able to kill it with these two and keep 3 heroes on the map.
Nigma Galaxy is definitely going to be interested in bringing the action towards them.
Echo is back up.
Can they get the opening? They can. This time, not a chance for the Rage. Execute Duracio cleanly. Of course, the space still there for Tundra to finish the Roche. They'll get the Aegis on 33. But this is the thing, obviously, with that Radiance build, there's always going to be that a little bit of a counterplay available from Omar.
They instantly smoked too. They didn't have to use Echo Slam. They did not have to use it.
They've still got the big spells. The fact that there is an Aegis on Tundra, I don't think Nigma Galaxy care too much. They'll happily look to take a fight into it. They're feeling pretty strong right now.
And they're instantly swinging. They want to get a bigger target than the Bat Rider, but they might just have to settle for Saxa. The bounce actually goes to 33.
It does. It's still going to get the job done. It's enough for them to kill Saxa. 33. He's thinking about turning. He's got BZM at the start. They're dropping the balance of the roll straight away, looking to focus down Samel, and they'll get him. Samel to fall. Omar cannot escape either. And now the chase continues potentially. BZM considering going up to the high ground, but they don't quite have vision there. Doesn't want to run blindly in, knows that the black hole threat is there. So they'll hold back. They get 2 very quick kills though. Ghost He's still not afraid to show himself down on this lane. Noob still in the wings waiting to back him up if necessary.
They got the most ideal target they could there, right? The fact that Sumail shows first and they get the roar on him, that's everything. If they don't see Sumail, they probably have to be a bit more hesitant to go for it. So we'll be able to punish that. A 3K lead for them, but as we said, this Morphling's net worth is crazy.
Yeah, the Morph is, Ghost is exactly where he wants to be at this point of the game, and if not ahead of what you would wish for, as this is a very, very good timings here from the Morph carry.
Yeah, as soon as Sumail shows, you see that they're like, okay, wait, we can actually probably go onto this Earthshaker, and yeah, exactly what happens.
Absolutely, 33 definitely making that call.
And, you know, I was mentioning a little bit about the threat of the Wukongs versus the Enigma. You could see that Noob, he's like, wait, do I actually want to go up in Black Hole? Even though he's built a Vanguard, he still is very concerned of walking into Wukong. And have to always point out, of course, Ghost, since he has this core-to-core matchup, we'll always have to see him being able to get the Rage off as well in a lot of fights, so it is very strong for him. Even into double BKB piercing disables. Tundra starting to get a good amount of momentum again here. Even though that farm separation is there between the Lifestealer and the Morphling, they have hindered that Enigma and Earthshaker a lot in these last few moments. And using that momentum with the blink on Saksa, they want to try to steal this Tormentor and get a big kill.
Ghost and GH are around. They'll just go for the quick grab. With GH gone, I mean, do Nigma Galaxy still want to try and keep this Tormentor under their control? It's 33. She's going to walk up, start doing it. I mean, Nigma Galaxy, they've got to do something soon if they want to try and interrupt this. Noob. Underneath the tower, BZM jumps in aggressively. They have the Malefice. Noob is going to use the Black Hole. It's a brilliant one. He gets all the three of them underneath the tower. Duratio will finally be able to finish off the kill, but he dies straight. The impale from Amar lines up onto the two of them. I mean, the fight is just handed to Nigma Galaxy. They'll say, sure, we'll take it. We'll take them twice.
I mean, it's the dream for them.
Matter. They'll kill him again.
Was this Ghost gets an ultra kill. It's beautiful, but they handed it to them.
They really did. They just walked in. They really wanted the Tormentor. They do get it, but it cost them the entire team. That's not a good trade.
It was so split, the decision-making, right? Looks like 33's like, I'm going Tormentor, and the rest of the team's like, we're diving the Enigma.
We'll see it again here. I mean, Noob's like, well, you know what?
Look at the side.
I might as well just black hole these guys.
Of course. I mean, they all jumped inside of it, and they don't have a way to cancel this black hole if he's committing for that Tormentor. I mean, Ghost will take that all day.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I guess, Tundra, they just really wanted that Tormentor, folks.
I guess so. And now they give up a complete team wipe, their Aegis, and a Wisdom Rune, an ultra kill to Ghost.
Oh, I mean, they needed to shut down this Morph, and it's ended up basically the exact opposite has been happening in this game.
Yep.
Each of these moves, it's just been given more and more to Ghost. He's 7-1 and 2.
They kind of handed that on a silver platter to him. Committing onto that Enigma. Maybe they didn't expect that Noob was going to be so tanky with this Crimson build that he has gone for, but either way, they were just so split on their decision-making. They get punished massively, and now big momentum that Nigma's got in their way. Even though that gold lead shows 3K, that doesn't matter at all.
No.
Morphling is
that's the thing, you're right. As a team ahead at this point, 22 minutes in,
doesn't matter.
It's the Morph. They haven't been able to answer him, and each and every moment that passes, any sort of possible answer, it's just looking to be further and further away from any sort of reality of being able to take Ghost down.
They're just smoking continuously. They're also going to be back up pretty soon since they got that big fight win to be able to recover these in those last few moments. BZM.
Omar.
He's ready for him.
He is. Spike Carapace.
Solo kill.
It's an easy one for Omar. He'll be immediately sending the tip out, and there it is.
Look at that gold. 750 and how much XP as well? 1,600 XP for Omar. Up to level 13 off of it. And looks like he's going to take a page out of what we saw from Crit the other day, right? The Aeon disc build, Caps coming in early on to bait some plays. Great moves. Sumail shows himself bottom. Does throw the scan out, so he's aware of them below.
Yeah, Duratio considering if he can make a play with Saxa there.
That's a beautiful game so far. 32 kills total, even though that gold lead, as we said, for Tundra.
They have the gold lead, but it's just, is it enough?
Doesn't feel like it with Ghost being this farmed right now. Sumail also now has his BKB finish, so he's got easier liberty to be able to go in and out of the fights.
I mean, in terms of itemization, is there anything that Tundra could be looking towards that will allow them to...
I mean, BKBs. At least BKB for the Monkey
You
King,
think you're getting the BKBs and you're just trying to eliminate everything around the morph and then looking to deal with him last? Like, what's the game plan in the team fights?
Exactly. I think if you can isolate him, that's your best option.
Yeah.
It's either burst him immediately, which is quite unlucky with this draft, or you isolate him and then go for it. But you have to be very careful because of how much team fight Nigma has. And at this point now, Noob, he is quite a bit tankier going for this build. Since he has this Crimson build, it's a bit of an adaptation towards the Monkey King. And Omar constantly getting this scout off. Does see Saksa.
Saksa, obviously with that sentry earlier, knows that it's likely that Omar is sweeping this way for him.
I would say the next two big timings for Tundra, it is that BKB on the Monkey King and the Roche fight. I think that's ideally what they want to look for, because if they give a Roche to Nigma and this Morphling gets that, I don't know if Ghost is going to die.
We've seen Tundra, of course, overcome some challenging situations in the past, and killing this morph, killing Ghost's morph, it's going to be quite the one for them to tackle. Can they do it?
I mean, they are getting a lot of farm on them.
They are. The split farm, as you can see, the 3 cores evenly progressing.
And the supports are scaling, too, so can't always laugh at that when Whitemon's starting to get this farm, so is Saksa. So extra things to contribute in these fights.
Yeah, it really is just that
it's the
morph, and this absolutely is a hero that carries games, even from these positions where you're behind as a team, if he is that far ahead. In this game, Ghost, he absolutely is that far ahead.
Not even just in gold, right? He's almost level 20 as well. So he's got like 2 levels or 3 levels ahead of the Lifestealer at this point. And do have to, of course, factor in that he has this morph duration talent, so he's going to be turning into one of these strong cores. Either the Monkey King or the Lifestealer are fantastic targets for him. And then he's going to have Frost Shield behind him. So that damage mitigation versus some of this physical could be too problematic. As Sox again caught.
Omar doing his best, really, to just get to Saxa's head. We've seen Saxa be able to set up in some areas of the map with the sentries, but of course the map's pretty huge. Can't set up everywhere without invis detection.
GH in a pretty dangerous position here. But he's got Ghost behind, but they're actually eyeing Ghost.
They can play. They get him with the opening. Duracho put the rage. He'll jump into the creep just in time to get away. The Chain Frost ends up popping the creep, though. So Duracho just has to continue to get the hell out of there.
That was a pretty cool attempt there. They are still flanking behind, but Duracho has to heal.
Yeah, it's a dangerous spot on the map now for Tundra. Even though they've got pretty good information, they know what Nigma Galaxy's turned up to this area with. I don't know if they can fight Nigma Galaxy head on, despite the fact they've got this gold lead.
I don't think I've ever seen that ward that we just saw placed there. That is a pretty cool one. I've seen it more to the left, more to the right to avoid the cliff, avoiding these sentry spots, but that one is very unique. Gotta give some very good information. As we know, Tundra is looking to just farm up the map. I think that's what Nigma is starting to realize. Okay, you want to play the farm game, we'll just keep getting these catches with Omar, and we'll keep progressing with Ghost.
And he's going to get it easier now, right? That was the goal to sort of get his Blink Dagger.
Does happen.
So Saxa's life, it just got that much harder.
Saxa's life
just get to play his game against this Nyx assassin that's going to be constantly aware of him.
Either getting him on the initial catch or getting him when he goes for the initiation. If Saxa's not careful, you blink lasso a target, the Nyx blinks carapaces, he can stop that aggression, so. I think we're kicking off to a pretty awesome mid-game in a few moments here.
Yeah, next timing likely to be the Roche. We'll see it back up in 1 minute and 20 seconds.
And BZM, he does have the BKB finished. And 33 almost has an Aghanims, so he's continuing to get that progression and scaling. I think that he's knowing that he has to scale quite a bit here on this Beastmaster too. They are scaling on 5 heroes on the side of Tundra, so.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Definitely likely to see both teams get more active here in these final moments of the night time.
Seconds.
They're going to know that Roche will be up very shortly.
Who's got the better scout for right now? I mean, Saksa, 33 is just cutting creep waves, it looks like, with his dragon. And the Eidolons are actually the ones that are going to be scouting the Roche pit. So Nigma might get awareness of that Roche first. If they get a Roche on with this Morphling, it's going to be pretty huge.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Denying that away from the Lifestealer. And the farm, though, as we see, it is continuing to grow in favor of Tundra during this downtime because of how fast the 2 supports in particular farm, really. These two supports are 2 of the fastest farming supports in the game.
Middle tower is under attack.
Amplified damage rune as well for the next fight.
That's a big one.
They'll grab it. They'll make their way over, but the Roshan is up in 5 seconds. And
They've got,
with the Morph, they can take it down pretty quickly, Nigma Galaxy.
They've got like quad item timing that just hit for Tundra too. They've got an Aghanims, I think, for 33.
I don't know if they get here in time, Tundra.
They're pretty close.
It's going down quick, though.
Can they make it?
Half HP on the Roche. Tundra's got to make a jump soon.
Duracho leading the charge.
Still with plenty of time on the amplified damage rune. He's going to try and move him, but Sumail's him with the blink out. They'll back off from the Roche Ghost. He'll turn, use the rage against Duracho to try and stand his ground. They get some information. They know how low Roche is now. And they know how important it is to really try and push this fight here, Tundra.
Oh, this is straight chaos. BZM.
He's in for the side, but they catch him! GH instantly! He gets him with the blink and the pullback, and now they can try and turn forward. The Black locking down Duracho. Ghost is bringing in the damage. Duracho a full double kill for Ghost, and now turn towards BZM. BZM trying to stand his ground with the BKB and the Wukong's mind. They've got the silence in, and the Ghost. Saxa locks down Ghost. They bring down the Morph, and now Tundra with the Morph gone. They can chase Nigma Galaxy for the rest of their lineup. GH will be left behind. Sumail able to TP out in the trees. Won't be able to stop that. They get GH though. Tundra, quick moves. Oh, is it the silence coming in from Whitemon, and then that follow-up lasso perfectly done to finally be able to trip up Ghost in these team fights and take the Roshan.
I mean, the net worth is they have the goal to be able to commit with these buybacks. BZM comes back in, but we're seeing that Duracho, he's done this time and time again. He's not actually the real carry, it feels like. BZM sacrifices his life, and then 33 is actually the one that does the heavy lifting. Comes in with that big roar and big damage for his team.
And we see here, at this point, Nigma Galaxy probably still feel pretty good that level can take down BZM.
Sure.
But then there's the follow-up, perfectly done. So, Saxon not being eliminated to start the fight meant that threat at the lasso, the lockdown was always going to be there to follow up their Orchid silence and allow them to take down Ghost.
This is just really good execution of team fights from Tundra and identifying that they have these buybacks and they have 3 or 4 scaling cores. It's not just Duracho who's dishing out the damage. If he just gets Black Hole by himself, the rest can thrive. That was cool.
An important moment there around that Roshan that with Tundra taking the advantage definitely pushes them now back to a level of a lead at which their lineup it's going to be feeling back in the clear.
Yeah, and Morphling, yes, he's very farmed, but can he do it on his own now is starting to get to that question when everybody is
it's getting more severe.
Tundra. It's getting crazy.
But there's always the potential, of course. They've got the big team fight ults, the huge solo carry. Tundra have to be careful how they continue to play their cards and use this advantage to try and close the game down.
As long as they don't get caught in a multi-Black Hole or multi-Echo Slam, it does look like they can potentially outnumber Ghost in a lot of these fights in terms of just carry potential.
And they're ready to go again here, Tundra.
I mean, 33's build, it really is working out this game, right? Going the early Overlord, then going back for the Aghanims, he's literally a carry at this point. Now they have an Aegis, they have this banner as well. BZM did have to use buyback, but he's got this Aegis coverage, and his next item is a pretty big one once he gets it versus that Morphling as well. If he gets the Scotty, then they're gonna have more and more heal prevention. Didn't get to point it out too for Whitemon. He did take the talent that you see, the 15% health regen reduction. All these little things, they do start to add up when you're playing versus something that's so reliant on that regen.
Ooh, this ward is giving some pretty good information. Seeing if they can do anything with it. They're just setting up the area.
I mean, his progression got completely halted there. He was, what, 6K ahead of the next person? He's only, what, not even an item ahead now at this point. Tundra feeling more confident to be aggressive too. 33. Playing on his own, but they don't seem to be able to go for this catch onto him. Now with this gem on BZM, it's making Omar's life a lot more difficult to just go for these sneaky plays that he was doing before. Really is going to be eyes on those ults, right? If they can land multi-hero ults with either Sumail or Noob, if Ghost is able to get those hits off at this point now. Yeah, as Tundra it's turning into a 5-core draft.
He's got eyes on 33. He's going to be able to find the opening. GH closing in. Chain Frost is out. They get the pullback. They've got the lockdown. 33 still pretty tanky, and he has Glimmer by his side. The Chain Frost is going to bounce elsewhere. The Black Hole completely
goodness gracious!
By Noob, but now Saxa will say, well, it's time to begin the turnaround. Gets in with the lasso onto Noob. Nigma Galaxy had to bail out of this. That's a team fight gone horribly wrong for them.
Horribly, horribly wrong. I mean, 33, a glimmer to walk away versus 3 heroes, and now they might just get 2 more.
Yeah, Tundra can look to clean up more from this. They've got the roar in onto Omar. BZM's Boundless Strike down onto GH. Nigma Galaxy struggling off the back of a huge misplay.
A massive misplay, really. Tundra capitalized, get 3 ultis used. Black Hole whiffs completely. The lead just continues to grow now.
It really does now.
Now it's really mattering.
It does. 15k lead. They can start looking at pressuring the high ground.
Yep. Descotti's finished up for BZM, so he's got that harder counter versus the Morph, and they can potentially just go for this high ground. At 33, this item build. We've been seeing more and more glimmers on core heroes, but this one in particular just clutched it up. Doesn't die, and they just Nigma makes so many mistakes.
Yeah, unfortunate moments there, of course, for Noob. If that black hole connects, likely to have like the follow-up from Sumail and the slam, it could have been a pretty different team fight, Fogged.
It still got off.
Back in action though, BZM, that's the Aegis gone. He's not going to feel too bothered about that. It's probably going to be lost anyway on this attempt on the high ground siege. We'll see how much more they can continue to push for. Everyone back up on Nigma Galaxy. Of course, in terms of timing, they are going to have to wait that little bit until the black hole's back online. 80 seconds still until that one. Tundra, they'll back off now that the Aegis is gone.
They can back up and just keep farming. They know that they progressively farm so much faster during any idle moments. It does feel like the pressure is almost on. Even though Ghost is so farmed, right? It feels like the pressure is actually on Nigma again to try to land those big ultis to turn this game around. Even though Duracio's 1-4 this game, it doesn't matter because of what the rest of his team is doing. And they are looking for this catch opportunity, but this is not the easiest into this position.
Set up for the look at this from Tundra.
Tundra is so ready.
They are so ready to fight here.
Stun on the back, it's on Sumail.
Oh, they get trick up, but the roar, the lasso's there. They lock down Sumail. The damage comes in as he falls. Look at the Impale out towards 33, but again, Nigma Galaxy have to run. This is not the fight to be at. Ghost. Can he do anything magical on his own? I don't think so. The Wukong Smart down. He has to continue to separate himself from the team, but the Boundless is there. BZM closes in upon him. Wait for there for Ghost. Turns towards 33. It's a solid Impale onto Duraccio.
33's alive.
He's caught by the silence. Whitemon perfectly waiting to drop the silence after the mantle was used. They get the big kills. They get the cleanups once more. Tundra, they're taking every team fight now, Fogged.
And we truly see why Tundra is as dominant as they have been in these last couple weeks. Just unbelievable performances. Great read of the map and great target priority. They get right on top of Sumail. Barely gets anything off. They do get a pretty decent, you know, Lich combo there, but they just have too much sustain at this point. They're able to just walk right through it and stick on the targets. It's really problematic now. Where do you go from here now? Ghost, back to back, every single part of his progression is stopped.
Oh, and
Whitemon.
He's quick.
And they're gonna look to strike back instantly. As soon as that Impale misses,
oh, they're going for it.
In.
Omar's got to get out of here. Well, the Vendetta should be able to scuttle away.
I guess he didn't see him there with the gem. Must have been just on the outskirts. Another item picked up, another heal prevention item in particular versus the Morphling.
33 is just massive. They can't go on this Beastmaster. 33 just, he's going to survive for any attempt that they throw at him.
And he's going to kill them. I mean, the damage he's going to start contributing is, I mean, he already has been contributing crazy damage, but this is even more so. 3 different heal prevention abilities now for them versus this Morph who just can't do it on his own.
Absolutely.
They need the
At this point, it is so hard. So hard for Nigma Galaxy. The early stages of the game, it looked like they were going to be able to set this up for sort of to be just Ghost playground in order to take over the game as the Morph. But Tundra, in the second half of this match, they have just completely shut them down and are just outplaying Nigma Galaxy on all fronts.
Yep. Just beautiful team fights. Omar.
Noob is in. I'll hesitate for now. The Roar's going to come out onto Noob. They'll kill Saxa off, but they're going to lose likely both supports, at least for it. Indeed, Omar and GH are taken down by Duraccio. Omar's going to cover the buyback.
Okay.
Don't know if there's more fight to be had in. Noob's still hovering around. Sumail.
33 just gets out again, the glimmer.
Yeah, Noob's blinking him, but
Noob!
Doesn't really want to do a black hole here. It's risky. It looks like he's going to be all right. It does have the teammates behind him, and Tundra won't try and look to fight on themselves. They're happy with taking sort of the quick trade between the supports, poking out a buyback from Nigma Galaxy.
I mean, phenomenal shot calling again there from Tundra. Just don't need to push the envelope there, get this extra kill. They forced a buyback from the Nyx. They can back up and just continue get that farm growth, right? 22,000 lead just continues to grow and grow.
And it's the pressure's on for Noob, right? I can imagine when you're playing an Enigma in this sort of game, you've had one sort of situation where the black hole went pretty wrong. It's gonna get to you a bit, right? You've got to lock back in and try your best to still find these opportunities to get the big catches. And it's not easy.
No, and it's harder and harder, right? As the game progressed, once they started getting these blinks on the BKB piercing disables, right? That's why he didn't want to go for the BKB. They had all the answers for it, so he's just gone for this kind of aura adaptation build, but it hasn't been able to really work out for him. Besides that very early start where we saw the Crimson doing a little bit of work. Tundra just really identifying exactly who to go for in every single one of the fights and how they want to take the fights. That buyback top from BZM was pretty crucial to everything.
It was, and it was instant as well.
It was.
As soon as he dies, he was straight back in on that fight. BZM. It's perfectly played by him.
And that's where that that farm really comes into play, right? They were just splitting up, keeping that farm increasing, even though Ghost was so big.
If they could sneak a Roche,
just don't kill it that fast now. At this point.
They don't. And Tundra is not too far away. I mean, Nigma Galaxy, they have to take these sort of risks now, being as far behind as you know as they are. They will find 33. Can they take him down? The lasso's down on the Noob. Saxa finds the Enigma as Noob's gone.
Ghost is gone.
They have to run here, Nigma Galaxy. GH will desperately throw out Chain Frost, but it'll basically do nothing at all.
I don't think you can give 33 Beastmaster, guys. I don't know.
He's been chilling this game.
He's too good at this hero.
He's making it look pretty easy.
He just literally walked in versus 5 heroes with an infested Lifestealer inside of him, and they pretty much killed everybody with it. Wow. Tundra.
Yeah, we'll check it again.
Look at him.
It's like, at that point, they see him at the top around the Twin Gate. It's kind of like they feel they have to go for him, but at the same time, you know that when they're doing that, there's going to be that pretty large amount of doubt within them being like, are we actually going to kill this man?
Full ags now for Monkey King, getting it from the Roche. Now they can go for that push. 35,000 lead. Everyone now surpassing that Morphling.
Yeah, the net worths are looking pretty insane at this point.
They're just preventing them really from getting any of those big combos off. There's no big wombo combo team fight at all with the way that Tundra's approaching the team fights.
Yeah, if they push this kind of safely, not get caught in the AoE, Noob's going to get jumped. The Roar's there. Noob, he's gone. No buyback available for him. He's out for 50 seconds.
These guys are good. This Tundra team, they really know how to play against pretty much any of these drafts, even if they are playing versus a quote-unquote Morphling that can outscale.
Yeah,
they know
the fact that those kind of early couple of blunders just were completely irrelevant in the big picture. And they were, pretty crazy blunders as well earlier, losing these solo kills in the early play to Ghost, giving him an ultra kill at the tier 2. But now we're at this point, it just didn't matter at all, Fog.
It really didn't. Remember that Tormentor play?
Oh, that's an Echo Slam.
Well, they'll get Dyrachyo.
Okay.
But as you said, he's kind of the fake carry in this game.
Yeah, the rest of Tundra are kind of chilling, taking out the barracks. Can they punish another hero here, Nigma Galaxy?
They'll be able to at least push them off of the racks.
I mean, it's something. Yeah,
but there's only a little left.
It's kept the game going.
Triple melee racks is still alive. The Venom Wards won't be able to finish them off either, so they keep it going.
Well, they'll live to see another day.
Wow, they really split up that damage on the triple melee racks. Saxa, double blinks.
Not able to get the Boundless down in time. Might just be able to continue to chase here. Able to get the connection with the Boundless. And
now it's a little dangerous,
and get Galed.
Yeah, he does not want to continue pushing forward there. 50 seconds, still no Dyrachyo, but...
I mean, it's got to be... This is the window you have to work with, right? You finally found a situation where there's at least one of the cores of Tundra dead for around a minute. You do have the black hole. They desperately want to find something in Nigma Galaxy.
But some of these heroes just feel unkillable, right? BZM and 33 in particular just don't feel like you have an option to kill them. Lasso, it'll find Omar.
That's him gone. No buyback, still on cooldown.
And they have to actually address their bottom lane since those creeps are pushing in, so Sumail will show himself and Dyrachyo will be coming back in 20. It's crazy how this game has gotten to a 1,000 per minute.
Yeah, this has turned out to be actually a pretty big masterclass here from Tundra.
It really is, and they get the catch.
And it continues.
Wow.
No buyback. We're spending up on the gold there, Ghost. Hyperstone in the backpack as he was trying to finish off that Bloodthorn. Seeing that, they're going to know that there's a high likelihood that he's not going to be turning up for the defense for the next 70 seconds. So Tundra,
they're all inning.
They can be ready to go for the killing blow.
Oh yeah, look at this Monkey King. He sees a Lich.
And it's gone. Now he does have buyback at least, GH, so he can get back in. They'll have the ultimates. You know, the Chain Frost, the Slam.
But they don't have the Morphling.
But they don't have the morph, and at this point, those 3 ults, I don't know if they get like 5-man everything with those.
It still won't matter.
I don't think it's killing them, folk.
Nope, not anymore by any means. Not for quite some time, as we've seen the last 15 minutes be absolutely dominant from Tundra.
Yeah, this game really to go from like kind of 0 to 100 for them pretty dramatically. Omar able to get the catch on a Saxa.
All about that Roche fight top, right? Just with the buybacks, having that extra gold to be able to throw them out there.
They're going to try one last fight, Nigma Galaxy.
20 seconds, or 25 seconds. Is he going to make it in time?
Omar, how does he want to start this? BZM's already in with the jump. They managed to get the stun and the pullback onto him. The BKB's out in time. BZM backs away and of course still has that Aegis for a minute. As the Chain Frost down. Drescher continue on to the tier 4s. They will have everybody back up here, Nigma Galaxy. Echo Slam and Black Hole at the ready. Aegis, 50 seconds still for BZM.
BZM is just going to keep hitting it. Duracho's going to play in the back to be that save, it looks like. He's now inching forward, gives the infest.
The balance opening, but Omar's going to be in with the stun. They'll try and burst through the Aegis to once, jump forward for Samel. They'll take the Aegis out of the hands of BZM, but Omar's gone. He's dead for a minute. It's down to the 4 of them. Saxa, he's in, gets the grab onto Samel, drags him out of the side, but Samel's able to get the BKB off. Noob still holding with the threat at the Black Hole.
No get caught.
But they've got the detection. 33's in with the Raw. They lock down Noob. They'll be able to take down the Enigma. This game, it's over. The buybacks are not going to be coming in now, and they can even consider a bit of fountain diving if they want to. I might be forced to. A little bit of a pullback onto BZM. They're into the fountain. There we go. Some fountain kills to top it off as they take down GH and get the victory here. Tundra, 52k gold lead to close this one up, Fogged.
A true masterclass, really. All it took was decision-making and patience for that one fight. They were building up the lead. Even though Ghost was, 5k or so ahead of the next potential person at that moment, it didn't matter.
It really didn't.
They just used the buybacks. They baited BZM. The Black Hole was only on 1, and then Tundra, like you said, a masterclass really from there.
Yeah, this was some pretty terrifying stuff from Tundra. And yeah, I mean, you said it, we can say it again. Just this 33 Beastmaster, 11, 1, and 18.
What was his damage numbers, too? It doesn't even look that crazy, right? He did 21,000. Everybody actually did about 21,000, 28 on BZM, but the team effort from Tundra, that's unbelievable.
Absolutely. It just that whole second half, just how quickly they just took over everything and just completely crushed any of the dreams of Nigma Galaxy in this game 1. Tundra, they take the first game of this series.
Well, it is only game 1, and that is good for all the Nigma Galaxy fans out there. They have the potential to come back in game 2 and even maybe a game number 3 here. But let's break it down. Game 1, Tundra, the lineup they secured for themselves, T, and just what they were able to do with it.
Yeah, it was really obnoxious to play into, right? Like when we think about the layers of their fight, right? You got to try and jump a lifestealer. He's got the rage to combo break. If you do get him, then you got the Bat Rider to get the lasso on top of that to kind of extend the fight. Beastmaster is just super tanky, annoying in the front lane. I don't know, just like the whole concept of Tundra of just scaling, annoying pressure, and for Nigma, it kind of felt like, due to the early game mistakes, it was kind of Ghost versus the world. Like, can they get the fight so Morphling can do the damage? Like, is there going to be a Black Hole? Will there be a slam? It didn't really come a couple times, at least with the Enigma. The Noob, unfortunately, wasn't able to kind of step up into the game and hit a couple of the bigger clutch Black Holes they required. But yeah, Tundra just putting so much pressure on the game.
There was still some really good early game, I'd say, misery from the side of Nigma Galaxy that made it feel very close here, right? We saw that the 20-minute fight, I would say, was the main one where it's like, this easily could have snowballed to be a quicker game or a quicker loss for Nigma Galaxy, but they were really on top of this rotation Tundra liked to do at the 20-minute mark to take enemy Tormentor.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Nigma's draft it looked better, actually, if you think about it overall. Like, you have the Black Hole against the Lifestealer, you have the Morphling against the Lifestealer, right? You have massive team fight, you don't have an easy way to cancel Black Hole, but it just feels like Dota has changed now that if you can't generate gold fast enough, then you're just gonna fall behind in items, right? You see the Venomancer again, topping all of the other cores. It's only Morphling alone. Like she said, it's Morphling versus the world. We saw it yesterday as well. Ghost is literally trying to 1v5 the game because everybody else has no net worth, right? But Tundra's heroes can all generate so much gold. So the Bat Rider also getting a lot of gold. Venomancer, I feel like Venomancer it looks a little broken. Just the easy access to be able to farm and get whatever items is needed for the game.
So both supports there for Tundra doing well, and then obviously on top of that, the cores that we're talking about, they're getting a lot of gold.
We saw it behind us for a brief second.
We did see Beast pop up there, and it's not just because of the gold, it's not just because it's 33 Beast, but I know you were intrigued by his item build.
No, of course, he's one of the only offlane players buying the Glimmer Cape in the offlane, right? We've got the, it is a beastly Glimmer game, and he did it, right? Like, see here, because he has that third item Glimmer Cape, he's able to combo break, he's able to disengage a little bit. Nigma Galaxy, they're kind of frantic, like, where's the detection goes? Of course, as the game goes later, invisibility is key, right? It's hard to have inventory slots, to have that dust, to have that gem or sentry, and reliably utilize it. And 33 is now, I think it's 5th time now at Blast Slam 2, maybe 4th, that he's purchasing this item. And because he got to combo break earlier, he's now having that chase down, and there's going to be another fight as well on the top side, right, by the twin gate, right? He goes through it, he's here, hey, how we doing, boss? Boom, hits that Glimmer, he's able to turn it around once again. So the core Glimmer Cape, we've seen it in pubs, we've seen it in the Bristlebat Lincoln's build from Dota Sama, we're now seeing it on 33, bleed into competitively, and on the Beastmaster as well. I hear that naturally, with Aghanims and Shivas and BKB, is already very tanky. You put a bit of a magic barrier and invisibility on it, it is going to be silly. And it's a support item. People go, nah, cores can't buy it. Yes, you can. It is so strong on the right heroes, and also for 33. This was his 100th Beastmaster win. The first player in the history of Dota to get 100 competitive wins on Beastmaster. So it's like, it's his best hero. He's buying the good items. He doesn't care. He's first phasing it as well. And yeah, career highlights for sure. Insane player-hero combination.
Yeah, I think there was a time in this game around 10 minutes where it looked pretty bad for Tundra, right? Lifestealer's net worth was really low. He was so far away from Radiance, and Beastmaster was going for the Helmet Overlord build. Usually when you go for this build, you kind of want to be a little bit ahead and then start snowballing from there, right? But yeah, they managed to pull it off. I mean, it also speaks to how experienced 33 is on this hero. He just manages to make it work. Also, buying drums is also something we don't see that much. I think very cool build from him. And again, I agree. The Glimmer Cape on the late game Glimmer Cape is
it just works.
It looks like a broken item.
I mean, Noob tried it as well, right? On the Enigma, like he was struggling a little bit. He sees that, wait, you're doing something pretty cool. I'm just going to steal that mid game. Didn't work out, but he tried.
But it also is a bit lazy to not have dust on your heroes, because it seems to be. It's kind of a, it's been a thing for a while, right? I feel like it should develop to the point where you drop that Wraith Band for dust on Morphling, right?
Is this your PSA that cores should carry dust? Is that what you're saying, Misery?
Yeah.
It's a shocking revelation. We've been asking for years now. We've been asking for years.
As a support, it is nice to hear you guys say it, all right? It's not so much when it comes from me, but when you guys say it.
Sorry, just to ruin the fun here, we're all support players here. We all,
No, but I'm saying, you guys have more pull than me.
We'll try.
Well, look, it's important. Invis, clearly a strategy that is winning a lot of people games. Is going to be able to win them this series, though it is only game number 1. We're going to jump to a short break. On the other side, it is game 2. We're back here, our first best of 3 for today. Tundra up against Nigma Galaxy. And Tundra, they just put on a show. It was close for, I want to say, about the first 25 to 30 minutes. It felt like at any point, either team could have broken the game open. But in that later part, Missouri, Morph, Ghost on Morph, he was doing a lot. He was up there in net worth. It felt like he was staying competitive. But on the other cores within Nigma Galaxy, the impact wasn't the same at what we could have expected or what we'd seen them do yesterday when they won that series.
Yeah, so something we talked about just in the break here is that I feel like why Tundra are so strong and Falcons, for example, are so strong is that they're so good at playing the macro game, getting so much net worth on all their heroes, getting important items, where I think that's where Nigma falls a little bit behind in these games. We saw it yesterday too, with Ghost being all alone on top and everybody else are struggling to get their next item. So I think moving forward for Nigma, I think it would be really important for them to start thinking more about the scaling, getting items. Maybe, yeah, just like we saw the Nyx Assassin having a 20-minute Dagon, pretty slow, right? We also saw yesterday with Sumail Magnus struggling to get the BKB. So I think that's something that Nigma's gonna have to overcome playing against Tundra, playing against potentially Falcons, or if they make it to the grand final. And that's why I think at least.
But also, like, with their heroes, when you have, like, Noob, I think he's only played, like, 2 or 3 Enigma games competitively. Like, it's not his, like, bristleback where if a mistake happens, he instantly knows, like, natural instinct, what do I need to do to fix my game? Like, he is playing a hero that is maybe not so seasoned on. And then you have Sumo, where his early rotations, he tries to kill top lifestealer, he then doesn't full combo, he gets rage. He then goes bottom, tries to go for a blink jump onto the lifestealer, the Black Dragon from the Beastmaster scouts him out, he hits rage again. So the 2 big kind of entries to the game for Sumo. In a losing matchup to the Monkey King, he failed. So it's like your Shaker loses mid lane, doesn't kill top, doesn't kill bot.
Yeah.
Where's his game? It's kind of, you're now waiting. And then Enigma, it's like, sure, you get a couple early kills, you get some clutch black holes to fix the game, but then when the mid to late game happens, he starts missing his black holes.
That's to follow up on that. I think that's when you make this type of small mistakes on Shaker, that's where your item choices become very important, right?
Yes.
And we see him going for this Kaya Sanch. We saw it yesterday as well, and I just don't really know what's wrong with the Aghanims on Earth Shaker, right? What's wrong with potentially a Shadow Blade, like maybe even a Glimmer Cape? Like, who knows, right? Like, I feel like his item build is a bit questionable, especially when you are in a game where you're not snowballing, and because, like, obviously when you're ahead you can kind of do whatever you want, right? But when your net worth is every gold matters, then your item choices become more crucial.
I feel like the amount of times I see, like, the Kaya makes sense for a bit of damage, you get a bit more mana, the regen, like, but then it's the completing of it. Often I'm like, well, maybe if it was a Linken's instead, or if you accelerated yourself towards the BKB or another, like, utility item, it would feel better. It's like fully investing in the item. If you're, like you're saying, if you're not winning the game, it's probably the easiest item in any inventory to question, right? A Yasha Kaya, a Sanj Kaya.
What ended up happening with Enigma's item build too is that he actually went for this very crucial and clutch Crimson Guard that won them that top tier 2 fight. But then it's like, he keeps buying more support items. He buys the Force Staff, he buys the Boots of Bearing, and then all his net worth is going.
There's a Glimmer as well, yeah.
There's a Glimmer as well, so he doesn't end up having BKB. His Blink is very late, and then when you look over at the supports, they don't have any support items. There's a Blink on Lich and a Shard. There's a Dagon on Nyx, so they have no supporting items. Going over a little bit to the first point I made about this game is that you look at Tundra's heroes, they have so much net worth as their supports. We saw also Snaking play this Venomancer yesterday, how he buys literally all support items in the game for his team, right? So I think that's a very important aspect of this as well.
But it's also draft-wise, you are picking the Shaker, and then after Shaker gets picked, it's a Lifestealer who has Rage, a Venomancer who can farm the jungle, be tanky, and then a Batrider as well. Like, this is not a Shaker that he's going to blink, slam, and break the game. He jumps in, he doesn't kill Lifestealer, and then he's gooed up by the Veno, he's lassoed by the Batrider. So it's like, it's an early Shaker pick to then lose the lane, to then not overperform in the position, right? Like, I don't think they need to change their draft. It's more, if they are drafting like this, respect the fact that you will have to put more resources. Like, the reason why the early Shaker pick worked yesterday was Oma rotated mid on the Bounty Hunter, and he broke the lane. But Satsu was the first one to do it in this game. He goes mid on Batrider, Monkey's already 10 CS up, and killing the Shaker, right? Like, it's just really small things that offset it, and I think the teams have quite similar characteristics, where if they get that early lead, they're going to suddenly have all core scaling, but of course, Tundra made the moves.
Also, to follow up on that, is like the way Nigma played that game was as if they could get out once they got in.
That's impressive, though. Like, they're down 10k, they're still making the first move,
but
right?
my point is that if they had played it differently, where they realized if Shaker blinks in, he's stuck in there. If Nyx shows himself, he's stuck. He's gonna get slow. He's gonna
You just want
die.
the Agnes on Shaker, don't
No,
you?
what I want is to maybe play behind Morphling, because at 20 minutes, 25 minutes, the Morphling was actually unkillable, right? So if he's the one showing himself, if he's the one tanking spells, then that's where the options open up for the Enigma, for the Shaker to actually cast their spells properly. So yeah.
They've loved putting Smail's hero as the one that they are opening a second phase with. That's the one that they like to pick up a little bit more. And I'm a bit surprised because I always thought that, you know, maybe you want to leave that mid matchup till later. So they're favoring something like the Shaker and the Mag, these big team fights, making sure it doesn't get banned out or taken by the other team. I'm not too sure if you want to overcorrect, if that's the direction you want to change at all for it.
I don't mind them picking Smail's hero kind of early, because it gives them the last pick for Noob, which has been very effective. It also gave them this really good Morphling pick. So I think it's not a bad thing for them. It seems like Sumail wants to play these heroes regardless. So I think it's they should keep doing that.
Yeah.
But what happens if he kills the lifesteal at the top? What if he hits the blink bottom and gets the kill, right?
Yeah.
That's a completely different game. So draft, sure, we can change that in hindsight, but also the play could be 5% better, and now they're in a much better position.
The most important thing is that their play gets pushed 10-15% up, and then we have a very competitive game.
I'm sure Kuro, he stepped in after this game number 1. He was like, guys, I fully believe everything you were doing. And I'm sure he mentioned those things that we just talked about there. And who knows exactly what we're going to see in our second draft. But I do know it is ready for us. So let's get on into it.
Okay, me and T were just arguing about who gets to stand on which side, so I'm looking forward to arguing with you about the draft as well. Let's have lots of contrary opinions.
Okay, who's going to win this game?
I don't know. Nigma are going to win. I'm going to go really hard on that in the draft, and you have to go really hard on Tundra.
Fair enough. I guess I'm forced to do this. Luckily, Tundra won the first game, so it won't be that hard.
All right.
Good luck with your attempt of selling the Nigma playbook.
Okay, I think that the last game was quite close in a lot of different ways, so I could definitely, at least it wasn't a stomp. If it was a stomp, I would have to cope really hard, but I thought it was pretty decent.
It was one of those games where Tundra obviously showed why they can win tournaments and are winning tournaments, but then you kind of feel like there is like a couple changes from Nigma, and it's gonna be a close game. Like, it's not like I'm watching this going, oh, okay, it's a 2-0. Like, if they can, during the break, if Croaky can step up, get the correct little kind of words, Sumail, don't worry, man, you can hit that slam. Noob, it's okay, black hole, it's a spell you don't have to hit. You know, if they can do this, then boom, game 2.
Why are you...
Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, let's swap it around. I love Tundra. Okay, so here we go. 33 got the first pick Beastmaster last game, and it looks like they have the option to completely run it back. We do have the same pick order. Last pick for Tundra. I assume they picked the Nyx first because they thought it was just really effective and useful, and they knew that by banning the Bristleback, or having Bristle banned and having what was it banned? Doom was banned? Yeah.
Yep.
That he's probably just going to take this beast. So it felt like Nigma planned for this, and this is what they wanted the draft to look like at this stage in the game.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, the change is they banned the Monkey King and not the Ricky this time. So there's a slight change, enough on that is what's going to happen, right? When you lose a game and there's enough talking points from it where you're not just stomped in 20 minutes, you're going to be able to make that one little tweak to the draft to ensure the next game is going to feel better, right? And maybe they still want to go for the casual Shaker and all this stuff. So we'll see overall. I like the fact that Nigma are confident and they're not overreacting to that first game. But respect the Beastmaster again. 33. He is now I think he's now got 4 more games than Skylark, who used to be the most kind of seasoned Beastmaster player.
Esports, turn to
It is insane how many games 33 has on this hero.
Yeah, it's pretty devastating when a player can open the draft with their hero and only die 1 time in the entire game.
It's a bit OP.
Yeah, it's a little bit OP. I mean, this was the same thing that Yackle brothers were saying. In their interviews, they was explaining that Beastmaster just seems so broken and you can put it in multiple roles, but I mean, you don't need to do that when you got 33. And the amount of builds that he does have, like first of all, the drums of Slum are so powerful, right? They enable your Roshan, they enable your fighting, they enable you to farm. It's so good, but you can also like vary your skill build to adjust to multiple lanes. So it's not ever so simple as countering this hero anymore, especially with, as we've seen many years now, the ability to stack this triangle for him and allow him to get that farm is just, it feels like Beast always has something to fall back on.
And now with the Riki pick, we already saw how difficult it was to kill a Beastmaster when he had the Shiva's BKB and a Glimmer Cape. Now try and put a smoke screen on top of that. When you have the evasion on the Beastmaster, it's going to be very difficult with the natural playstyle of 33. It's the reason why I think the Riki looks so good on them. Not only, yes, the deep vision, the invisibility, the map play, but just in the team fights, trying to move the fight away from the smoke screen to a new location. It's actually kind of difficult.
Oh, I love this a lot. The Elder Titan is a hero that we have seen Tundra playing, actually. So Nigma take it for themselves here. It's really, really damn strong in lane. I think that you're gonna give Ghost here a really good time just by having this Elder Titan exist. Like the deconstruction facet, it allows him to do so much more damage in the lane. You don't even need to have like these massive jungle stacks to get it off.
I mean, it also helps the fact that we praised Nigma a lot on how good they were at team fights, right? It felt like they were one of the best team fight teams. Unfortunately, after that previous game, it maybe not holds any true that longer, but you know, ET, Magnus, Nyx, like Nyx goes scout, Mag go grabs, ET with the like you mentioned, the aura is like, it's OP, right? It's like if you ever get that one chance, you're gonna break that combination. And in lane,
well, this is the thing, right? Are they going to be able to use ET here to dominate the lane? Are they going to make sure that Beastmaster doesn't have that good time? Like if they can force him out the lane, give him a horrible time, control Tundra's Ancients and not let them just stack up triangle and recover that way, then you could be putting yourself in a good spot.
This is a good pick because I think Nigma Galaxy could have easily set themselves up for a gyrocopter, right? Normally a gyrocopter, you want some type of accelerant with it, a Solar Crest Bio or Alacrity from Invoker, an IO, but ET as well can do that, right? With the mixed damage that you have. So you pick the Morphling, you're preventing the gyrocopter pick from Nigma Galaxy. They'll have to think of a different solution to deal with the Beastmaster lane.
Do you want to take a bet? Do you think Morphling will die this game to a Nyx ult?
Oh.
Just the first attack.
Just the only the first
attack, yeah.
No Dagon, nothing else.
No.
Wow. What? Okay. No.
No? Okay, I'll take the yes.
Okay.
I've just seen it happen enough times. It's really funny.
Oh wait, it's the Ratio. Oh, can I change?
No, you committed.
I've committed.
That's crazy. Oh, all right. So,
Abaddon. What? This is like it's kind of like an old school lane, right? The Abaddon, the Morphling, right? You go to low HP, you get a Miscoil, you heal them up.
Yeah.
I kind of like it. It's refreshing. It's just a nod to the past. But when we think about the team fight of Nigma Galaxy, then yeah, it's going to feel good. The combo break again. It's how do you kill a core right now? That you jump a Morphling, Ricky's gonna save them with the evasion, Aven's gonna heal them or shield them, and then Beastmaster's gonna roar you. So if Morphling gets to like Manta, like Vlad's Kanda, maybe even a BKB and can stand into and hit towers, you really need to get around them and get to the backline. But the backline, you don't kill an Abaddon and you don't see a Ricky. This is really obnoxious when Tundra gets some farm.
Yeah, every kind of point of like offense and defense looks good where you have, like, you can never protect someone who gets roared if they are smokescreened by Ricky with Shard. You can't protect them, you can't lowest them, you can't do anything really. Your supports are not defensive enough with any save.
But they are relatively low damage, right? Their lanes are strong because you know Ricky can set up the lane for Beastmaster, Abaddon will keep Morphling healthy and farming. But they don't really like sweep across the map and make big moves. Like if Beast doesn't have a game, let's say he's pressured by the ET and PA, maybe dies once, has to farm, then mid lane does everything. BZM's mid pick needs to be all the early tempo. Hence why the Invoker ban from Nigma is very good. That is I think the lifeline to Tundra feeling good in this game is BZM getting that correct mid pick. And he does have last pick in the draft, so he will get the kind of the mid counter matchup. Most likely he already knows he's playing into Magnus though.
Yeah, I think you're right, especially about this ET PA lane. Like this should be devastating for Beastmaster. You need Ricky to do so much. If this is Ricky Abaddon support duo, you're playing with two supports that really don't have that much setup. Like Ricky's gonna give you vision, right? He needs to get a diffusal blade to have a slow or do anything that way. You don't have anyone with a natural blink right now on Tundra until Beastmaster later past the Ags and so on can get one. So no one's gonna be jumping off of the vision that you're giving
10 seconds remaining.
you don't have stuns here.
Team banned.
I think that Tundra potentially have a lot of awkwardness, and if you are playing a dual melee lane into an ET, that is already devastating. On top of that, PA with the Blink Strike is going to have so much kill threat on them alongside the ET damage. Like, this is a terrifying safe lane. Terrifying. And I don't know if you can even pull the waves into these two heroes.
5 seconds remaining.
Going back to mid lane picks again for Tundra a little bit is just for early map play. Pangolier, Earth Spirit, these are the heroes at least that come to mind. Earth Spirit brings the, you buy Shiva, so you have a bit of tankiness against PA, you can get early Blade Mail and combo break that way. The Pangolier is just rolling thunder and team fight. Again, they're going to have more information before I pick it. We do need to talk about noobs here just a little bit. The Dawnbreaker is banned. Bristol's already gone from their own bans. What does noob want to play here? Ideally, a hero that just soaks up a little bit of the fight would be quite good. Again, I like Tidehunter, honestly, for Nigma. You know, it's a good lane against Morphling and Baden. You're just going to out-CS them completely. It's another front line to deal with the Beastmaster. The... what is it? Of the Deep? What is it? What, Anchor of the Deep? I can't remember what shard's called. It's such a long
Just
name.
call it Anchor.
Anchor, yeah.
Heavy Anchor.
There we go. That heavy Anchor. I think, yeah, I feel like Tide is the premium for me right now. It gives so much life to Magnus and ET. Nyx can leave the lane when Tide gets to like level 3 if he wants to, and just go gank and secure the mid that we want to. Yeah, no, I like Tide. I've sold myself on Tide.
You sold yourself on Tide? Okay, well, I've sold myself on Night Stalker.
Ooh, okay.
I don't,
yeah.
I don't know how well it's going to do in the lane. Like, Night Stalker does have pretty decent base damage to contest Morphling, but I do really love when they're able to get a blink and they're able to like make Morph's life hard. And then on top of that, you are able to get your shot and you can deal with the Beastmaster summons.
No, yeah. I can see it. And then on top of that, we're both describing like obnoxious off lanes, and Centaur also with Stampede. You just run away from the Ricky Cloud. You can't click your ally, but you can still Stampede. Like there's so many different there's so many. But
Left, right, what the hell?
Out of left field.
What the hell? Where did this guy come from?
All right, it's just mag off lane.
Sure.
I was so excited. These off lane, we were cooking some off lane by the way.
Honestly, we should be drafting.
No, we should. Yeah, no, if they get eliminated, you know, yeah, come on. What is
Leshrac,
this?
oh my gosh. Okay. Oh, I don't.
Sumo Leshrac, right?
That is okay. Yeah. Okay, never mind. I'm resold on it.
You're resold, right? Some iconic player-hero combination.
Yeah, like my initial reaction is, oh, we're playing into like Ricky. Lesh is pretty squishy. It's really easy for them to bust him. But then I hear some male Leshrac, and I'm drawn back in.
So dramatic. The music's not even started yet. We don't have to do the hype part yet.
Okay, my bad. Sorry about that.
No
I mean, it's just hard because I guess Abaddon cannot save every single stun. Right now, you've given yourself like Nyx stun, RP, sleep from Elder Titan, and Lesh. Like they have so much control on Nigma that I think it is actually becoming overwhelming for Tundra to deal with.
But will he go for the facet that allows him to take towers, or the one that does more damage? Because in this type of game, I think taking towers and setting additional momentum could be really good, right? But it's a little bit uncharacteristic, right? I'm not even going to try and pronounce these facets. They're way too convoluted. I think it was development stuff, but I think facet choice for me for Leshrac is going to be really key. It will show a lot about their logic, and at the moment, he is just going for the more damage. Misanthropy? Yeah, I think that's how you pronounce it.
What, BZM's playing Morphling?
Yeah, mid-Morphling.
Okay. All right, yeah. Do I love that? Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
I was waiting to see if you were convinced or not.
Yeah,
but
I guess. I mean, it's just a little...
out.
Yeah, I like the white one last pick Venom. This hero seems really obnoxious every time I've seen it. Obviously, you're playing into a PA, like the longer this game goes. I think when I've seen Venom, he's gotten so much net worth. It is really nice. He can protect himself. You're able to buy like a Lotus Elf. You're able to give yourself armor through items to support your team. So he'll probably be difficult to kill, but it's still, you're playing a hero that notoriously can be run down. And Nigma, like watching them last game, you know, with this Nyx assassin, you have a lot of ways to buzz, a lot of ways to jump, for a lot of damage, a lot of stuns, a lot of fight.
I mean, it could be the repeat of the last game, right? Tundra with the ultra tankiness that they're gonna have. Killing a Morphling, that's difficult. Killing an Abaddon, that's difficult. Killing a Beastmaster, that's pretty difficult.
Yeah.
A 20k net worth Venom monster that we saw from Snake King when he played it on Falcons, that's pretty difficult. Ricky, he's invisible. That's invincible, right?
Oh, you're right.
Lineup,
I didn't even think about that.
It's so hard to kill. So for Nigma, it's gonna have to be good lanes, momentum, find the first Roshan, find the enemy heroes, get the kills, because if not, I am expecting a Tundra 2-0. It's all on Nigma. They have to do everything to win this game.
It's time to find out if Nigma Galaxy can hold on here at Blast Slam 2 or if Tundra is going to be able to knock them out here with a 2-0. Fogged. Got some exciting stuff coming out of this draft. We're getting Samael bringing back his Leshrac. And on the side of Tundra, we're going to get to see potentially BZM popping off with his pretty signature. So you can see the Grandmaster tier mid Morphling.
Absolutely, and we do get, of course, a 33 Beastmaster again. So a similar kind of style it feels like that they're going for. We said last time it's like a tempo-based thing. They ended up just scaling massively because of how much they were able to farm, even though we saw
it ended up being like one of the biggest gold per minute leads we've seen here at this tournament, and it was like what 50k plus at like a 40-minute game.
Yeah, even though Ghost
Insane
was
numbers.
so massive, the rest of his team started to get pretty overshadowed, and that farm really did start to matter there for Tundra. I mean, yeah, they really just know how to play the map beautifully, and we do truly get to see why they look so good in this patch at the moment. It reminds me of how when Falcons was dominating last year, right? When even if a kill score is like 22-1, you still see them farming so much around the place, and they do have this Venomancer again, which can do that. So looking forward to see how Nigma's going to change the approach this time around, because what I've seen from Sumail when he's played this Lash recently, it's all about early aggression. So it's a bit of a, the rest of his draft, I would say, the PA and the Magnus take some time to come online, but the Elder Titan, the Nyx, and the Leshrac can get a lot done in the early game. Boosting up the magic damage of that Lash, finding those early pickoffs to get the snowball. So looking forward to see how it's going to go down.
Yeah, of course, there we see on the Lesh stats, Samael with a crazy number of games, 88 matches on the Leshrac and a solid 64.4% win rate.
Whitemon does get it in time. They scouted it initially with Saksa walking up on the hill, so...
Yeah, he's having good starts, the games, right? Well, last game he was able to get him with the first blood. This game he gets him with the mid-observer ward taken down. Some good money again for Whitemon to start off the beginning of what will very likely be a very rich Venomancer if that last game was anything to go by. He's able to very much take it over and get that very nice build. The early Orchid timing working out fantastically that time round with some multiple times. Him being there ready to catch Ghost post Manta usage.
He just did so much with, and you can't see so much of it with these little ults that he was getting to catch, but his build, right? Orchid, the pipe, he negated a ton of damage and just got his team to be able to have that crazy lead, play the map beautifully. As we said, even though Ghost was farmed, it ended up not mattering at all. It was him versus the world.
And what do you expect out of the mid matchup with these two? As we're seeing the numbers in the stats, two very much the comfort heroes for both of these players, Samael, Lesh, and BZM Morph. Who gets most out of the lane?
I gotta say, I've never seen a Morph versus a Leshrac in the mid lane. This is a pretty unorthodox one, and it's not. Usually when we used to see even Morph push to the mid lane, now times are different. It was an Agi Morph, right? You'd be able to trade with him. Now he's playing Flow, so I'm not sure.
We might actually be able to get good style now. How many times do we have Morph versus Lesh on this patch in the mid?
I gotta say, in this patch, even in other patches, I feel like when do you see?
Yeah, we'll run some numbers on that.
Yeah.
Apparently it's a difficult stat to find.
It's going to be a hard one for sure.
Our stats man's on it. Anyway, bottom lane.
This is an interesting position of the lane.
Yeah, this is where it is now.
Duracho.
He's got the level 2, able to fight back quite a bit here. And they can continue to hold the lane here. Omar and Noob don't feel that they can poke back in on this.
And Whitemon's charging over to ensure that he can not lose out on two.
Yeah, bring those round for Duracho as best as he can. Or if it's like, oh no, what a shame. I'm a Veno. I can get these creeps instead myself.
That's
what a shame.
Look at him. He's attacking him too. He's like, yeah, don't worry.
I guess I've got to get the last hits here, Duracho. Sorry.
No one saw anything.
Easy farm for White.
Oh, he actually just gives him even a cheeky shield to go contest the CS up ahead.
Nice.
Right?
Yep.
I mean, it ends up being pretty nice there, though, for Nigma, even though you're seeing the CS on the mag is pretty bad. They get the pull behind the tower. They get the side pull as well, and they're going to get another potential creep wave to go under.
And what do you make of this hero? Obviously, one of your favorites, the Elder Titan, coming in hot in this draft for GH. Is this looking like a good ET game? And if so, why are we not seeing more ET from other teams?
It's a player-specific kind of hero. I think you have to have a guy that just really likes to play the ET, because it can falter quite a bit recently, but it is very good with Sumail, right? If they're able to get this type of just bumping up of aggression for Sumail with the amp damage that it can provide, it can be pretty cool. And it's another one of these massive team fight controllers, but that's why I think also we see the Tundra, they went for something like this Abaddon, which can prevent a lot of this team fight control. He can
Ghost might be in trouble here. Okay, he's got the stick charges, but they can chase this down. 33's going to have Axes back up in a second. Ghost able to jump over to the range creep, and it's just enough distance to stop 33 from chasing him down. 33 and Sax are very much bullying these two in this lane.
Good move from GH, though. Catches a couple of these creeps so he doesn't miss out on absolutely everything, but he might die over there. They're constantly getting chased. Ghost again getting clipped.
It's a scary spot for both GH and Ghost there. They're struggling pretty massively here. GH trying to punch back a little bit. The stick charges saving him once again for
the blood grenade.
The blood grenade, that should do it. He ticks out to it. 33 able to find that first blood. He had a fantastic game 1 on the Beastmaster, and it is already continuing here into game 2, Fogged.
It looked like it was a bit of a sacrifice made by GH, right? Like he knew that one of them was going to die. BCM,
he's
got
morphing into
14
the
stick.
strength.
He is morphing down, bottling up, and he'll be able to play around it looks like.
Yeah, he's able to actually just freely TP back to the tower. They weren't able to keep on top of him. They'll throw a tip back out that way, and of course, as the timings go, he's able to go and refill his bottle with the water root. So nice little moves there from BZM to get out of a pretty dangerous situation.
Yeah, very nice little morph situation there. They're getting Duracho under the tower here. He is looking...
He's got Lotus and Stick, and he's got a Photic Shield in a few seconds. Does he want to put the Lotus? He will. Shield's up in a couple of seconds. He's going to be able to get it off.
I think he might.
Shockwave.
Maybe. Yeah.
One more hit. They got him. Takes a fair bit of work, but they will manage to get the kill here, Noob and Omar.
But a decision it looks like that Tundra made to just leave him alone, because Whitemon's having such a good start. He is actually top CS as
I'm telling you, Whitemon's like, dude, after I popped off in that last game, I'm absolutely hitting the jungle. I'm going to just bang out these insane item timings as the Veno. Top CS in the game 5 minutes in. You know, that's the thing. This is one of those patches where I don't even feel bad that the viewers are going to get influenced by this, because jungling Veno,
it's good.
It can be pretty darn good, Fog. He gets so rich and so highly leveled so early on.
He literally will be another core, actually, much earlier than last time.
He's going to be the biggest core. Top
33.
lane, big damage coming out from GH and Ghost, and it's enough. They're able to turn and just stand their ground and punch back against 33.
Saksa trying to trade back, but cannot. GH does hit level 3, so he's got the level 2 spirit coming into play there to punish 33 slightly.
A lot of damage.
But yeah, Whitemon's going to actually move toward Ancient. He's going to be 6 pretty much after this.
He is in his element here, Whitemon.
He truly is.
And, you know, getting this hero through as the last pick after such a phenomenal performance on the Venomancer in the first game, you know, I think he's feeling pretty good from the off at the start of this game, too.
And it feels even better for the Veno this game. Not because he's not playing versus like these Shakers and Blink Cancers, but in particular versus the carry. Just using his ult on a PA is pretty devastating. Omar gets forced back to bases. They will get Duracho under tower.
He's got the shield available, but Sumail's got the follow-up stun. They'll keep him locked underneath the tower. Sumail, with a quick move to join forces with Noob, will be able to take Duracho down once more.
Level 6 on Whitemon. The second level 6 in the game, I believe, or the third.
I mean, if this was a pub game, would the Abaddon be a little upset at the disappearance of his support?
I've seen this. Yeah. I actually saw this even
or
like 5,
is it one of those situations where you can't even be mad as the carrier? Like, well, dude, bro's doing it in the jungle.
I mean, Duracho tends to be the sacrificial lamb, right?
As you say, level 6, Whitemon turns up, slams down an ult in the mid. Sumail's dead.
So early that he's able to do this pressure. And he's just, the thing is too, is he's occupying this area to prevent any farm or stacks to come out for the Magnus, to come out for the Lesh. So it's like this double impact that he's doing.
It does so much. It really does.
That's really nice moves from him.
He's taken over the game already, Whitemon.
Yeah, and Ghost's farm, it's pretty decent still. You know, he is getting something out of top, and it should get better for him up there as it does progress. But yeah, this Venomancer is going to be a huge problem. And even though we did see what Duracho, he's died twice, he's still actually top 2 net worth for his team. So still getting quite a lot out of that laning phase.
Yeah, with the sort of nature of the deaths underneath the tower, they haven't really been in situations where he's missed out on a large amount of creeps.
And he is also getting full XP by himself, right? So Whitemon will get caught. Big pinata.
It is. Nice big burst of gold there for Noobs. He's able to catch Whitemon out with that shockwave.
It's a decent chunk of XP too, besides that gold, since he is so high level. So it does
gonna look for the TP top here, Noob. Maybe see if he can help Ghost make a play. Shockwave pull back on towards 33. The smoke screen gets laid down. He's trying to get the RP angle onto them. He can't quite immediately. The smoke screen will now come to an end, though. Impales there from Omar. They'll be able to kill 33 off once more. Saxa, he wants to try and jump back in and look for Noob. Noob, he's not messing around. Just slams down the RP to lock Saxa in position, ensure that Noob as a hero survives, and they get the kill. A second one for Ghost.
Very nice rotation from Noob. Instantly, as soon as he hits 6 after getting the kill on the Venomancer, makes the move to help out. But Duracho now,
oh, here he comes.
Finish him off.
Oh, blood grenade for GH. He's trying to hold him back, and Sumail's turned up.
He is surrounded. Duracho versus the world.
All right, he's got borrowed time, but 4 heroes upon him. A stun nicely timed as well from Sumail. Going to leave very little options for Duracho to try and retreat. A Photic Shield's back up, but the damage been pumped out by this Leshrac far too much. 33 is going to try and turn for the kill. The stomp comes down. BZM's in with the waveform. He's ready to turn in Lesh himself. Holds him back once more, but
here's
Chase is
Whitemon.
here, swings in from the side. Whitemon jump for it from Saxa. Tundra, they take the fight. They take down all three.
This is one of those Duraccio plays. He forced 5 heroes up there, and then his team gets there in time to clean up. And
it works. You know, it's absolutely seeming to be part of the plan. It doesn't matter at this stage if Duraccio dies like this, as you say, because it's just drawn them into such a situation. And the reality is they just have the perfect backup insurance carry on Whitemon. He's massive, and he's pretty omnipresent in these plays.
And look at this, the classic, okay, I mean, these are different times. 2020, yeah, these are just completely different times of the Morph versus Lesh thing. So, yeah, we've never really gotten to see the Flow Morph versus a Leshrac. So we're going to get to see that showcased here from BZM, how much he can do versus a lot of heroes he can turn into, actually. 4 different heroes that he could thrive off of. Looking forward to see what he's going to be able to do with that. It's a 3K lead very early in this game.
It's building up early here.
Whitemon. Just such a nuisance. He occupied the enemy Ancients for a while.
Now, what are you doing? And
jungle.
who wants to do anything about the Veno?
You can't really just bring one support, right? You're going to have to bring either 2 supports or a core to stop him.
Yeah, so in terms as well as that more flesh stat, yeah, overall in the entirety of Dota 2, it's only ever happened 6 times on LAN where we've ever had a Morph versus Lesh meet in the mid lane.
Pretty cool. I mean, it is pretty unique, you know, it's not something...
Yeah.
It's not an ideal matchup even, right? Like for a Morph, it doesn't sound like it, but it's ended up working out beautifully here so far.
Yeah, BZM's getting fantastic farm and you know, getting involved as well. He's managed to pick up those 3 assists so far out of the 5 kills that Tundra's played for.
Whitemon is just, yeah. He's just doing what he does, right? He's just doing Venomancer things. So, highest last hits.
Yep.
Level 8 as well. And the support's on the side of Nigma. We do see the 6 come out from the Nyx. Does he have a good pairing to be able to look for these kills? Doesn't feel easy with the way that the lanes have kind of played out, with the way that Tundra have shown how they play the map too, right? It's not easy to get multiple kills. You can get one perhaps, but it seems like they always have so many people farming on the map for Tundra.
GS just got to be careful. Trying to draw their attention off the tower, but the tower's already taken. BZM is going to get in aggressively, turning towards the Lesh, try and use their power against them, but Nigma Galaxy, they'll hold themselves under the tier 2. Not able to catch them, but getting the space here. Tundra to take that early tier 1 tower.
Instant TP bottom. Noob, can he play himself out of this one? Gets caught by the stun.
Yeah, BZM continuing to use the remainder of that power at the Lesh against Noob. He'll have to drop the RP, trying to get away from this. We'll have the back of Bomar with an Impale, but Noob, he's not surviving, will still die.
This looks really good versus the Lesh. Just being able to use these spells against him and having this good start. Level 9 as well on BZM. Can Sumail get the angle to catch him off guard? Looks like he should. Punishes him for his greed. Nice stun from Omar.
Yeah, a little bit of something there for Nigma Galaxy. We'll see what they can do with it. They have brought quite the few down onto this bottom lane. See if they can go for the tier 1 as well, or if Tundra will try and set up a team fight and a defense here.
Looking to try to force some reaction to pull the attention away from Ghost. Because Ghost's farm, it's not too shabby either. 5,300 right now. He's looking pretty decent. It's just how farm these supports again. Just like last time, are on the side of Tundra, really making that big difference. And of course, 33 is starting to do his thing, you know. This game, not going to be going down that Dominator route. He's just going to be going for this Aghanim since he's playing versus the Nyx, who can kill it until he's the Overlord.
Yeah, had an insane game last time. 11, 1, and 18. This time they've been able to find him twice, of course, in the laning stage, but not that much has come from that in favor of Nigma Galaxy as they continue to just stand a little bit behind that of the progression here of Tundra.
Yeah, Whitemon slowly trickling to catch up to Lesh. And he's going to go solo. I feel like this could be another one of those games that he could prioritize something like that pipe since he's playing versus Lesh. But that's going to be up to him. Does he actually want to counter the Lesh, or does he just want to prioritize? PA is going to be a bit of an issue. We'll see how Whitemon approaches, because right now that Solar tells me that he is more just worried about the PA Magnus scaling rather than that Lesh. That's Saxa, just giving information. Noob not quite having that Blink Dagger. That's probably the thing that will allow Nigma to accelerate to find some kills, but they're hemorrhaging a lot on the map.
Yeah, Tundra, they're going to find Omar sneaking around. He'll turn with the burst. It's close, not enough to get BZM.
And there's that Axe.
Yeah, quick timing as always from 33.
5K lead this early, and Saxa just doing what he does, just getting the scout. Always giving that information. They have this deep vision to this ward that probably won't get taken out. Maybe now with that courier being killed, but that's a big one. That's the Blink Dagger for Noob. A lot of that early game.
They needed that.
I mean, that early game, they do kind of rely on him having that blink early on.
If they don't have the chance of him getting that set up for a big RP play in the next couple of minutes, it's just going to make it even easier for Tundra to just continue to grow this early advantage. 33, of course, straight into the pit. He's got very little to worry about.
Yep. He's even got the Duracho that can come over there next to him. Ghost, he's got the Battle Fury, so his farm will progress, but it feels like the pace of the game is going to accelerate quite fast here for Tundra. Can he get the steal? Looks like Omar might just be able to do so. So double Wisdom Runes. They are going to get away with that, but they do end up giving up the Roche, of course. Unlikely that they can even contest it, so.
Yeah, super early 14-minute Roche from 33.
We've seen him do this before. 7K lead now for them. Just knowing how to distribute that farm beautifully. And Whitemon, he's about to start surpassing two of these cars.
Absolutely. He's going to be surpassing the cores even on his own team. He's getting that much farm here as the Veno.
And he is doing the pipe build, so he's going to counteract the Lash. He's got the Solar to assist a lot versus the PA. I mean, he might even surpass the Duracho pretty early in this one, too. BZM has the Phylactery done, has an amp damage. Omar trying to find some kill opportunities here. Without the blink on Noob, it is hard for them to find any kill here right now. Once they've got that picked up on him, then they can look to pair up a little more, but just looking to ensure the game slows down so that Ghost can get space. But Ghost cannot do it alone. We saw that last game.
This game, this situation, like how difficult of a match is it to carry as a PA?
He's got the PA Magnus. He's got the better high ground defense in particular, but it almost feels similar to that last time. Maybe slightly better this time. Actually, I don't know, because he had so much fun the last time. Never mind.
I guess the real sort of concern is that it's a match, right? If 33 is able to find the roar upon him, not a lot that can be done to save him.
No.
They don't sort of have any measures to get him out if he does get caught by that initiation from 33.
I mean, even if when Soxa gets the shard too, they can even itemize to potentially save him. But if they just commit, as Nyx gets caught, the sentry's there. Omar goes down.
Another freebie for Tundra.
Noob does have his Blink Dagger. The courier did respawn, but they're unable to take opportunity of it.
It's got to be something huge with this first RP coming in.
But it's into an Aegis, so you have to pick and choose your battle.
And who do you go for?
It's a good question. It's a lot of core heroes.
Well, a lot of ways for Tundra to react if you are the ones jumping into them right now with how much of an early game advantage Tundra managed to build up.
And Sumail, he's found again.
Yeah. He's going to try and turn down his ground against BZM. Sweet little man to dodge from BZM makes it look easy.
Bottom, they can't even kill Soxa. He puts the smoke screen on top of himself. Sorry, that was mid, but ends up just smoke screening on top of himself and he survives. Again, Tundra just masterclassing the map as the Venomancer just continues to grow. He's ahead of Duracho. He's catching up the Ghost.
He wants to get that top spot, Whitemon.
Will he be able to surpass 33?
That's the real game. That's the real challenge for him here today.
That's the gold challenge. Right now he's at the silver, but can he break the gold challenge? We'll have to see. And BZM opting to also go for Eternal Shroud. I mean, it feels good because you get that extra mana that constantly comes in besides having the extra resist versus the Leshrac.
Yeah, especially when you're able to get it this fast.
Yeah. 8,000 lead. I mean, yeah, just like last time, they're getting that crazy lead in terms of gold, but also this time Ghost doesn't have that big benefit that he had last time when he was just ahead and able to actually get these trade fights.
No, not at all.
PA. He's take more time.
Yeah, as you can see, he's just amongst the net worth of not 3, but 4 of Tundra's members.
And Whitemon, I mean, it's beside, again, just having to point this out, it's also the levels. It's not just his farm. He's keeping up in levels with all these cores.
Of course.
It's about to be 14 as well with those cores. He will lose his courier.
Just get complete freedom to sweep across the map and go camp to camp. And that's the thing as well, like the amount of farm that he's getting, it's not like it's hindering the farm that his cores are getting because of the overall map control of Tundra. Tundra, they've got enough control and space to be doing this and farming on 4 cores effectively.
Yeah, I mean, Sox is literally just, he's being a walking ward and eventually, right? As Omar will be able to play himself out of this one.
33 was maybe still considering if he could catch him on the escape.
Yeah, Tundra just, I mean, they're farming, but also it feels like they're applying more pressure since Nigma's not able to find opportunities to get kills, and Sumail is just, he's pretty frail at this point. He does go for a Glimmer, which could potentially save him in these upcoming moments, but his HP pool, this Lash is incredibly fragile if he gets caught. 1,300 HP.
Maybe looking for some setup around mid. So they want to drop it for Saxa. Saxa, he's very quick with the smoke screen now. Now 33's in with the roar onto Noob. Omar's gone. Noob not going to get that initial opportunity to jump in and go for an RP. He'll try and scare away, but BZM's waiting for him with the adaptive strike. They can dive in for more. Dratcho pulls back GH. Samel will be able to catch the two of them with a stun. We'll keep GH safe. But they're just ever so ready. Yeah, 33 picking up the blink before that fight. Can just walk up as soon as Noob presents himself. He's straight in, and he knows if he gets that roar on him, nothing that can be done to save Noob and give him a chance to fight back and get that RP off.
It just really feels like Nigma can't find anything on the map for themselves, right? Anywhere they go, they're met by this walking ward of Saxa, and that's the second time I believe I saw them go for this gank on him. He ends up getting out, and this time he actually has follow-up. 33 with that blink dagger can just get on Noob, and yeah, there's no way Noob can actually follow up.
It's getting pretty messy.
Yeah, it goes first to the world again, and it did not work last time, especially when they're at a deficit. And that was when he was very farmed. This one he's okay farmed.
It's just not been the case. He's been, at the same level as that, as I say, of the 4 heroes on Tundra.
All right, he's got BKB, but there's BKB piercing disables. So he's going to be that roar. There's always going to be Whitemon. They're going to smoke. Feels like they have to start getting some type of momentum their way.
Yeah, can they find that RP? And even if they do, they have reactions. Duracho on this Abaddon. It's the dream kind of core to be playing against an RP threat.
Yep, ult and shield another target inside with him. So as long as Duracho plays the bait, which he tends to do, could be very difficult for Noob to find that opportunity. If any lineup can do it, it is an RP lineup, but with the way that Tundra's played, they haven't really given opportunity of heroes clumping. Got their Tormentor. GH gets it. Not the greatest one in this game by any means. Sumail.
Yeah, he's not going to mess around, just TP's out.
Too scared.
By the ult. 33 nearly finds him. Noob will drop the RP for 33. 33's pretty deep, and he'll get punished.
I like that one.
It's something. Can they turn this into anything more, Nigma Galaxy? GH trying to lead the charge. The Tundra's still very scary, even just with the 4 of them. GH tries to get the stomp off, but the silence is there. They'll clean him up. Nigma Galaxy, they know it's a little bit of something. Getting that one pick off. Can they turn it into anything more? They'll try for BZM. They'll look for the skewer back. And he's able to waveform back to a safe distance and step away. Saxa jumps back in. Another smoke screen silence onto the 3 of them. They really want to try and chase for more. Ghost, he's going to go for Saxa. Has to put the BKB and step back. As Tundra, they're still more than prepared to fight back if Nigma Galaxy really want to chase into this. The stun will come out. They lock down Omar. Duracho puts the borrowed time here under the tier 2.
Tundra just poking and prodding. They're starting to run low on mana on Whitemon. Nigma does get the respawn. They do have 5 heroes, but they're splitting up. They don't want to keep running into this. The sustain's too high. Everyone's back to full HP. Duracho just healing up his buds.
And it really did just sort of feel like the best they could do in this sort of situation, right? They can RP 33 when he's far away from the rest of the teammates, and killing anyone else after that, that's quite the ordeal here for Nigma Galaxy at this point.
And they were trying. I mean, that was their opportunity to potentially get that next kill because it was just the 4 heroes, no 33. But then 33 respawns, and they just can't actually bring anybody down from that extra heal and sustain. And Tundra, back to business. Everyone's healthy. Everyone's got mana. RP still on cooldown. They're swinging across the map. Top net worth by Ghost. But just difficult for him to commit, especially with BKB cooldown 20 seconds. Hey, SVG's there. Our boy.
And why didn't they include the win rates? They're trying to protect SVG or something. Don't put them win rates, bro. No, I'm sure he's got an excellent win rate.
Top tower getting pressured just by these Venom wards right now. There is a ward behind the tower as well, too. They'll catch Whitemon.
All right. They'll kill him.
Good chunk of money. Sumail gets the last hit.
Holding on to the tier 2. Finding these little opportunities to get a kill here and there. Slowing down a little bit of that lead that Tundra have been growing. Tundra, they'll back off, look to take their Tormentor.
It was a good slowdown of momentum, right? Getting their own Tormentor, getting a kill on 33, getting this follow-up kill.
Yeah, you can see that.
It's halted a good amount there.
Now, where do they go from here? I mean, they do have a PA that's ready to join the fight, right? Ghost with the BKB, the Battle Fury, and the Yasha, and that Empower potential from Noob. RP's back up. They
really
can
is so
look
much.
for smoke plays, Nigma Galaxy. It won't be easy, but they can look to try and get out on the map and catch Tundra off guard.
It's a lot of pressure on Noob this game to get those big RPs, but that's what it tends to be when you have this lineup, right? If you're running a Mag PA and you end up losing in the early game like this, a lot of that emphasis comes onto a Magnus, as they'll find Omar. BZM will snatch the kill.
And not an easy game for Omar to sneak around.
33 doing a similar build as last time. No Overlord as we mentioned, but the Glimmer Cape seems like it's becoming very popular on these core heroes as the last few patches have come in. Well, last few months. Nope.
The skewer back. Can they kill Duracio? 15 seconds until the borrowed time's back up. A little hesitant. It's a dangerous point of the map here around that tier 1 that's still up. So even though the borrowed time wasn't going to be back up, they couldn't push for it.
I mean, Cinder and Set talked about this earlier, but the pre-game panel coming in, sometimes you're just like, is it a bait? Because Duracio just sometimes puts himself out there. They could have probably killed him there, but you don't really know where everyone of Tundra is. So the bait kind of works, and now his team's going to get a Roshan out of it, and he ends up surviving.
33 will take that once more.
Of course, he's the carry.
He certainly is. He's the one going in first.
Ghost only has the 1 death. So he is continuing to get this good farm going for himself, but it's, yeah, the question really is, versus the 4 core.
Is there? Can he carry against 4 carries?
And what's the itemization for White One soon here? Now he's going down Greed, so he is going full auras rather than getting any type of extra disable. BZM off the mark. A smile from him.
Did catch a glimpse there of Sumail sweeping across the sides, actually trying to stay on top of him.
Sumail, heads up TP, does know that something's up.
And they can get back to trying to focus this top tier 2 tower. Look to take these further objectives around this Aegis timing once more from 33.
Yeah, it's back to pressuring, looking to shrink the map versus this PA. Get another catch off guard.
Ghost just trying to do his best to find the safe spots to farm.
Ooh. I mean, Ghost is feeling like he needs to go MKB just because of the smoke screen, it feels like.
It's understandable. They have to just do whatever they can to ensure that if Noob's able to connect the RP, that the follow-up damage will be there to get kills during it.
Yeah. And they do have, I mean, they have follow-up, right? They always have the ET. They have a lot of stun follow-up as long as they can get the connection. Saxa, there's that smoke screen again. His team is
difficult now for Nigma Galaxy. And the roar comes out. They'll get the BKB off beforehand, but it doesn't matter. By looks for it, a lot of physical damage coming in. He'll try and skewer away. He'll turn. And nothing to do here. No chance of being able to find anything if he wanted to put the RP in. At the same time, Duracio is zooming down the river. Ready to push back on both the two of them. Omar and Ghost have to run.
I think that's the 3rd time I've seen Nigma Galaxy try to set up onto a gank on Saxa, and it's turned right onto their faces.
It's just so hard to catch this Riki. Now, Saxa's always ready, knows when they're going to jump, drops that smoke screen down, and at that point, you just can't commit for the play unless you really want to go in and pop BKBs, and even then, it's not necessarily going to work out for you. It's hard.
Now, he's being super annoying. I can't believe he only has the 1 death, too. 3, 1, and 6. He hasn't even shown what... I mean, he has that blade mail queued up the whole game, by the way, on Saxa. Obviously, I wouldn't imagine that he gets that, but just his invisible impact, literally.
Yeah.
The Riki. Walking up, baiting spells, giving information.
I mean, it's a pretty kind of beautifully nasty support duo, right?
It is.
Playing against a stacked Venomancer and a Riki that is just getting into your head.
It's a stacked Venomancer, it's a Riki that's getting in your head, and it's a Duracio Abaddon that's getting in your head, too. Because even if Duracio is not playing Abaddon, he's usually posturing himself incredibly aggressively. And this one, it seems like more than ever. And he hasn't really been... I mean, he's 0-3, but he hasn't been punished as much as some of the games we've seen for him.
Still with some time left here on the Aegis 33, 2 minutes to go. The question is if Tundra want to try and consider pushing up for the high ground.
I would say that Nigma this game, they're not reacting to all the fights as much as they did last time.
They're trying to keep up.
They're actually keeping up in farm, exactly. They're splitting up a little more. I see GH is trying to hit some creeps. Their lineup is about the high ground defense, right? So that is inevitably what they're trying to build toward as it does progress.
Now these fights are going to start getting crazy. You know, BZM's going to be able to do so much with this. You know, Phylactery into Ultramarine build. The moves he can make are pretty crazy.
He could be dipping in and out of the fights constantly.
Yeah, multiple
times. Skewers, yeah, lots of different potential plays that he can do. Level 18, so now he's got the max morph. It's going to be pretty cool to see. Ghost now, again, has a bit of a separation between the cores. Getting that good farm. The MKB, it feels very necessary, though, versus this smoke screen. Trying to finish that up before they go for any next big fight. Sumail almost has Shivas, too, which is going to help a lot versus that Morph.
Amplified damage rune in the bottle, though, as well for BZM.
And they still have, what, 45 seconds on the Aegis?
Yep.
Trying to push forward and get any extra opportunity. Shiva's now finished up for 33.
Just desperately trying to get what they can from the map in Nigma Galaxy. As Tundra start to close in towards the base. Set up as a unit and ready to go for any sort of jump they find the opportunity to do so, whilst Nigma Galaxy try and do their best to stay hidden and out of vision.
Pretty much what the, right, literally stay hidden. The PA just trying to find any opportunity to farm while Omar is scouting out. Anytime they see one or two heroes, though, Nigma is pushing out and trying to get that extra little bit of farm, and Aegis does get reclaimed. How close to the MKB? Still not quite there, and I believe they do see Ghost. They saw him with this ward they have bottom. Saksa already starting to make the move over.
Not at the moment being followed up by the rest of the team. They'll now start to make the move towards the triangle.
See Noob. They see the prime target, that Magnus.
Noob! He's on the cliff. He'll try for the skewer back. He's not going to get it. Now he gets caught by the roll. They're straight on towards Magnus. They'll force him out of safe. Now goes
33.
Goes straight for 33. The crits come through. They take 3 down. Now they're ready to look towards BZM. Big damage coming over the PA. He's dead as well.
Big catch.
And they clean it
That's
up in
4.
Nigma Galaxy, Dracho. He'll go for the borrowed time TP. He'll make it away. But the rest of his team, they get taken down, Fog. There's 4 heroes like that. It's an awkward start for Noob, but I tell you what, it kind of works. Gets up there, gets the vision. The rest of Nigma Galaxy know that they have to turn up for this fight, and they get the job done. A severe punchback at the gold difference. We're now set to even.
It started a little scary for a sec, right? Noob jumps on the high ground blind, but ends up working out. The team gets the follow-up. They get on top of 33. They blow them up so fast with the catch. And that was actually before he had MKB.
It was.
So this choice this time around for Nigma, you could see they weren't like, we need to fight in the mid game. They were splitting up, getting the farm, and now they've gotten themselves in a comfortable position for the fights.
And we'll see this again.
Whenever they have RP.
Yeah, not the expected sort of start of the fight there from Noob on the Magnus, but one that works and sets them up for this kind of 3-man stomp to come in from GH, put them all to sleep, and just set the fight up for Ghost to be able to get from target to target. Him and Sumail laying down the damage.
That was everything. And that was, I believe that was Omar's Force Staff that came into play. Omar's Force, Sumail's Glimmer. Beautiful way to reset the positioning to get that. And now Ghost in a comfortable position this game. This PA, the PA Magnus, it's kicking in.
So much from that fight. Massive jump up in net worth.
Huge swing.
Let's see what Tundra do about this.
And that was, as you said, Tundra, they had the ward vision. They had this opportunity to go for this play. They tried to capitalize on it, but Nigma was very prepared. Great defensive plays. Now, what's the question here for Tundra? Are they going to just look to split farm again? Are they going to look to just catch? Because RP is about to come back up, and Nigma is grouping at the ready for a battle. Now, he does have the MKB now, so he can focus fire any of these targets. Roche will be decided in about 5 seconds.
They're on their way around here.
Saksa.
Setting up around his vision. Sumail closing in. TPs start to come through from Tundra. They're considering taking this fight.
Ghost does eat the ulti.
They have everybody here on Tundra. Everybody here from Nigma Galaxy. Both teams setting up around this potential Roche respawn. 30 seconds until it will be back up. It's soon.
Clash. Who's going to get the better jump? Is the RP going to end up catching? Smoke on smoke.
This fight could be deadly for either side.
Ward is placed.
Who's going to get the information first? There we go. Straight away, they try and get the jump on a Whitemon, and they're able to clean him up quickly. That's Whitemon gone. Does not have buyback available either to be able to try and rejoin the fight. Nice grab. As it's now going to be Duracho in turn, trying to turn towards Noob. Will force the BKB out from the Magnus.
Ghost jumping back in.
Duracho's got the borrowed time at the ready. Not feeling threatened to use it now. Another jump now, a pop it. Back up to full HP as he pops it before the crit comes in from that dagger from Ghost.
Tundra backing away,
Can Ghost dive for more?
He wants to.
He's considering it, but he won't go under the tier 2 quite yet. They can pull back, look towards the Roshan. It is now back in play.
Noob held the RP this whole time. He did have to use his BKB in order to survive, but they're playing beautifully around that vision, that ward that they placed down before the fight.
And they take this down pretty quickly with the damage from Ghost. And Tundra, they're trying to head over, but they are still, of course, without Whitemon for this 10 seconds.
They're going to get it in time. Pretty sure that Nigma's going to be able to finish this Rose before Tundra gets there.
That's that. Ghost claims the Aegis. And Nigma Galaxy, they should be able to get out before any interruption from Tundra. Tundra, they're not able to catch anyone on the retreat. Nigma Galaxy get the benefits of Roshan and get out of there.
Patience is all it takes right now from them, and it's good patience for them to play around their ward, wait for that opportunity to kill, and even something like Whitemon, it makes a difference. Even one hero being removed from that. Which else did they get? So, yeah, Aegis and Cheese. They've got the Refresher Shard on Noob. Not really having enough mana to probably cast all of it just yet, but can look to patiently play inside the fights. And now he actually has a Lincoln, so maybe he does have the mana to be able to go for it. And he's got protection versus the Roar now, which is one of the bigger things that he could have suffered versus. 6,000 lead with the Magnus PA. He has a Satanic now too, Ghost, so he can look to play around kind of essentially 3 lives in a way with this Aegis Satanic BKB. Getting closer and closer to 25 too. And for Tundra, I guess it is just going to be, right, everyone split up and farm, try to catch up in terms of that net worth until they feel comfortable to fight, but that is going to give Ghost to level 25 pretty soon. And when does it
come? I mean, Nigma Galaxy with this Aegis, they're not afraid to step onto Tundra's half of the map once again.
Wondering what the next item timing, maybe the BKB from 33 for it will help a bit, but Saksa.
Still a tricky one to catch.
Will be able to play himself out.
They are hunting the scan. They know which way he went. Noob's going to try and find him. Just going to hide in the trees here, Saksa. Sentry has dropped down, though. GH.
He knows.
Find him. Saksa has got the TP, and as it is, there's no one else nearby to put a stop to that. So Saksa still able to escape.
Information given, right? So splitting up the map, they saw 2-3 heroes chasing him. You see that gold shift a little bit toward Tundra during that time from 6K to 4K. Duracho with a Basher now finished up. And it looks like that is the name of the game for Tundra, is just split up and farm for now. But Nigma Galaxy positioned to look for another pressure play around this top tower. 4 heroes.
Push for the steal, maybe more. I mean, Omar indeed having eyes on Saksa. Look at the opening.
I mean, if Omar feels confident enough to just blink forward like that, and he sees Saksa run, so I think they're definitely identifying that Tundra is not looking to fight.
Oh, what's the plan? Saksa.
Just gonna slow him down.
Trying to. Omar's in with the jump. Full staff away. Saksa will be fine, but the space it's there for Nigma Galaxy. They'll claim the tier 2 top. 2 minutes on the Aegis.
Ghost is very.
I mean, can they push
to 25
for more? You know, how careful are they looking to play it here? If you're Nigma Galaxy, do you try and poke the high ground?
Doesn't look. Maybe they'll fish, right? Fish for some type of skewer play, but poking high ground, not quite yet.
Look at the tier 2 mid as well. As Ghost sweeps over.
Noob.
Seeing if there is any opportunities that do arise here.
Bit difficult versus that Veno. Ghost, what's the call? Does he want to just go in and hit the tower? Looks like he does.
With the Aegis and there's BKB Satanic on top of it all. You can definitely get away with frontlining for a little bit, see what sort of reaction comes out of Tundra.
Dropping the Lesh stuns on top of him also to prevent any move. Smoke screen is very annoying.
We did see Omar head back, see if he could maybe catch BZM there. It was very close, seconds away from maybe even being able to find that interruption.
1 minute left on the Aegis. Some damage onto the tower. But yeah, you can see Tundra just looking to completely avoid the fight. Last time she took a fight, it's been a while, right? I feel like it's been about 10 minutes.
The game slowed down a lot.
I mean, when was the last time they got
14
a
to
kill?
15, 38 minutes in. Ghost, he's in. Looks for Duracho. Be able to get the break off, but Duracho, no hesitation, just actively popping his bomb time. That's him gone one.
That's BKB and Satanic used by him.
Backup is on the way. Tundra, they're going to try and go for it second time around, but Ghost is able to jump over to the safety of Sumail. It's full retreat now here for Ghost. He's considering going back in as he gets buffed up by the Lincolns, but as you say, with the BKB and Satanic on cooldown, it's too risky.
I think he expected to lifesteal a lot more there, but as we've said from the last time, versus the Abaddon, versus this Innate, it completely chunks your healing, right? It's 35% reduced, even versus Satanic, it's a lot. I think he was under effect by Shivas too, so yeah, all that heal reduction, you could see the Satanic did next to nothing. Yeah, the Withering Mist right there. Okay, BKB still at 50 seconds. They do pass him over the Refresher Shard, though, since he doesn't have the Aegis now.
Sure.
Giving him the opportunity of double BKB, double Satanic. And he has hit 25.
Yeah, they can line things up probably for that final tier 2 push down bottom. Nigma Galaxy, Sumail ready to bring the wave around. Tundra, they won't be afraid to fight into this hour, though, that the Aegis threat has been eliminated.
Oh, and Soxa, now he did actually buy this Blade Mail. Since he's playing versus the PA, he's hoping to just get some type of big reflection, I guess.
Okay. Oh, we'll see if something clutch comes out from that, but indeed not something you see being picked up by a rookie every day.
No, or almost ever. Very unique style that he's going for here. Sumail now has a Hex also, which could really trip up and just kill almost anybody if they don't get the BKB off, or even catching BZM. He could just completely address the Morphling.
If they can get some sort of initiation on anyone, they can really get this push going pretty heavily on the bottom lane. Fortification will come out first. Saxa turns up, ready to start giving his presence here for the defense.
Wraparound is coming in.
It is. Seeing if they can maybe catch anyone separate from the rest of the team.
And Duracho's going to be the one to charge. BZM also.
Smoked up Enigma Galaxy.
Omar has the Aeon disc on the north side.
Tundra do have the high ground. They're hitting them as well with the scan, so they know exactly where they are. Enigma Galaxy, they're going to make the move first. I think they catch on to Saxa. Saxa's gone. Directly tries to stand back in. They'll drop the RP, but immediately removed by the borrowed time. Ghost, he jumped in aggressively for this. The Roar's there.
He's roared up.
The BKB up, but the damage is coming through. He's forced to the side. Ghost, he's going to be okay. He's ready to jump back in. Moves over towards 33, tries to push back on towards him. Pops the Refresher shots. He's going to be ready for round 2 of the BKB and Satanic. Pretty early on it.
Oh, he used it very early.
Still though, the Hex is there from Sumail. He's buying time to allow Ghost to move over, close the gap here on BZM, and there's the damage. Jumps forward, they'll get BZM, they'll get Duracho as well.
Huge fight. They kited out 33. 33 actually went left to go address the base, so he got cut off from his allies.
They split them up perfectly there.
And that's without an RP. They literally RP'd pretty much a borrowed time, right? They didn't even need it to be able to take that fight.
Just the ways that Ghost has been able to weave in and out of the fights, and just, Sumail with that Hex pickup and just being able to not only be a very tough target himself to kill with this Glimmer and the Shiva's Guard, but also just having this constant output of damage and being able to split Tundra up completely as he's just in the center of the team fight.
I have to give a lot of credit to Omar too. These 4 staffs, I think that's two super clutch 4 staffs that we've seen so far. First he saves Noob probably on that play over there, and then potentially even saves Ghost here. So big credit to Omar.
As it is, they do have the buybacks, but Tundra, of course, they're going to be hoping for themselves that they don't feel pressured to use them.
I think Ghost now has a Lincoln, so it's a lot harder for 33 to find that opportunity to really get the roar onto him, which it does feel like they need to have on Ghost.
They have to at this point. If this PA is not held in position, Ghost will tear through them all. The mid tower gone. Still a few seconds until Tundra's going to have everyone back up. Noob tries for a cheeky grab, won't get anyone this time, but the space is there for Nigma Galaxy to take down the mid-melee racks.
It doesn't look like Tundra's going to be able to punish that by any means, to immediately back up, reset, RP's back up in 5 seconds, and they can wait on a high ground for the fight. Patience from Nigma this game has been working it beautifully as we see it again.
Straight away, as you said, the early RP doesn't do a lot, but it doesn't matter. The fact that Ghost is kept alive, getting the BKB off before the Roar, getting separated there from the attempts of 33 and Duracho to take him down, it leaves him free to play the fight, and then it doesn't matter how tanky, how much HP you have on this Morphling. Once the PA closes in on you, takes him down in a couple of hits. Big stuff here from Nigma Galaxy. Definitely feeling like they have adapted and improved and kind of changed how they approach the game in game 1 to give themselves that better shot this time. We saw in the early game they were constantly behind, but it never really got more than kind of the 7K right, as opposed to what happened in game 1, where things got very quickly out of control once Tundra did get that momentum. This time round, Nigma Galaxy, they're the ones with a 14K, very healthy lead.
They made sure that they kept getting that big farm, and it's been paying off massively here now as Tundra, the 3-man RP!
Oh, there it is! He finds it! It's a beautiful...
Another one!
The follow-up as well! Noob absolutely smashing it there with his entry into the team fight as they take out the two big ones, 33 and BZM dead.
Noob coming in clutch.
There we go.
Beautiful catch. The two of them, I mean, they were right on top of him. He was like, hello! Instant 3-man RP into a follow-up.
And now they can definitely try and see if they can force out at least maybe the buyback from BZM. We'll see it once more. Doesn't get better than that from Noob.
Tundra just, it's been what, 16 minutes I think since they found a single kill. It's been beautiful from Nigma, just the patience waiting for this Mag PA to get online. You can see how excited they are.
Absolutely. And this is the thing, right, whilst there was definitely some pretty rough moments from Nigma Galaxy in game 1, this performance they're bringing in game 2, this is just what we've been seeing from them in this tournament, right? When it's needed, they just bring it together and they're able to out-execute even the toughest of opponents. Samael. He trapped back by Doraccio. Still without a full line. He might just die.
Dead.
He is. He's gone. He doesn't have buyback.
He bought the blade
He's
now.
1,500 gold short of it.
He spent the gold.
The top Rex is gone. Another grab. Noob. He's in with the skewer back on a Saxa. Another kill for Samael.
They've done it.
The top Rex gone. They'll take the gem themselves and they could keep this push going. As on towards the mid-tier 4s. 1 minute, no Doraccio.
What a game from Nigma. Just such patience, just making sure they keep the farm. And Ghost now at this point, an absolute beast. The full team synergy has hit.
Tier 4s are going down. Tundra, if they got anything left in the tank.
It doesn't matter. Without Doraccio, they're missing quite a bit here. BZM.
Trying to make some sort of play here as the Magnus morphed into it.
It's just
Saxa will expose the buyback here, and there's the jump. They get the skewer back. Can they burst through Ghost? No, the BKB's there. Turns, makes the jump. They'll be able to force 33 back to the safety of the Fountain, but maybe the Fountain's not that safe at all because Ghost enters into it as well with Noob and Samael. They get them team wiped. This game's over. We're going to a game 3, ladies and gentlemen.
A very appropriate one. The first game, it massively became Tundra favored, but this one, Nigma, they just patiently awaited. That gold lead did not matter, and they just smashed it when they saw the opportunity. Super cool plays, little 4-step clutch, little maneuvers, but it all comes out of Noob on that bottom fight when they're 7K behind, gets the catch, little small gains that they took to be able to take over this game. Absolutely.
It just feels massively that this was a situation in which a team that gets knocked down pretty hard in game 1, the adaptation from their game 1 performance to get to, it feels like whatever they discussed between it was absolutely bang on.
Yeah, besides draft, like you mentioned, right? They were just like, they changed their mentality in the game, how they wanted to take this style versus Tundra, and this one worked out.
Well, there we go. With that, the series now stands 1-1 between Nigma Galaxy and Tundra Esports. We're getting a game 3.
That's what everyone has been hoping for here at game number 3 between these two teams. Nigma Galaxy just showing up in the later half of this game number 2, Syndrome. We thought, oh no. Tundra coming in, showing what they've been working on their 3-4 days off, and it's just going to be a 2-way. But no, the tenacity from this team on the side of Nigma Galaxy.
Yeah, I think in some ways this game was kind of similar to game number 1, but I think one of the key differences was once again Tundra run back their Veno and they start building a massive gold advantage. But this time, with the hero combination that Nigma have of the Magnus plus the PA, the fight that they gave them, I believe this is actually the one we're seeing right now. This is the total game-turning moment, which was on Tundra's initiative. So it's easy to kick yourself after this and be like, why did we do that? But when you look at it, they're kind of controlling the map, they're out farming, they're gaining. What if we roll back time to when they went for this fight, and they just don't take it, and they keep farming for 20 minutes? Is that a problem for them? Will Nigma eventually win anyway? Those are the questions. I think after that fight happened, we were all in the green room sitting there like, okay, this is going to game 3. Like that one team fight just felt like, okay, at this point, Nigma are favored, and this is a lineup they don't lose with.
Well, we saw Tundra kind of take a step back and try and, reverse this unfortunate decision that they made and go for the farming a little bit more. They wanted to stall it out a bit, but it felt like Nigma had the perfect read on that Rhea and was like, okay, these guys don't want to farm anymore. Want to keep farming. They don't want to fight anymore. Let's not take it to them. They felt that shift of power, and they were able to take pretty much every fight after that.
feel like it's just the items on their side. They feel comfortable. Nigma's side, they have like items that they feel like they can go fight with. You know, their PA is finally doing enough damage where they can get these kills down. You know, they have the break. They can threaten. I think Tundra's item builds, they're not like giga offensive to stop this PA. Like they don't have a Hex. They don't have like a halberd or anything like that, right? If she does see someone, she can jump for them. And when you're playing with Noob behind you on this Magnus, fighting these amazing RPs that he is, I just felt like they weren't able to really play properly around it, like overextending too much, kind of splitting about too much. Like there's times when I'm like, oh man, Whitemon has such high net worth. Where is he? Oh shit, he just died behind a tower.
Yeah, even the Riki a little bit, we saw that too, right? It's always this weird power dynamic for Invis here, as it feels, where early game, you're just such a nuisance. You're so annoying. Then it feels like they get to play with confidence in this middle part of the game. And then later in the game, you aren't having that same gotcha impact that could happen pre-40 minutes.
Right, that's what's kind of the big shift in this game, is that in a way, ironically, it's the Riki that is farming nothing, that is farming the most because of how much space he's generating on the map. All the other 4 heroes are farming core level farms, including Whitemon, so he's a position 5 that's third on net worth, right? Which is bizarre when you say it out loud, because are you really a 5 then? Riki is the 5 in this game. He's the 6 in this game, just taking nothing and giving everything to the team. But again, that's where it comes back to bite you, is all right, you give them all that space. If anything goes wrong, you don't really have that much to offer necessarily in a game like this, especially when the enemy team get a couple of items, like you mentioned, some key pickups, and when they have more map control and they get to put detection down, Sox is going to get caught. He's going to have to disengage and just retire to base, and then you just lose too much control in the game. So yeah, at the same time, could you fault Tundra for maybe giving Mag PA? Is that a different thing they could have maybe just approached in the draft? Because this has been, you know, one of Nigma's best strategies.
Sure.
Perhaps that was also a way of approaching the game. I'm not sure.
I do think it's rough to say because they got their Beastmaster, right? And they feel so confident in the strategy. And like, if we did look at the first half of the game, it was really clean and very dominant, right? So let's just say they had maybe been more careful about closing it out. Then maybe we aren't talking about that. We're like, oh, well, they had Mag PA, but it was too slow. They couldn't get online on time against the Beastmaster line, you know?
Yeah.
So I don't think the draft was like that bad.
That was a good T-Gov impression, by the way.
No problem, guys. I got it. He's always here with us.
He
Two
is,
Brits in one body.
We could look towards maybe the mid lane, because that one is more interesting. We know BZM loves to play the Morph. That's not the interesting part here. It's the Morph against the Leshrac matchup, mostly because Leshrac, it just isn't being picked up. You know, we don't get to see him played in competitive, so the expectations versus the reality of seeing these mid matchups happen and play out.
My gut feel going into it is that lane is kind of a draw, right? Morphling has better right-click damage for CS, but Leshrac will try to harass you, and every time he bullies you out, he'll get a couple back, and then, well, Morphling, unfortunately for Leshrac, has infinite health, so you keep harassing him, he'll keep regenerating it up, and as a result, they kind of broke even until BZM got the rotation and got some help.
Yeah.
It's fine, I think. I don't feel like Tundra put the Morph mid specifically with the intention of, gotcha, we're gonna destroy Lesh this way. It was more of the way it opened up the map with the Abaddon plans they had. The problem is the build that BZM went for does not counter PA at all.
Yeah.
He had no damage. And that was my concern here is, okay, well, if you're taking all this space on the map and you're getting all this farm, the writing on the wall here is, are we going to lose to Mag PA or not, right? Let's be honest. Those are the threats in that game, is that one combo. Who's itemizing to kill the PA? Morphling had Octarine. I believe the Abaddon had like a couple of... he got an MKB late in the game, right? But Abaddon is not the kind of carry that's going to kill PA. It takes way too long. Killing PA is all about bursting, isolating. You mentioned the Hex. I think that would have been a great approach if they could have got that, and then bursting her down. Morph didn't itemize for that. Maybe if he went a standard carry Morph mid build, that would have worked this game.
Maybe, but then you're still struggling against this ET anyway. I think
that's true.
It's difficult either way because they picked Morph into the ET. I'm assuming because that fits into their draft of what they're trying to protect or cover for themselves. But like, I didn't like the build. I would have liked to have seen him go Hex or something a little bit more utility focused. It felt like in these fights, as soon as they had their items and these ET auras out there, everyone's just kind of exploding to the PA mag, and he couldn't do anything. I didn't really feel the impact of it that much. I wasn't that keen.
What about the Lesh itself? You know, I know we're not going to sit here and be like, oh, he was the shining moment of the draft, but I still want to talk about it because when it came out, it was their last pick, right? That's what they decided to close their draft with, a Lesh, right? Could have been replaced with someone else. Could that have changed the early game or the build specifically on this Lesh and what it did offer them to keep them in this game and ultimately win it?
So I'm trying to wrap my head around what exactly they were angling for with this. I mean, there's obviously player comfort is one thing. This is one of Sumail's best heroes of all time. He has a history on this from many, many years ago. I think maybe Nigma's mindset was with Mag PA, it's kind of slow. We need to be able to weather the storm. So we need something that doesn't need too much farm to have major impact to bridge the gap between minute 10 and minute 30 when our Mag PA is going to win. Something in between that needs to be able to stand its ground and deliver, or at least, if nothing else, be a lightning rod, so PA gets to farm. And that kind of worked. Do I think Lesh was replaceable? Probably. But I don't mind the pick. It also does a lot of damage in RP if you land it, you know? So.
That's true, that's true. It is a pretty sick combo.
Yeah, I liked it. Obviously, early game, I don't think your Lesh is like, okay, I'm going to do way more than like Morph, because Morph was also moving around. Like I saw BZM like rotating to top and so on like that. I like the item build that he's able to go for. I think having this Yules is something that's really nice against a Abaddon, because you're trying to stall out his ult. Like if you put him in that position, it does give them that nice way to take towers and try and take some of the map. And he went for the Hex. The Hex that I like so much, he went for it. Like they were able to control a lot more in the end. They had so many AoE stuns, and like we saw multi-impales, we saw Hexes, we saw stomps, we saw RPs. Like it just felt like towards the end of the game, with all this, Lesh is able to just have all that damage and just put it all out on multiple stun heroes.
Yep. Works well with ET, that's for sure. If you get the fight set up right, he's going to deliver. But obviously, it was scary. Let's be honest. They were down like 7K 15, 20 minutes in. That's generally not a game position that Leshrac tends to win. So it almost felt like they had to get that fight that they got at their tier 2 tower. Unfortunately, they did. I feel like both teams should actually make adjustments based on this game. Sometimes when a team wins, like you're just like, oh, it worked fine, you know, we'll run it back or whatever. I think this is not, let's say this was a best of 11. I don't think the way Nigma is approaching this series is a strategy that's going to win you 6 games, okay? Because, you know, if it was a best of 1, you can cheese out a win or whatever. I guess my point is overall, this is not a reliable way to win games, to fall behind and have to recover like this. And now twice in a row, this Veno has been a problem. So maybe you either solve the Veno through picks or you ban it out. Or you change your playstyle around, because I don't think Tundra are going to slip in the same way again. Similar game position, they're going to play it differently, and you don't want to be on the back foot like that again in the mid game.
But what do you ban?
Well, look, you can ask that question, but we're not going to answer it right now, because before we get into our game number 3 that everyone's waiting for, we do have to go to a break. Welcome back, guys. A game of 3. Nigma Galaxy stepped up in game number 2, and we are blessed with this one. We talked about it. Syndrome, well, at least you did. It was a best of 11 that you threw out there. What is the strategy that's going to win you most of the games? And well, it is only a best of 3, unfortunately, but this is the one that matters. You're either making it to the grand finals off of this game, or you're going to be going home just hitting top 4 and having to be happy with that. Oh, look at you two best buddies over there.
He just grabbed me.
I'm
so told he could.
Wait, I'm casting a huge shadow on your face.
Yeah,
Completely
he just
covering.
blocks out all the light. I literally can't be seen when he stands
That's a
next
great
to me.
metaphor for how I live my life. Yes.
Casting a shadow on everyone?
No, just blocking out all the light.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah, 1 game left in the series. Like I was saying before we went to break, I feel like in this game you want to... I personally would like both teams to make some adjustments, because I think for Nigma, it's not a reliable and safe strategy to play this far from behind and have to find that big fight.
Yeah.
And for the side of Tundra, perhaps you can cement the way you just played both the previous games in a better fashion in the mid game by maybe taking out one other ban in the second phase to stabilize. So
they're going to get a chance to do that. I would have loved to talk to you guys a little bit more about hypotheticals of what we could have seen, just exactly what we've noticed from being able to witness these 2 games, but we don't have time for that. Both of our teams, yeah, I know, right? Both of our teams are ready to jump into this. We already have 10 players in the lobby, so let's get our game number 3 draft.
Arvin v draft. Fuck, I fucked it so hard. Oh wait, let's go again. Arvin RVN draft.
What?
Oh, you had Misery on the panel earlier, and you had the double Danish, and now I'm another ball guy, but I'm not Danish. I tried to introduce it in Danish.
I didn't even understand you were speaking
No! Okay.
The what? The Arvin?
Yeah, I was trying to say tonight we have a draft. Aften har vi en draft.
I aften har vi en draft.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm English, but
you
I
said
tried.
Arvin. I was like, what, is this an ad for some sort of perfume?
It actually was. Don't forget, guys, to go to Blast TV and you'll see all those ads. But yeah, I'm sorry. I tried. I panicked. I was trying to make you feel at home. You are at home.
I feel even more at home now by contrast. I'm like at home, unlike other people in this broadcast.
Well, it's fine. There's about 100 Danish producers, production people now. I mean, I was trying to be nice.
Well, the good news is, T, even though that took a little bit of extra time, the bans and picks are literally the exact same as the previous 2 games. So we didn't really miss anything.
No, of course not. No, that's fine.
And we're still doing the same.
Beastmaster.
All right, so you heard us on panel talk about, okay, Tundra just ran 2 Venos. It got really farmed both games. The difference between game 1 and 2 was you took a bad fight. It happens. Who do you think has more pressure on them to adjust in the draft?
Weirdly enough, I'm going to go towards Nigma. Because I think even though they had the adaptation in game 2 draft, I think going back for it again, the loser always seems to analyze a little bit better. It's like this was the whole, and right now for like Tundra, maybe Magnus is a consideration, right? The fact that in that game 2, it was that kind of clutch RP to give life to the PA. If they don't hit that, I'm going to see Tundra with 20, 30k gold lead and just choke out their opponent, right? So maybe Magnus is that one adaptation.
I think it would be cool to see if Nigma banned Veno here and Tundra banned Mag, but it does not seem to be the case. They'll get rid of the Monkey King. You mentioned Mag. Do you think Magnus is a better ban than PA? Which one is the bigger problem? Because, okay, you can give Nigma their Magnus, but does it really pose as much of a threat if it's with a Ghost on a Morphling or on a Gyro?
Yeah, I think Magnus is a better building block to a draft, right? You pick a Magnus and then it can be mid, it can be offlane.
Yeah,
it also enables any carry to feel good. That Empower, like, let's say you want to pick Lifestealer, right? In a weaker matchup, the Empower gives him a better game, right? Because his lane might be 1. And they still, okay, they banned the Pugner. Last time they went Ricky. This time they just take the PA themselves, okay?
All right, there's the adjustment. Yeah. There's the big one. So this poses a question now for Nigma. Do you go Veno? Not because it's a PA counter, but because now actually the tables have kind of turned in a way, right? Now you can play the Nyx as a Ricky, and you can get away with the Veno.
Yeah.
Kind of do what Tundra did to you in the previous game, but does it work the same when they have the Beastmaster and you, in the previous 2 games, had the big team fight ult slow hero in the offlane with Mag and Enigma?
And this is where, at least I hope for Nigma's sake, they've considered the idea that maybe they just open the phase with the PA. Because if you haven't prepared, now you're going to eat through your reserve time. A Lich Morphling could be an option as well.
Yeah.
Like Lich with the armor, it forces PA to think about the Nullifier. Morphling is one of the few carries that can actually scale into Phantom Assassin. Terrorblade is another option that can both have late game insurance against PA and laning against Beastmaster. It just depends, do they want to lock in their carry now? As there's no flex here. This is not, no, the PA is the carry, the Beast is the off lane.
Do you think Lich is better than ET with what Nigma just pulled off for their team? It's one thing is the theoretical level, the other thing is what are you actually, how do you play as a team and what works for you?
ET Morphling's a classic combination.
Right, and the ET worked well against Beast in the previous game. The reason I'm comparing the two is that in my book, they're two of the best supports to lane into Beast.
Yeah, that's good.
So they are going to opt for this and consider it the more important option. There's some nice synergies between ET and Nyx as well. We didn't really explore that too much, but obviously if you find someone with the Spirit, Nyx can immediately spearhead the attack and just go there and do bonus damage. It gives you multiple ways of scouting. It gives you multiple ways of getting information around the Roche pit, around key objectives like towers when you're pushing. And above all else, it just gives you a crap load of stuns, right? Like the zone control that these two heroes provide together when the lanes work out is really good. I think Elder Titan is a strong hero. His problem is he just isn't good in a lot of lanes. But when you see Beastmaster, you're probably already set, right?
Yeah. But they're still taking a lot of time to consider the next pick. Again, traditionally they've been picking Sumo's hero, but because it's a slightly different draft, then again, the carry being picked here is not really too crazy. We've already mentioned a couple options for that.
What if they don't pick Mag? Ooh. Tundra could pick Mag.
Okay, interesting actually with Tiny. Nigma was one of the few teams a couple months ago in their qualifier runs, they put the Tiny into offlane, right? Because Noob is the mid laner, he moved to offlane. We also saw Falcons in this tournament play the offlane Tiny. So they're kind of keeping their draft alive by picking this Tiny compared to some of our maybe more kind of tunnel visioned options that would really force you into a certain position of draft.
Kanda Tiny does insane damage on ET Spirit. Like,
True.
You can actually burst a hero like PA when she has 2,000 health and she doesn't even get BKB on.
You'll burst anyone. Anyone right now, even if, as long as your carry has some type of jump damage as well, Nyx will find a hero and they're going to disappear. And sure, they go back for the classic, the Warlock, the lane secure against PA. Again, I think teams have slowly understood how to deal with Warlock. Naturally, when you pull that second wave, you have to block the small and the hard camp. You cannot just block one. He will naturally push the wave in and pull that next wave and secure, a free cornucopia for that Phantom Assassin.
This also marks a little bit of a departure from the strategy that Tundra played in the previous two games, right, with their Veno. This is a lot more teamfight centric and a lot less greedy. And maybe they have to do this because they're running a PA and they're worried that PA Veno is a bit too much of a good thing.
But it is something they have done a lot before.
Yes.
So I think they're kind of like waving in and out of wanting to use this strategy. They were one of the first teams to do the Warlock PA in second phase, especially because White One liked the hero quite a lot. But this is just a foundation of our lanes will farm, right? Going for Batrider. Yeah, like these are just really, really strong side lanes. And I think at least we saw that exploited in the first game when Nigma doesn't win their lanes, doesn't at least get a clear path to taking that fight. They can sometimes feel a little bit lost. And
this is not the easiest Batrider game if the lanes don't go well, I have to say. I actually think the Batrider Tiny matchup is double-edged.
But you don't think the lane's good though, top with like the flame break on the ET, he comes to Spirit in, just flame break him away.
Yeah, you can stabilize and you can get Beastmaster game for sure. It's just a matter of, Batrider just has some pitfalls here, right? You have two enemy scouting heroes with ET and Nyx that can find you into the trees and just jump you and kill you. And any of them plus Tiny 100-0s you with a snap of a finger, right? So yes, you needed a hero to enable Beastmaster, and this might be in Tundra's lineup the best option they had for that, but there are downsides, right?
I guess if the scaling, like, I'm trying to think, like, the ABBA carry kind of feels good here. Again, it's like we haven't mentioned too much, but like ABBA carry, then you get to, you don't care about Faderborns, you don't care about Batrider, you don't care about Beast, but then they have a damage issue. But with the ET and the Tiny, maybe they do. And okay, they go for Timbersaw. Noob did like it yesterday against the PA as well, of course. Yeah. Timber PA is a natural lane that goes the way of Timber.
Yeah, this seems like pretty much I'm not going to say a free lane, but the tricky thing here for Tundra is sometimes you really don't want to pick Timber into Bat because it's one of the hero's worst matchups, but the problem is, can you really put Warlock in the other lane?
No. This has to be...
So Warlock has to play in the safe lane, and therefore your Timbersaw knows that he's at the very minimum not laning against Batrider. Because you can't put... I don't think... honestly, theoretically, Warlock Beast top. I don't know, man. I'm not.
Tundra Esports.
I'm intrigued. Okay, they do ban the Morphling. I was like, I'm intrigued to know now, like in this position, Tundra has to show us like what are the best carries against their PA, right? And the Morphling, of course, is banned out. We mentioned that before. I think this is where...
Terrorblade?
Yeah, again, we mentioned the Terrorblade, yeah.
What has Ghost even played in this tournament that's left? It's Gyro?
Can't pick that into PA, I don't think.
I think Gyro is not good this game. Terrorblade is decent, but also still dangerous. The Batrider matchup, the Warlock matchup. Fatal Bonds is actually quite nasty against TB in the mid game. I don't know. There's just not that many. I mean, to me, that's part of the reason why PA is crazy good this patch, is that I just think carry-to-carry matchup-wise, there's just not very many good solutions, so you need to solve for on different positions. They'll still ban the Gyro.
Okay, all right. Well, I think that's a respect towards Timber's going to have a good lane. Imagine if Gyro then had a good lane. It doesn't really matter if PA outscales, because you need to get to the point of outscaling, right? And
could you play Slark this game?
I mean, you can technically play Slark any game. You do have free choice to pick the hero, but I don't like talking about Slark too much. I feel like the hero falls off a lot.
Yeah, he has some interesting utility in this game. The rationale you had behind the Abaddon, Slark has that for himself, but he also has it for his team, similar to the Abaddon and Photic Shield. When you have the Shard, you can protect people from Burst, from Beastmaster, from Batrider.
But then I would lean towards like if we're going that route, I go more like the Lifestealer. Even though there's a Beast and a Batrider, I think it's more like the tankier version with like Radiance.
Unfettered, maybe? Ooh. Unfettered Lifestealer? Yeah. It's not a bad idea. The reason I'm digging so deep that I'm going for Slark is just I'm thinking of Ghost's heroes, like what he generally plays. Bloodseeker.
Bloodseeker into PA, it gives you the fight, it's Radiance, it's Bloodright, it's decent. I don't know why I went so emotive with it, but I think Bloodseeker kind of hits that aggression, the notes that I'm thinking.
Good.
I would have never said Weaver in my life.
Oh, that was interesting. Okay. There is a world where you can play carry Tiny. I don't think that's happening here, because that would force Timbersaw onto mid and Weaver 3, probably. That's a little bit too cute.
I mean,
so we're just assuming it's a Ghost Weaver, right?
Well,
do you think it's carry Tiny? Isn't that a bit too crazy?
It's a little bit crazy. Yeah, no, it's...
I think the matchup against PA isn't nearly as good as when you play.
I think they just want good lane, right? Like that's the key thing. A Weaver into Beastmaster is a good lane. And then the Tiny, you mentioned the Tiny Kanda with the ET, that's your early game damage. The Timbersaw with an early Ags, that's your tank. And Weaver, all you need to do is make sure that you put pressure on Beast to then group up with the rest of the heroes.
The dangerous thing about this is Weaver, generally speaking, its biggest weaknesses is getting single target burst. You're playing against PA plus 2 BKB piercing stuns.
Oh, yeah, this is not a Weaver for the late game.
It's not, and that the problem with that when you consider it is how have Nigma been winning their games? They've won in later portions of mid game into sometimes very late game, sometimes mid-late game. Does it feel realistic, given how this series has gone so far, that Nigma actually win the lanes and get ahead and get to play a carry Weaver that is snowballing?
But also all their fights have been the the Magnus or the Shaker or like the big turnaround clutch play. Like every time we've seen Nigma in that winning position, it's like some hype montage moment. And right now, they don't really have that kind of comeback factor. It's a lot of momentum. Like Timber has to like roll the game. Weaver also has to kind of roll the game.
Do you like Shaker?
I think Shaker just provides that instant lockdown that you want against an elusive hero like Weaver. I think, again, Weaver versus PA. PA is the hero that outscales the Weaver. I think if I'm the Weaver player, I'm worried if it gets to 45 minutes. Yes, Weaver can do a lot of damage, but if there's one stun and a PA, you're going to die. There's a Batrider, there's a Beastmaster, there's a Shaker, there's plenty of tools to kill off this Weaver. So for Nigma going into a game 3 and to kind of put all the cards in, win the early game, win the mid game, that takes some confidence.
Yeah, and if nothing else, what we did say after game 2 was that we would like to see adjustments from both teams. We got it. Like these are some pretty major change-ups that both teams are bringing to the table to try to outwit their opponents, essentially. Some pivots that I think neither team would have expected. I definitely don't think this Weaver was on Tundra's radar in this situation, so they're going to have to adjust to that. But interestingly enough, the Venomancer ending up being completely ignored here in a total pivot for Tundra with the Warlock pick for Whitemon instead, taking a bit of a slower approach.
Can Nigma win 3 lanes and win the game? Because if they do, then they're here, they're back.
And it's
It's time to find out, ladies and gentlemen, which of these two teams will be moving on to the grand finals with this final deciding Game 3 here between Nigma Galaxy and Tundra Esports. Fog, we're at the end of the draft. We're getting something a little bit different here coming in from Nigma Galaxy. They're bringing the Carry Weaver for Ghost. Tundra, on the other side of things, there's no surprises with their lineup, right? It's the bread and butter through and through, ending with the classic BZM Shaker mid.
BZM Shaker mid to give them lockdown that they were kind of lacking versus the Elusive Weaver. The instant lockdown in particular, just they have follow-up with Roar. But they also get this PA Warlock that's been pretty strong in a lot of games. I don't really see this lane lose lately. So that's going to be one they have to go on. I guess we can also say there's a bit of a change of styles from both sides, right? They swapped in a way. Nigma going more for this mid-game tempo kind of draft to set the pace. And Tundra, they have a tempo one, but they also have that crazy late-game scaling from the PA. So let's see how it goes down. Omar.
He's got backup here. Which team's more confident with the first blood attempt? Let's see a four-man Shikuchi pretty much coming in there for Ghost. He goes across the mall, but Omar should be the first.
Huge damage.
They'll chase him down. Duracho finds the first blood. Nigma Galaxy, what can they get in return? GH, big punches, and the tree also flying the way. Duracho allows them to take him down, as well as Ghost finishing off 33. So they might not have got the first blood, Nigma Galaxy, but they will get the majority of the kills, 2 for 1.
The dream for an Elder Titan, a 5-man spirit into beating down a hero. He must have done I think he did the highest damage in that fight. I didn't get the breakdown. There we go. Fight recap shows up. 974 damage from GH on the ET, and they did a similar, actually identical, 2 support picks, and I think the reason was because of the comfort in particular. They're great at scaling as the game progresses, and I think it just comes down to GH being like, I just want to play this ET. It feels good. Good to be able to play early game. It's good to progress later. Looking forward to see it.
Yeah, because with this Carry Weaver coming into play as the last pick, that's what allowed Nigma Galaxy to have this set up bottom, which can actually fare pretty well against the Beastmaster lane.
It could potentially, yeah. This used to be a counter pick versus the Beastmaster times when Weaver was more popular. So we'll see nowadays how it's going to be, since Beastmaster just is so strong, it feels like in any matchup.
GH, they'll take quite the beating here.
They do have the sentry down in lane, so Tundra, they've come prepared. This is something, it's, going back to time when Weaver was picked constantly, this is something that ends up being a battle of. Who's going to have the sentry in the lane as GH? He's
going to have some pretty good damage here as he'll run Saxa down.
They should be able to have him here.
I think they certainly will. Shikuchi forwards, Ghost and GH, they'll find themselves a kill down bottom. Ghost gets the last touch.
Nicely done. Misses a couple last hits for it, but well worth it. As mid lane, we do see BZM versus Sumail having that edge at the moment in the first 2 waves. And he should have a pretty good time in that melee matchup versus the Tiny.
Absolutely, we've seen BZM countless times on the Shaker be able to completely dominate in the 1v1.
Let's see how, let's see how Noob does also up here, because this is a lane where they wanted to position up here because they look at the lane and they're like, he's going to do well. But if he doesn't do well in this lane, that could prove to be a bit problematic for him in terms of the later stages of the game, because they do have a fair bit of damage.
Sure, well, this doesn't strike you as a game where it's going to be easy for the Timber to get to unkillable territory.
No, like we saw that other one the other day that me and you casted that I was like, maybe they do have kill threat, and it turned out to be absolutely no way to kill him. This one, they have natural ones that come into play. The Shaker magical damage becomes overwhelming. Even Batrider and Beast can pose a threat to him, so we'll see how it does progresses. You see 33 having complete free farm in the bottom lane, although Saxa did give his life. He did get pretty much every single one of those last hits.
Yeah, massive difference right now still between him and Ghost, as you say, 11 and 4 against the 6 and 0. So having perfect control of the lane creeps hit on these first couple of waves, 33. Top, yeah, pretty low. It's cool, he's got the Timber chain.
And we had to point out they did show it before, but Noob did go for the Shredder this time rather than going for the Chakram. So for me, that's usually that they want to do a little bit more in the lane, but we'll have to see if that does actually matter. Sumail?
Yeah, was able to head in and got one of the water runes. It's not going to be an easy lane, but those last few waves have allowed him to catch up quite a bit. Now he's got the regen potential out with the wand and the refuel bottle.
The wand really starts that up for him to be able to trade effectively versus BZM, since the spam just keeps coming out.
Yeah, after a rough few first waves, managing to level the playing field a little bit here, Sumail.
Just a little bit. I like watching the mid lane quite a bit here. This is the denies in particular, right? You see 8 right now on BZM. It's going to have a pretty nasty impact. Who ended up getting the, by the way, I actually forgot who got the first blood in particular, sorry. It was Sumail, or...
No, it was Tundra.
It was Tundra, sorry, it was Duracho, so. He got a little bit of extra gold in the matchup in the mid lane, but
sure.
I think, like, that's actually not making a difference. in terms of BZM getting those extra denies.
He's going to actually have a bit of it shut down. They did have the courier coming out with the Band of Elven Skin, but ends up getting sniped on the way to him.
And maybe this, this first blood for Duracho is the thing that's making the difference versus Noob up top. He is struggling on CS. He only has 6 at the moment. They are doing some crazy creep manipulation. We see Omar even dragging some of the secondary wave.
I mean, you did say PA Warlock, right? One of the stronger lanes this patch.
I actually don't remember the last time I saw it lose a lane. It's good that they don't hemorrhage kills, though. It's actually quite important when you're playing versus this Warlock that you don't give him that fast level 6. Because if you give like 2-3 kills in the lane, he hits 6 at 8 minutes. Ooh. The courier.
Both carries getting their courier sniped.
It's a full Falcon blade on the courier, too. They get sniped out, so quite a bit of benefit.
Able to shut down the route that it was trying to take towards him.
And this is one of those games that 33 is going to go for the Overlord. So he feels confident to just be able to put that early aggression. And this early CS is pretty dominant right now from Tundra. The Nyx Assassin has 11, but it's the neutral creeps, and that's kind of what's making it look more even. But right now, Tundra are dominating these lanes.
Well, good knockback bottom there with the flame break. Not enough to allow them to dive the tower, but still just keeping Nigma Galaxy on this bottom lane, GH and Ghost in a situation where they're just not fit to pressure the Beastmaster whatsoever. See there was that out of the 4 most recent games, Ghost has been bringing it out. Won 3 of them.
Okay.
Well, I say, yeah, I guess the recent 2022 we're going back to for some of those. So that's something we see a lot.
He's got stick.
And he's got the Fair Fire as well. Axe's come in. Saxa, he will be able to finish off the kill there as GH ticks out. The pressure starting to build up here from Saxa and 33 quite early on.
Yeah, these lanes, the CS in particular, just continues to be pretty crazy. I'm surprised how low Noobs is. Noob is not able to get much up here. He's still dragging creep waves, but I think he's only gotten 2 or 3 last hits in the last 2 minutes, if I'm not mistaken, on this Timbersaw. So controlling the lane beautifully, and now we're seeing the rotation. PA is kind of being left alone while Whitemon is able to secure the rune onto the mid lane. BZM has hit 6. They've got Fatal Bond.
They want to put focus around this power rune coming in. It's both teams turning their attention towards the spawns.
He's got a stun from Omar. Not going to be able to get the secure, though. Whitemon was there beforehand. And he does get the D ward. Saxa is able to find the Observer ward while also stacking. GH is going to scout the fact that there are stacks, and they always expect the stacks to be there versus the Beast, but full free farm across all 3 lanes for a lineup that scales very well with the PA versus a more mid-game tempo draft from Nigma.
GH could be in trouble here. The balls are upon him. 33 from Saxa will chase him down.
Uh-oh. Nope, the creep though. The mud golems.
A little bit of something. For Enigma Galaxy as the neutral comes in with the deny.
Is that the 4th neutral kill we've had in this series, I think? Maybe more? They really have it out for them. Ghost CS is starting to get quite a bit better, though, so GH did pull him away. Whitemon doesn't look like he's going to be able to push forward here. They're even bringing the Tiny over to secure that. Omar is looking to go for this rune.
He might... Okay, with the 2 of them around, it's difficult. Yeah, BZM's here as well as
just an echo. Yeah.
There we go.
Bullying.
Oh my goodness, that poor old Nyx Assassin didn't stand a chance.
Duracho gets a courier.
Okay. I don't know if he's getting out, though.
Only the wisdom?
What?
He gets the steal.
At this point, you don't mind if you die. That's a job well done. Maybe getting denied to neutrals. Oh, he tries. A noob will manage to get the last hit upon him and get that kill.
I don't know why there's something so amusing about when you see the Echo Slam near the Ancients.
Everyone just gets splattered everywhere.
Oh, man. Double Wisdom Rune, though. They are able to claim that one, plus having the advantage currently at the moment in terms of CS, so gold lead is there for them, experience lead for them, even though we did see more kills going the way of Nigma at the start of it all. The lanes have gone very well. Ghost, his farm is good, though. We're seeing the moves happen from the 2 supports, playing around Sumail.
Trying to continue to bully Noob here top. Ooh. Wasn't actually able to make it up to the high ground, but as it was, they won't try and spend time chasing him. He's more than happy just freeing up this continued space for Duracho.
Yeah, he's truly getting bullied on this Timbersaw, though. He's not slowing down a PA at all, and Omar.
He's got the backup of Sumail. So not too easy for BZM to be able to chase him down, and also GH turning up.
This tornado is slowing down everybody.
Sumail not quite able to step up and get any sort of toss-back play. So Tundra continue to hold their own here around this top tier 1 and keep this area very much under control.
Noob's going to have a slow level 6, which is usually not the ideal thing for a Timbersaw. Nice toss back.
Wants to toss back onto Saxa. Fisher comes out, though, stops any immediate follow-up. Saxa's going to be fine with the Firefly.
Ghost does get roared up. 33's committing for him.
For 33, and
He gets him.
There we go. I mean, that's why this man's picking Beastmaster all the time.
Every
he
game.
He knows what's up.
That's why they
Best
first
in the
pick it.
business on it.
Yep. It's every little thing there that matters,
he
right?
knows. He's done the calculations. He knows the numbers. He knows that Weaver's very dead.
Literally, right? It's 33. He actually was doing the numbers in his head.
He
right
was waiting for
the
that
roar.
perfect point. Comes in, has that extra burst with the Satellite Tormentor.
And it's all because it gets like amped up, right? It's the little things, the Wild Axis stack that boost up the damage from the Satyr Tormentor nuke as well. Perfectly executed. And that was Ghost, who was starting to pick up that free farm.
They were pretty much dead even in net worth in that lane until 33 was able to do that solo against him.
Yeah, and that's a big swing for him. Level 7 now on this beast. Gonna have accelerated timing toward that Helm of Overlord, and it's a pretty good one for it. Pretty good game for it in particular.
Saxa.
Yeah. He's got a lasso.
He is ready to interrupt that stomp. I'll make sure that GH has got no way to play his way out of this as he's going to tick down slowly to the Shadow Work. They'll get the kill. Maybe they can get something in return. Smells him with a 2-man Avalanche toss combo. That'll do it. They'll find a successful trade this time, Nigma Galaxy.
GH will call that a bait. Does allow the opportunity for that, and Ghost is able to sneak in.
That's a few large creeps here to take away from the Ancient Camp.
And they don't even see it. So yeah, he gets all 3 of the big creeps. Very nice. Good move. I mean, GH, like I said, a little bit of a bait play for throwing his life away to get the scouting information. They get some nice cleanup.
That close start continues here.
Absolutely.
6-5. Only 1k gold lead right now for Tundra.
And Noob now has gotten some time to finish up that level 6.
He's beginning to recover. Still needs a bit of time to close the gap on the rest of the cores, but he had a very tough start.
Absolutely.
One of the slower ones we're seeing on the offlane Timbers, but
he can't quite,
recovery can be made.
He can't quite push Duracho out of the lane, though, because he's got the Warlock behind him. So the heals are always going to be a problem. While usually these Timbers, when they get the 6, they can force these carries out of the lane. This isn't one of those. But he does have backup.
They might try and make a play here with Sumail around.
Both of those safe lanes looking to make a play.
Tundra, yeah, they're being very careful here. Duracho pulls back, heads to the creep camps, doesn't want to risk the fact of Sumail being off the map. And that potential play that Sumail could have been looking for top. Sumail will just opt to swing back towards mid, hold on to the tower.
They're both very close in farm. The Blink Daggers look like they're probably going to come out almost at the exact same time. BZM maybe slightly ahead because he doesn't have the Soul Ring, but Ghost.
Just cleaning out the boars.
He's getting a good amount of them. Good amount of these summons are getting brought down. And every time he does use this Helm of Dominator, I mentioned it the last game, he has to be careful with the Dominator early this game, especially if it's one with mana because of the Mind Flare. This one he takes an Alpha Wolf, so doesn't have to worry about it getting one-shotted here. And probably going to look to just pressure the tower. And I wonder if Nigma actually wants to contest this. Soxix is going to get a free lasso.
He walks up, gets the lasso, follow-up roar. It's enough burst. Ghost dead again.
I don't think he expected them to come from
As
that
a couple of times where he's sort of just been outplayed or just underestimate the openings, right, whether it was just 33 making the raw play on his own, or this one, Saxy just able to walk up and lasso him.
Sumail, ooh, good timing for him to get that combo offer. Might just get Echo Slam there. Power Rune, it's gonna be bottom, starting to collapse toward. I mean, Noob was starting to make, but I'm still seeing him suffering. He's not really getting that much up there. And as you said, he's not bullying Duracho either.
Duracho's going to get
free time.
A very, very good healthy timing on the Battle Fury.
Now though, oh, Duracho? Okay, can't get punished for his jump either.
We'll see Sax on 33. They're ready to start just going through the jungle, see what they can find.
Omar still not 6. He tries to kill the creep with the Mind Flare, but it doesn't give it to him, but he's okay. Yeah, these two supports, the fact that they lost these Wisdom Rooms, you're seeing the effect of it. Level 7 on both supports on the side of Tundra in comparison.
BZM's in and he finds a very low Noob. An easy jump forward and an enchant totem to take down the Timber and continue Noob's suffering.
Big concerns for this Timber Saw to recover in this game. We already said it wasn't going to be an easy one in terms of the mid game. His laning phase has gone pretty brutal. Jump forward. Another one from BZM.
He's starting to get that momentum going here on the Shaker. BZM.
And it's a great lineup to round it up with it too. He's always got the Warlock behind him for that extra potential burst. Sumail is about to have this Blink Dagger done, but so much pressure that's come out. It's a 5k lead, and it's the draft with the PA. It's the draft with the later stage that can continue to scale. And 33 almost has the helm done too. His pressure is
BZM
overwhelming.
He's in on top of Noob. He's been able to catch him again. Noob dead once more. Nothing that Omar could do to keep Noob safe.
And it's not even, they don't even have to commit Echo.
They're ready to dive some tier 2s. They'll go with the last of us. Samael's in with the counterplay. Gets a 3-man avalanche off. Echo drop from BZM to finish off the job and take down Omar. The sleep will catch them. And maybe with Ghost, they can bring the damage to get something in return. They cannot. Ghost, he's dead. Dies. Samael, he's going to fall as well. They're going to get team wipe tier 4.
5-man wipe. The toss back looks kind of cool, and then, it actually sets up for the Echo, and they're going to lose the double wisdoms again.
They just can't take these fights at the moment, Nigma Galaxy.
And that's without 33.
14 minutes in, losing that fight underneath your tier 2 tower.
It's a 4v5, and they lose everything, and Noob can't even bully Dyrachyo out. Dyrachyo's just bringing it to him.
He's a little tempted.
He's thinking about it. That is quite a hit. A 9,000 lead, 14 minutes in. They've taken over so much. Ghost, he tried to push the limits there, but just was way too low. The fatal bonds, all the damage.
Caught in the middle of the fight.
It's too much. Meanwhile, 33 is just literally farming during all of this. They smashed the 4v5 completely.
Can they trip up BZM? No. Out already with the blink. Knows not to stay just a moment too long on top.
He gets caught again.
Once again.
This has to be one of the rougher Timber performances that we've seen. He's not getting anything. Like the laning phase, he wanted to be able to get more, but it's a PA Warlock lane. They truly shut him down, and it's been
look at the confidence here from Tundra, right? They get Noob, and it's just the fact, Whitemon, he knows we can just drop this Golem. Keep pushing. They want to turn up and fight whilst my Golem's out. Good luck to them. The temptation's there, obviously, for Samael, because he gets this lovely 3-man avalanche, but at that point, it's all too much. And Ghost, at this stage of the game, he just cannot survive this constant outpouring of AoE damage, just coming out from multiple sources.
Just perfect synergy, really. Tundra playing it to perfection. 11,000 lead, as we said. And
there we go. Smiles, indeed, coming out from Moon.
You see, as soon as you see this toss fly up, you're like, uh-oh, this could be really dangerous, the position that they're in. He tried to go for the combo play, but it's just not enough. 3 of the top net worth.
Yeah, and they're all equally massive.
Yep.
The 3 of them on Tundra.
And the supports having a field day.
And just Weaver, Tiny, these 2 heroes, not the easiest to try and carry a game whilst you're behind on both.
It's a momentum-based draft that Nigma was trying to go for. You heard it from T. He was saying it on the panel multiple times. They want to set the tempo in this game. They want to come out of lanes ahead, and they didn't come out really ahead on any of the 3 lanes.
Noob. He's got Omar by his side.
Dyrachyo is... this has to be one of the most farmed PAs I think I've seen in 16 minutes.
I feel this most farmed PA, most farmed Beastmaster, one of the most farmed Shakers in the 16 minutes.
It might just be. Yeah, they're all just getting such ridiculous free farm. Aghanim's soon done for BZM, so for Nigma, in their next timing, I think they're also saying it's like, usually we've seen Nigma have like big wombo combo team fight in their draft. This one's not really it, it's ET. It's only that one they've got. They're gonna catch in the back, they will.
Whitemon. Caught alone here as the rest of the team headed towards the Roshan pit. They're going to pick off Nigma Galaxy, but they won't be able to stop this Rosh from going down. Tundra, I'll get the Aegis into the hands of 33, ready to lead the charge for the tier 2s.
3 times before in his pro career. Yeah, it does feel like one of those more devastating ones for him this time around.
He's not had an easy time.
I think he expected the lane to just be easier because he saw the PA so early, but yeah, they were able to just do such a good job controlling Ghost.
Ooh, the flame break!
Can he get out?
I don't know if he can. They're going to find him, surely, if they got any further detection. They don't, so the Dukes continue with the Shikuchi. And Ghost, he'll be lucky, but he's going to live this time. 33. Oh, and just going to make a solo play. Easy raw, easy kill. Now this is this is going to be quite something. If Nigma Galaxy can bring this back.
Especially because this time around, we said they weathered the storm last time. They did a great job of patience.
Sure.
But this isn't one of those drafts for patience, right? You don't have the Mag PA. They are the ones with the PA, with the Fatal Bond combo, with the huge wombo combo.
And Noob, once more, knocked out of the game.
This could get pretty nasty. It's already been pretty brutal.
Oh, Ghost will be able to steal the amplified damage room for himself, but they are chasing on towards him. They get the jump forward from BZM. Won't get their further connection with the enchant tome, but the Fissure is there. Ghost, he'll be able to time that. 3-man avalanche comes out as well. Ghost is just going to split and try and go the opposite direction and do whatever he can to just get the hell away from Tundra.
Oh, they are getting away at the least. Can Ghost play his way out of it, though? He's continuing to try to run.
He should be fine now. Still though, TP on cooldown for 15 seconds, so he'll have to be kind of content with just farming in this top area of the map for the next little bit. 33 ready to push on, as I said, with the Aegis and the Roar. It's going to be back, ready to go, but Sumail will be first to get the jump on it. Can they burst through him? They'll drop the Roar onto Sumail. Here's the Splitter as well, and the stun control that bursts through him the once. And Sumail, he's in trouble. The Golem beaten down upon him. Sumail will fall. Ghost has to use the Shikuchi to escape this. They don't stand any chance of trying to tackle 33 a second time. And Ghost is have to keep on running. Time lapse on cooldown for 7 seconds. He's not going to get the chance to wait for it to come back up as BZM kills him off once again.
He had just rejoined too. He was top farming for a second there. His team calls him to join, and he just gets killed immediately afterwards when they try to take out this Aegis as the pressure. It's too much from Tundra this game. The lead is just, it's catapulting forward faster and faster. 15K at 19 minutes.
There's just no slowdown this time round.
No. And it really is just, there's not really the Wombo combo. There's no Magnus. There's no big plays that really Nigma has if they overextend too much. They can hope maybe for the GH stomp into a splitter into the tiny combo. That's about it.
Just some crazy toss back.
Something crazy like that is about it. But tier 2's to fall, a second one drops.
Here we go. So the net worth record of 20 minutes is 15,883.
He's not making it.
Okay, he's not going to make that.
Wait, that's K. Oh, okay, well, it's Hector. Hector sometimes just, farms, right?
Yeah. Might be able to make it 10th place. No, he didn't. Hey, probably 11th place. We'll give him 11th place down in terms of most farm PA 20 minutes in on this patch.
The bug is actually helping them go for it. The lasso in the back lines.
They try and punish this. They'll manage to. They'll kill off Saxa, but it will cost Omar's life. And GH did end up buying back.
Dyrachyo, is he about to kill himself on the Tormentor?
Nah, they've got this.
He almost did kill himself on the Tormentor.
There we go. BZM joining up. They'll be able to clean it up safely. So Shark goes the way of Saxa.
Everything is going their way. It doesn't feel like almost anything is slipping out of favor for Tundra here. Giving up a kill on the Bat Rider, but that's just fine. Getting a Tormentor, potentially getting the if they get the next Wisdom Rune too, that means they'll have gotten all 6 Wisdom Runes.
Oh, he goes for a BZM. The avalanche is there from Sumail to keep Ghost safe, allows him to time lapse. See if he can continue to run though. BZM continues to stay on top of him. They kill him off regardless as they get the takedown against Ghost. Dyrachyo and BZM, they'll be able to hop back to safety. They don't get punished.
He's in the right place at the right time, but it's just him. He doesn't have anyone else following up.
What? No.
Dyrachyo?
Let's see if he can do it on his own. He can't. Not with this much of a gold deficit.
Gold deficit, and there's that 6th Wisdom Rune that they grab as well.
Yeah, BZM's just ready to go back in.
Every single one of those Wisdoms toward Tundra.
Fish up.
Another
jump
one.
Forward. Spike Carapace is there in time. Doesn't matter.
Godlike.
The BZM Shaker, sometimes it just hits right. In this game, 907 is doing exactly that.
Another one.
Now 21K lead, 21 minutes in.
1K. They've hit the mark. A Glimmer on Dyrachyo. Okay.
I mean, yeah, with the speed they're playing, it's just like get the Glimmer online and then maybe just look to shut it down.
The only way he dies is if he gets magic damage burst. Yeah. It looks really, really weird, but we've been seeing more and more Glimmers.
Glimmers on cores sometimes.
Sure.
But we do indeed have that confirmation that this is the first one ever on a PA in competitive games.
But you know who used to do stuff like this? Eternal Envy. Not the Glimmer in particular, but remember he used to do like Hood Slark? This is dating a long time.
That is true.
But
and
can see the
he
concept
did have success with it, entertaining success.
Entertaining, yeah. Hey, Dyrachyo's always about the entertainment as well, too.
He absolutely is. Definitely one of the more entertaining carries to watch Dyrachyo. Because he does the crazy stuff, and it works. I can look to go back for the Satanic next to finish off his slots. For now, as I say, I think with this sort of build-up, Tundra, they're ready to take the fight to the high ground. They're ready to dive in the base. You see BZM on his Shaker. He is not going to be afraid of diving right up to the fountains under tier 4s. He'll go there.
Oh, Sumail.
That's the Fisher. Oh, BZM. A little awkward from him that time round. Kind of all over the place with the jumps. Just kind of keeping all their areas covered, making sure there's no escape, and it's fine. He doesn't even need to hit all his spells now for the 2 of them to pick up these kills.
Sox is like, I got you. Don't worry. I'll bring it back to you. And a Glimmer also built on the Shaker, by the way, if I'm not mistaken. So, Glimmer's on the cores.
Yep, they're ready to shut it down. Up to the high ground they go, Tundra.
And this PA 2200 HP too. You do not really have the damage at this point in your draft unless you get the ideal burst and toss back combo. But he's got a Glimmer, so he's going to be protected versus that combo. These lanes were just way too devastating, and it's really snowballed from there. Haven't been able to shut down any of the cores, even the supports. It's just been Tundra dominance this game. Ags is done for Noob.
Okay, a little bit of survivability maybe. From the front line.
Thing. It's 23 minutes versus a PA draft, and the PA gets the Raxes already. And not easy for them to even to like go for like any type of blink tossback play, right? Because you'll just get, they have good ways of counter initiation. Very good ways on the side of Tundra.
Yeah, you jump in, there's going to be quick reactions from 33 with Raw, or obviously this Golem just being slammed down upon you. Or indeed Saxa with his lasso. Lots of ways to punish you. Top, they're going to try and see if they can get the setup. They do get the toss back. It's good,
Glimmer.
But is it enough?
The Glimmer!
Doracchio's away. Back to the safety of his teammates. As 33 holds back Noob with the Raw. I mean, Doracchio's considering going back in, and there it is. The jump forward. They take down Noob. They get the lasso drag back as well on towards Samael. They try and make that attempt, but it absolutely was that little extra from the Glimmer, meaning that they can't get Doracchio.
Good stomp connects onto 3 heroes, but they've already lost everything here. Omar will be able to walk back to the base, but the damage is done. Doracchio, the Glimmer. He knew the only way he gets popped is if they throw all that magic damage onto him. They actually had everybody on him, and he still survives.
In any other situation, or indeed with a slight change to his items, he would have been gone. 15 more seconds until they've got Samael back up. Nigma Galaxy, Tundra.
And look at Doracchio's positioning. Look how he's just standing by himself.
He's pretty much going to have the full Satanic as well coming out. Just 25 minutes in.
On top of having the Glimmer, now just having an incredibly high HP pool, plus that status resist. Yeah, he's got it done. And we got it again.
They got so close. The execution was as good as it can be, really, for a team that's 25k gold behind.
It's literally the Glimmer.
Couldn't quite do it.
And then he gets soloed at the end of it, then maybe...
Yeah, by that point, the team turns up, they throw everything on him.
Unbelievable stuff from Tundra this game.
And Nigma Galaxy, what do you do? What do you do at this point?
You just tried to 5-man the PA and you couldn't kill him right outside your base, so it really is a question of what do you do. Got to go for tossback plays. Hope for the best.
You never know. You know, Doracchio, he can be a little fan of the old fountain diving. Could work against him. That's probably the 3% that Gaben's giving there.
It could work for him, too. We did see the fountain.
He could dive the fountain and get a rampage.
We did see the fountain diving work for Enigma last time. It could end up working for Tundra this time, as they will go back, get a very early second Roche. Satanic is done.
I mean, at this point, to 33 still continue to take the Aegis as you're like, you know, Doracchio
time.
Go for the fountain, dive, take the Aegis.
It's Doracchio.
Here we go. He's ready to dive. He's never been more ready.
Has to be one of the rougher ones we've seen for the 2 supports, too, for Nigma Galaxy. They did go for the same double supports as they did last time. This time, that has not really worked in their favor either. 13 deaths on the 2 of them. Trying to salvage the issues of these lanes that went so bad, but just unable to do so. BZM, yeah, just continues to have a completely flawless game.
Of course, coming up through that last pick as well.
Yeah, banners down. Can they stop this push? Nope.
What do you do? Who goes first?
How do you stop Doracchio? You couldn't kill him pre-Satanic. Now with the Satanic and an Aegis.
I'm just watching.
You just have to watch. They're going to try.
They get the toss back into the impale. It's not enough to kill him the once. Doracchio able to jump back out. The push continues here as the ranks will fall. Oop.
33 takes a big nuke there.
The fissure opening. I mean, Doracchio's considering making some crazy jumps, but not quite now.
The Rax.
Now finish it off. BZM. Enchant Totem takes down that last bit.
33 did take a fair bit of damage there from the explosion from Noob. I think somebody dispelled it off with the Yules. So he's backing up, resetting, but they have the heals, they have the Warlock, they have the sustain. And they got what they came for. The Rax is dead, and all of Nigma Galaxy is stuck inside the base. Konda's finished. They've got the Gleipnir done too. Small little damage increases that they've gotten now on the side of Nigma.
Tundra's ready to jump in again.
Doracchio. Lasso.
It's a lasso straight away. As soon as he gets too close, Noobie's dragged out of the base. He'll buy back immediately.
They punish the positioning instantly. Just one little timber chain too far. Another toss.
Ghost just watching from the side. Now to get Duracho in, but the roar comes out on towards Samel. They try and force Samel back to safety. Ghost, he caught outside the base by the Echo into the Golem. He won't get the chance to get the time lapse off, has to buy back. Samel was able to survive, gets back to the safety of the fountain.
Wait, Ghost? He time-lapsed back in.
Oh, okay. We'll get the Shikuchi off, but they're over the enchant tone and they're knocking back with the flame break. The damage
He's gone.
Ghost. He's dead and gone. Out of the game for good. Tundra can push on, continue to clean up. Samel comes in with the avalanche combo. It's not even enough to get Saxa. Saxa survives. Samel's out, no buyback on him. Noob tries one last effort to push them back, but he cannot succeed. 4 dead on Nigma Galaxy. As Tundra are ready to move on here to the final day, move on to the grand finals, and there it is. GG is called. Tundra will move on to the grand finals as they knock out Nigma Galaxy 2-1.
And this one with a true display of dominance across the board from lanes. Sure, they get, you know, we do see Nigma get a couple kills at the start of it all, but Duracho getting the first blood. Everything snowballed so quickly in this game. All 3 lanes dominating, and yeah. What else is there more to say? Nigma, they put up a good fight in this tournament.
They did. They certainly did, ending up in the top 4. Not a bad placement whatsoever. But when it comes to crunch time here in these semi-finals, and the 2 wins that Tundra was able to get Nigma Galaxy, especially in this last game, there was a level difference throughout this entirety of this game 3. Tundra, they made this last game look probably one of the smoother performances they've shown us throughout the entirety of this tournament, right? This game 3, there just wasn't a chance for Nigma Galaxy.
Absolutely, but they did bring it to a game 3, right?
They did.
Bring it to a game 3 versus the last tournament winners.
Absolutely.
It is a pretty big statement for them, for their growth that they've done throughout the year. But yeah, Tundra, they just show the map understanding and just so many different things, just really knowing the meta at the moment.
Yeah, and 33, bringing this Beastmaster in each and every time, and throughout it all, just commanding the game, taking over the map, and just the change up as well. You know, Tundra running the Veno, this game 3, they ignore it, they go with Whitemon on the Warlock. He pops off just as much here, right? 3, 2, and 20, involved in 23 of the kills coming through. But the star of the show has to be BZM Shaker, right? 12-0-13. As I said, when it hits right, it really does. An absolute star-studding performance there from BZM, 12-0-13. And with that, Tundra will move forward to the grand finals.
Next to me, I got 33 joining me. All right, Glimmercate. I gotta ask about it. You pick it up. Game number 3, Duracho's picking it up. What happened to this being a support item?
It's just the Dota summer build. You know, this guy is like a genius apparently. So, yeah.
We're going to take inspiration elsewhere. Game number 2 for you guys, obviously, weren't able to close it out, didn't go the way you expected, but what happened for it to go the way it did and for you guys to lose that control?
Yeah, I think at some point we started giving them like way too much respect. Like we were so scared because the game 1 we fucked up on the Tormentor, and then we said, okay, this time we'll do it a bit more structured, and we had some idea that instead of going for it, we're going to wrap around and try to kill them when they come to kill us. And then, I don't know, I think they were just standing there and waiting for us to come, and then at some point they realized, okay, they're not coming, let's just kill it. We ended up looking kind of like idiots. We wasted so much time. And then, yeah, I don't know, we were just too scared, I think. We didn't want to get like Nigma'd. So, but I think at some point in that game we could have just ran down high ground and ended the game, but we were scared, oh, some skewer back or some, you know, Nigma perfect team fight. So yeah, we gave them too much respect.
Of course, I mean, there's always that hindsight aspect of it. Now, you guys love to take enemy Tormentor at 20 minutes, or I feel like you could load up any replay. That's what you guys are always doing. It didn't deter you in game number 3, though.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess we probably did it a bit too much, so people are ready for it. So we did it in scrims like almost every game, and I guess we kept getting away with it. And then at some point in tournaments, we stopped getting away with it. So yeah, we just had some talk about being a bit more careful with it and thinking it through rather than just going for it. So yeah, it worked in game 3, and yeah, game 2, not so much.
Well, look, something that you guys did not falter on at all is just opening up with the Beastmaster. Was there any chance you guys were going to open with something else, or you had to ban it away for you to not want that Beast?
I mean, it's kind of a weird, like, you know, when you play the same pick priority 3 games in a row, it just becomes a weird meta of its own. It's almost like a best of 5 meta because we played 3 games on the same pick order. And yeah, we felt like the Beast into Nyx worked for us in game 1. We felt like it worked for us in game 2. So why not go for it in game 3? You know, we wanted to change things up a little bit, which is why we did change things up a bit in game 2 and in game 3. Because didn't want to give them the opportunity to like play, like we are going to pick the same heroes and they will get to fix their mistake. We didn't want that, so we wanted to switch things up a little bit. But the openings, I think, worked in our favor, so we were happy to do it again.
Well, look, that all makes sense. 33. Congratulations on making it to another grand final. And thank you so much for joining me.
Yeah, thank you.
For the first time in the history of Dota, we do have a Glimmercape purchase on a Phantom Assassin.
Really?
The first time.
Damn, Eternal Enemy must have not played a lot of PA back then.
No, yeah, he gave up too soon, you know. He should have had a couple more years in him. But the fact, you know, again, Tundra, like, you know, buying the Glimmercapes, they're doing this thing. We're gonna maybe get a patch in a couple of weeks. Glimmercape might get some like intense nerf now. I feel kind of bad. I'm a support player. I want my Glimmercape. I like my Glimmercape, and they're now basically, you know, sending the email to Valve like, just nerf it. It's
true, but at the same time, you can also see the strength of it, right? It kind of ruins a lot of heroes. Like the mid tiny almost has no impact because everyone's running around with Glimmercape. Like it just nullifies so much damage that maybe the hero item does deserve a little nerf.
Okay, let's avoid. I feel like you're jumping ahead of yourself here, Misery.
Am I? We have.
No, he's not. It's very fair. It is.
We have every position just casually buying it up, second, third, fourth item.
This is what happened to Arcane Boots, right?
Yep.
It's like, it's a support item. Everyone's always buying on support, and then all of a sudden you see this meta where it's like, no carries are picking up on themselves. They realize that this burst of mana is just way too good. Now Glimmercape with Invis, supports are struggling out here, right, Misery?
Some are. Some aren't. I feel like we had a good display this series and yesterday as well, that supports don't always struggle. We had Snake King, top net worth. We had Whitemon as well. Yeah, so I think it's just a change of the meta. Perhaps this Nyx Assassin was figured a little bit out in this series in particular.
Yeah, and I think from the interview we just had, I think at least 33 showed us how they were developing throughout the draft in the series, and I feel like maybe Nigma weren't. You know, the idea that in this third game we have this like PA pick opening the second phase, I don't think they're ready to kind of lose PA there. Then, especially in this game, they have also like the Weaver last pick. I think they were trying to, you know, try and win a lane on Timber, try and win the lane bottom on Weaver. They lost top lane, the Weaver did nothing. Like, I think unfortunately for Nigma, they were just outdrafted throughout the length of this series. And it was a shame they weren't able to get their hands on some of the bigger heroes that have allowed them to get here, because they had so many good moments.
And the thing that's a little bit, I would say the most disappointing thing about the last game was that they picked Timbersaw into Warlock PA that they know was there to then just proceed to get absolutely bodied in that lane. Like, this was Noob's toughest game of the series by far, maybe one of his toughest probably the hardest of the entire tournament. Like, he just didn't get any footing, and it begs the question, well, if you are opening this Nyx and you're giving the enemy team this piece of information and they're going to respond with Warlock PA, you have to have something in the bag for this. And if Timbersaw was the best option they had, then they have no options. Then this lane is just unbeatable when you pick Nyx, and that's a really tough way to enter the game, to give the enemy carry free farm and lose your off-laners game at the same time.
Also, on top of that, when you pick the Timbersaw there, not only do you kind of grief your own offlane, but you also give a chance for Tundra to ban the remaining carries, because there aren't that many strong carries right now. It feels like once the Gyro Cup, the PA, Bristleback, maybe, I guess Dragon Knight was actually in the pool, but there is just not that many S tier carries right now, and maybe they should have picked it on 18 instead, to not end up picking Weaver last pick, because there's a reason why we don't see it that much.
It just leaves a sad note on their exit, because everything else has been so good, and then this Game 3 draft,
it was not reflective of what we had seen in groups, what we saw from them yesterday when they went up against Parivision and did win that series. So.
No, exactly. It feels like this one game was like, just such a outlier, but unfortunately it's the outlier is the game in which sends them home.
Well, if you want to look at the silver lining here, the outlier game this time, being this bad of a game, would have been the common game 2 months ago, and the really good games of the tournament would have been the outlier.
I don't know where this was going, but I like that one.
They've effectively flipped the script so that when they have their standard performance from 2 or 3 months ago, now that is the really bad game, right? So that shows massive growth. And I want to give a lot of credit to, I'm not sure how Nigma figured this out and came to this conclusion. I think the biggest improvement this team has made in the last 2 months is drafting. I've thought their drafting has been their Achilles heel for a very, very long time. This is the first tournament I've seen them in I want to say probably a year, where I felt like, with the exception of this last game, I think their drafts have been competitive every game, and I've liked a lot of the stuff they've run. I feel like they've finally caught up to the meta, and maybe...
But they found their own meta, that's the thing.
Right, so it's easy to say, because in a lot of the other tournaments they've played where they've bombed out, they've had their own ideas that just haven't worked, but it feels like now they've found this good mix where they're running meta stuff with their own flavor, rather than they're trying to invent the entire wheel and none of the parts are working, right? So it's been very refreshing, and I think they should be very proud of this finish that they get. They almost made the grand finals, 1 game off.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah, one game off, that's right. I was about to say more like a best of 3, but you're right. It got pushed all the way to that game number 3, and we can have a quick look at how the single elimination bracket for Blast Slam 2 is shaping up. Nigma Galaxy, they came in yesterday after their break from group stage, and they were able to take from Parivision, but here Tundra, they had that 4-day break for themselves, and whilst yes, game 2 did slip through their fingers, they were able to bounce back, and they were able to close it out here, make it to another grand finals. This is 2 in a row for themselves now, Misery.
Yeah, I mean, they look so strong. They look like they have. They look like they have so many ways of playing the game and so many different strategies, and they're very good at adapting. And it also helps to have 33 in the team, and you can just first pick his hero. You can't ban them all.
Yeah.
First pick his hero. He pretty much ends up carrying every game, right? I mean, there was a little bit of a blunder in game 2. They were also experimenting a bit with a mid-morphling, not something we see that often. But like, he always has such a high impact, and he's always so good at buying the right items. Like, yeah, I just think, again, 33 shows that he is, if not the best offlaner and the best player, perhaps.
Look, we don't like to speak in absolutes, but he's definitely up there. You cannot let this man have his Beastmaster. Definitely not 3 games in a row like that. And, well, because of that, he is going to be going to the grand finals with the rest of his team, Team Tundra. They'll be playing again tomorrow. Unfortunately, though, Nigma Galaxy, we do have to say goodbye to them. They are eliminated from Blast Slam 2, but if you guys are big fans of them, you can win their signed nameplates. I've got Noobs here. He's probably my favorite player on the team.
Out of context, these are rough.
Oh, come on, T. You didn't have to do him that dirty.
It's the GH going home. It's rough. Oh, no.
We're going to go to a break. When we come back, guys, a whole nother best of 3 elimination. Do you want to welcome us back, Sind?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. This is Nat T. She knows what she's talking about, so we'll let her talk.
Nice to meet you,
I
Nat.
do,
Nice to
and
meet you, Nat.
Just kidding.
Nice to meet you, Nat.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Look, normally I'm all about jumping straight into. Okay, please stop. Let my hand go. But normally I'm all about jumping straight into talking about the teams, talking about the Dota here. But before we jump into that, before we bless your screens with Falcons and Gaimin Gladiators, we got a fun little content piece where we tested our knowledge on the players.
Avery, would you like to make the first guess? I don't have to do an intro, right?
We're here playing Dota.
It's Doddle.
Dawdle. It's self-explanatory. Everybody's played Dawdle.
Everybody's doing it these days.
Everybody's doing it.
That's what Slacks told me. Quote, everybody's dawdling these days.
Everybody's dawdling.
Type of Dota 2 player's name. Let's start with Saberlight.
Okay, is he your favorite? Are you biased?
I like him because he gave me a good interview.
Okay.
He made my life
It's
easier.
checking.
It's older.
So this is close.
Puppy.
Close to 24 and close, no, he's had more than 3 and he's definitely not close to 24.
Yeah, puppy.
Would you like to put in Sumail?
I would. I do think it is Sumail.
Okay.
It was
Okay,
not Sumail.
it's somebody younger than 25.
Just type in Miracle.
But it's also not close.
Shoutouts to Miracle.
ATF.
Wait,
Easy. Oh, I got the roll.
You got the roll.
And
It's an
I got...
off-laner who's older than 19, but has had more than 2 TI appearances. Saberlight hasn't had more than 2 TI performances.
Oh my god.
Okay, that's right.
I feel like we need to get close to nationality.
You could be.
Neo is probably the best option.
It's either me or you. Oh my god, it's the exact age, but it's not him.
Maybe we can get it from Roll. We should just look at Roll.
Okay, he's a main support. He's
So we know
younger
it's a
than 20.
position 5 that's 27.
Not American.
DM?
Could be DM, actually, yeah.
Yeah. 2.
Wyman's young, isn't he?
Type it in.
I don't know how old he is.
Oh, we have only a certain amount. That's so fucked. Yeah, he's young.
Has 33 been?
How old is that guy?
33?
Nobody knows that.
Maybe he's younger than we think.
Wait, let's cheat a little. Let's just scroll and see.
No, don't do that. That's weird and cringe.
So it's not a Chinese player. I mean...
But it has to be Ace. Dude, I don't... This is bug, man.
How old is Toronto Sodio?
I don't know.
You want to try him?
Wasn't that team like the average youngest team or something for when they won TI?
How many TIs has Jay Saberlight been to? Are you sure he hasn't been to 3?
Who did he play on?
Good job.
Thanks.
Type it in. Wow. Victory! You want to do it again?
Let's do it. Let's never do that again. It was a lot of fun to play that. Yeah, can we get first aid, please? No, it was a lot of fun to play that one. We actually had 3 varying difficulties when we went through with it, and they just decided to show the one that we struggled with the most.
We got one in like 2. We would have got it in 1. Okay, actually, I need to tell this story. Is it important? Do we have time?
Quickly.
So on the third one, the hardest one, I was like, okay, like let's just go for a Chinese team. Let's try like Baboka or something. I was like, it won't be Army. That's too easy. So we do Baboka. It's like correct for the most
get your
part,
corporas, right?
except
It was like the right team.
Yeah, like one thing is wrong. I'm like, cuz put an Army. It was Army. It was not hard. We could have got it in 1 guess.
Look, we did pretty good. We still beat Cap and Avery even on our worst result there. But it wasn't just us and our knowledge that was put to the test. We also got to test some of the players.
My first guess?
What is this?
Okay.
To say it out loud.
Whitemon Tundra player.
So let me get this straight. It has to do color, green color to know it's right?
Green is, yes, you're close.
Okay.
I said Nisha, it was rough.
5 TI appearances, he's a mid laner.
Where are you reading
He's
this
older,
shit?
Bro, he's older than 24 and he's very close to being a Polish.
Okay, he's a mid laner. Okay,
Yeah.
he's a mid laner. Let's see. No one?
You have limited guesses. You got top over.
Yeah.
You can try. Oh! No, relax. We still have
fuck.
more.
My bad.
Yeah. Okay. He's position 4 role. He has less than 3 TI appearances.
+4.
I think I only know 1.
Wait. Who is this?
It's me.
لا يا زلمة.
I think so. I mean,
Okay, let's go, Hamad.
if it's not me, it's non-class. Huh?
Beast
I-
mode.
I know myself.
Okay.
Peeve.
Ooh.
It's Chinese.
Chinese roll +4.
He's position 4.
Oh.
Who is it?
Higher than more than 2 TI appearances. +4. Okay.
Boboka.
So Boboka or Boxy?
Bro, he's Chinese.
In Chinese? Wait a second. Is it Boboka?
Boboka.
Hey!
Thank you for carrying this game too, man.
Easy.
Fastest in the world, baby.
Easy.
Oh my god.
Almost the goat of Dota. What the heck, man? I thought we did pretty good. This man got it, what, in 3, 2, and 2?
I love this reaction. I know myself.
I know myself. I promise.
Well, he also knew others, apparently. That was very good. Was that 3 guesses on all 3?
No, he did in 3.
3, 2, 3?
3, 2, 2.
Oh.
Something suspicious going on there. No, it is a lot of fun. You guys can go and play it yourselves as well. Maybe you could have a go, Sid. How good do you think you'll do? How well?
I don't think I'll do better than that. I think 3. Was it really 3, 2, and 2 guesses?
That's
sure. really
not
hard.
That good, but yeah.
I'll be better than Cap and Avery. I'll promise you that.
Okay,
but not us, please.
How many tries did Cap and Avery have?
7. They got it on the last one.
Oh, you get 7 tries max.
You get 7 tries max.
Okay.
And they got it on the last one. So, yeah, as long as you actually get it, I feel like you're going to do better than that.
Does it use active pros or does it use all pros of all time? Do you know?
Active pros, I believe.
Because that makes the game a lot easier, right?
Tournament.
If it it was of this tournament only.
The answers were of this tournament,
I
but
see,
the listed anyway. Yeah,
Okay.
You guys can just go over that.
When
you
she
can
tried
check it out
to
yourself.
cheat, the
I didn't know,
entire
bro.
every hero, every player was
We
there.
don't have to out me like that. I'm just saying.
What do you mean? Out? You
Whatever.
watched the video. Disgusting.
Trying to just trigger my memory a little bit here, and I am remembering that we do still have another best of 3 to happen. So whilst we would love to talk about Dota all day, I think it's only fair we just jump on into it and talk about a team we haven't seen yet, Gaimin Gladiators.
The doctor. But don't expect him to hand out bandages and lollipops. No, this is a doctor with surgical precision. Whether it's dissecting strategies or opponents, they're the one you don't want on call, unless you're on their side. Cool, calm, collected. Always chill, always in control. They're the person you want at the wheel in the middle of a storm. No sweat, no panic, just ice-cold decisions and flawless plays. The Cabbage Slayer. No vegetable is safe, no salad spared. Is it a personal vendetta? A mission to end leafy tyranny? Who knows? But one thing's for sure, the chopping block is always busy. The fluffy unicorn, equal parts sparkle and sass. They bring chaos wrapped in rainbows. Don't be fooled by the fluff. This unicorn doesn't just prance, it charges straight through its enemies with style. The vegan, a protector of greens, but only the ones that haven't crossed them. They're the peaceful warrior who fights for balance. But when the gloves come off, even Mother Nature would be impressed. Together they are the Gladiators. Part warriors, part chaos makers, and all-round legends. Their titles are more than names. They're promises of adventure, mayhem, and a hint of mystery.
The way Quinn was walking during that.
That's how he normally walks down the hallway.
You couldn't tell the difference. That's why it's so funny.
Really good acting from him there, and impart with me some knowledge on this 5-man roster here and what we could expect from them after their group stage performance and some days off.
I don't know. Gaimin is a little bit of a special beast because they had, I think it's fair to say, they had their year, the year before last one, right, where they were just destroying everyone, and then the meta developed and they were struggling a little bit, and then they catch their footing. It feels like since then there's like parts of the year where things really click, it really comes together, and they win tournaments or get to finals. Since they replaced Aracho and added Watson, they still have to, stabilize this a little bit more, which is, I think the community is focusing a lot on one player versus the other, and I think it's way more healthy to think of Gaimin Gladiators versus the game rather than one player in their team versus who they used to have. Because I think the problem that they have had is finding their footing and everybody playing at the level that they're capable of. And I think a lot of it has been changes in meta, just individual form, and really catching their stride. So the really interesting thing about this tournament is the fact that they actually came out in a top position, which is definitely not been a common thing recently.
It wasn't even the fact that they just did well in group stages. They actually topped their group, right? They went 3-1, and with all the maths behind it, that did lead to them topping their group, coming out here in a top 4 position. But then it's what have you been doing? What have you been working on? And for a lot of us at home, maybe we aren't really sure exactly what happened in group stages. There were a lot of games going on at the same time. We had 20 best of 1, so let's give you a refresher.
Unstunned, slain, Mars dead. The Barty dragged into the Wukong's though. The damage. That drag back kill, massive in the Galaxy's Ace rolls in. Quinn now turns to the damage on his leader.
The 2-time TI finalists have been on a tailspin since their summer in Copenhagen. Between meta changes and the addition of a new carry, Gaimin Gladiators became a shadow of their former selves this season.
Massively tanky, turns and slays the Spirit Breaker while Satanic being pushed around. The BKB does nothing against this physical damage. GG call.
A strong performance in the groups, though, has put Gladiators back on top. Underneath all the disappointment and dysfunction, a promising team is beginning to crystallize. If summer in Copenhagen broke the Gladiators, perhaps the winter will rebuild them.
I just gotta give props to Cat, by the way. He writes these, he voiceovers these, like he is just, it really paints the picture of what Gaimin Gladiators were, the expectations that come along with it, that, you know, rut that they were in, and now is it time? Do they finally break from that mold misery, and is there more to them that we really can expect and hope to see here?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the time will tell. I think they looked really strong in the group stage. It wasn't just that they topped the group, there was also that they actually played better than we've probably seen since adding Watson. So I think
one of those wins was a massive comeback, by the way. Like, they were down. I thought this was like closed out. They were going to lose, and it was massive for them.
No, they were, you know, not just winning, they were also just making good moves and being really patient. And I think that's something that's at least a start to the comeback of Gaimin Gladiators, obviously, regardless of how far they make it here. If they can keep up the good play, then it's almost inevitable that they're going to be back on top, right? So we'll see. I mean, it's also, maybe they just had one good day and had a good group stage, and then, yeah, it's kind of hard to say with the format, but I think I have better expectations from them today than I had before the tournament started, perhaps.
I like to hear that.
Yeah, I think they have a decent range of strategies. I do think it's the kind of thing where I'm concerned that now that people have seen what they can do, they can just play around it. Like IO, for example. These other teams are like, hey, we have IO strats, here's the Abaddon, and so on. These guys are playing IO Marty, for example. Are they going to get that? Probably not. You're probably going to remove the IO because Watson has been quite outstanding from what I've seen, and enabling him in that way is probably a good thing to shut down. I think Quinn's hero pool is relatively the same, but that also includes things like the Huskar cheese, which is something that they got out of the group stage as well. It's stuff to be aware of. I think I like looking at Ace in the offlane right now, right? I know it's like kind of a meme to say that they're like aura buying kind of team, but seeing his stuff, like they're picking Pango and you're thinking, oh, it's for Quinn. They're actually kind of sharing it. This tournament, it has been on Ace, and he's gone for this like null bracers and then like Echo Saber build, right? And being very like physical damage focused and doing damage from that space. I think they're looking good. They're looking fresh. I like it. If they can keep executing these kinds of drafts, then I like Gaimin's chances.
There's like two things, if I can very quickly just mention, that I think are very healthy signs for them. Number one, the fact that they're doing different item builds and different stuff than they had success with for a long time. And secondly, the fact that they are winning games in different ways than they used to. A ton of their wins, tournament wins, they were winning games in 20 minutes or just crushing the lanes and snowballing. Now they're coming back from tough situations in mid games that they usually lose. They're, like you're saying, they're doing something like Echo Saber, offlane Pango, unusual stuff for them, right? So I think it's very good. That's probably the edge other teams have had on them recently, and now they're kind of caught up. So
signs of life for them. And Ray, you pretty much mentioned every player except for the one player that I got to talk to, and that's Tofu. Tofu, it's been a couple of days since we've seen you guys. You had a great group stage performance. So talk to me about it, and if that's what you expected, and how you came out with the 3-1 scoreline.
So overall, we had a bit of a bumpy road for like this whole season, like getting better, getting worse, and dropping ideas and all, and then I don't know, a bit of a downward spiral. But we had long chats and also like obviously like improving our gameplay, and I think we're on a way better spot right now. We didn't play on the stage yet, so I'm not sure how it's going to look like today, but I think everyone's pretty confident. And then yeah, just from coming here, I mean, group stage was kind of quick. It's just those best of one, so anything can happen really. But I think we're confident right now.
You mentioned, like, you know, a bumpy road that it's been for you guys, even though the season hasn't been too long just yet. Do you feel at any point you kind of lost your identity as Gaimin Gladiators, or you as a support player, on how you like to play the game and what you want to do in a game?
In a way, yeah, where we had an obvious style that we played, and then you change a puzzle piece and bring a new one, which doesn't fit in exactly, because it's obviously different. And then we try to adjust this team. He tries to adjust this person, while the patch is slightly different, and like, I don't know, map is like played on a bigger scale. It's like less aura heavy. Games just tend to go longer, and then we like mixed up a lot of stuff, dropped a lot of ideas, and I don't know, identity crisis in a way, yeah. But I think things are falling into place again, and it's like, it's about to be good again.
I'm sure all the Gaimin fans out there are rejoicing hearing that from you. Where does the team sit with not having played on stage yet, but having that good group performance? How do you feel coming up against Falcons?
Like, I think we don't mind about Falcons too much. Like, not that, I don't know, there's like some teams you prefer playing against, some you don't. But I don't know, I think we're good against Falcons, and it can go either way.
Do you remember what happened last time in Blast Slam 1 when you came up against them?
Nope.
You guys 2-0'd them.
Okay, that's a good sign already. But no, I think right now it's kind of chill. Also, the last couple days, like we had a lot of free days, so we've still been practicing. But also the vibes, like very chill. Like we played some casual Counter-Strike. We were kind of just vibing, watching the games, and I don't know, practice, hang around, and yeah, I don't think we have too high expectations, and that the pressure is not going to be on us. But we're still confident to take it.
A little bit of confidence there. He did go on and he talked about like they really wanted to do team building. That was more of the goal when they had these days off for themselves. It wasn't necessarily like, oh, let's scrim and let's go all in and you know, more strategies. It was like, let's come together as a group of 5 and how we can find that synergy both in and out of the game.
Yeah, playing Counter-Strike with Quinn is definitely a team bonding experience. I'm sure about that. So if they got through that, they can probably overcome anything.
I feel like they could genuinely get through anything.
I say that like I have any idea what he's like playing CS, but I have no clue.
But
it sounds like a good time.
With confidence.
It sounds like a good time, honestly. I think a lot of these players, that's the thing, right? If you're competitive about one game, you can be super relaxed about other games.
Okay.
I'm sure you can relate to that as well, right? Like,
yeah, I think it's. I mean, it sounds like a healthy mentality for a team like Gaming that has had a lot of pressure on them, and they're finally maybe getting to the point where they don't take it so heavily anymore. They just play some casual CS and have a more healthy attitude towards the tournament, right? And they're still confident, as you heard Topher say. So I think it sounds like it's a good mix of confidence without putting too much pressure on yourselves and just practicing Dota all the day.
Yeah. I know that, you know, obviously they are still finding that balance for themselves, but yeah, team building, obviously Scrim still on, playing pubs as well, but they were also very generous in their time that they offered to spend some time with Slacks and make some content.
Hey everybody, we are here with Gaimin Gladiators for a wonderful piece of content called Social Media Mafia. Rules are very simple. I've collected your builds, your all chats, your tweets. If you know that it's you need to blame someone else. And you all have to pick who you think that it is. For this content, of course, Quinn also decided to start a pub as soon as we walked in the door, so he will be literally in a pub the entire time while we do this. Let's begin. First one here, gonna pop this up. This is BSJ is the greatest player the world has ever seen.
I don't think I've ever said that about BSJ.
Quinn would have written goated.
I would have used way different words.
Right.
That tweet is too simple.
Are you dead?
Oh, we lost, yeah. I also hadn't started using Twitter yet in 2017. I started later.
2017? Ace?
But why would he goat BSJ?
Ace loves BSJ?
Maybe it's also possible it's Ace, to be honest.
Any defense, Ace?
I wouldn't know, like I have a short memory for this stuff.
That's not the best defense I've ever heard.
All right, I'm also down to say Ace.
All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1, point to who you think. All right, we got 2. You are the tiebreaker. Point to who it is.
Okay.
Ace. The correct answer was, of course, Quinn. How can it?
I did have Twitter.
He's the only North American. Why would Ace say BSJ is the GOAT? All right, this one is a tweet. This is a beautiful picture of a flower, everyone. And it says, there is always light at the end of a dark chapter. Shadow is never forever, even when it's hard to imagine any light to shine again.
What on earth? That has to be him. That has to be. I mean, it's one of you two.
It sounds like Tofu.
No. It was what your first feeling, your first gut was, celery.
I do like flowers, but this is a fucking Tofu
Your gut feeling, the first thing you thought about. Like to me, it's 95% celery.
Okay.
Or Quinn had some experience. It
could always be Quinn. I would never tweet this.
Here we go.
Did you hear that,
2, 1,
Check the picture again.
That is a unanimous Tofu. Yeah, it was celery. Well done, celery. I gotta ask, what the hell does this mean, bud?
I don't know, it's just a fun tweet.
Right.
Take this picture yourself. It's in my garden.
Oh, I knew.
Pub's
Done in your
over.
pub?
Yeah, my pub's over.
All right, get in here, right in the corner. I believe right now is a tie between celery and Quinn. All right, lightning round. If you pick Dark Willow, you are scum.
Man.
defend yourself.
I can't even defend myself.
Oh, okay. Celery, any ideas?
I mean, it's definitely not me.
Okay,
What is
3, 2, 1. It unfortunately was Quinn.
Bro,
Celery,
you can't give
are
him a free one like that.
I didn't know.
How do you give him a freebie?
It
was randomized.
Congratulations, that was a quick win. Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you guys so much for playing Social Media Mafia. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye.
Slug's always having some good fun with the players. Dude, I feel like they were the most obvious tweets ever.
Yeah.
You read it and you're like, yeah, that's gotta be Celery.
I think the most obvious one was definitely the last one. There was absolutely like 0% chance it was anyone else.
No, you cannot argue your way out of that one.
It also seems Quinn is like the only one that really makes this type of tweets.
Yeah, exactly.
So
He is definitely one of the most active when it comes to that team. And apart from Celery, who's always like, yeah, GG's to so-and-so team. Like, we'll be back stronger than ever next. He loves those ones. I love reading those ones. I can't wait for the Celery post-tournament tweet every
I want
time.
Celery to tweet out, if you guys pick Dark Willow, you're scum after losing a tournament, you know? It's like, these other teams were abusing Dark Willow. Scum, you know? I want to see that. We want to see some character growth for someone.
Yeah, you want to see them, swap personalities there for just one tournament, see how that one plays out.
They should swap accounts.
Oh.
Quinn and Celery swap Twitter accounts for one tournament.
That sounds
one whole
devastating.
tournament, that does. Celery's going to get banned in a heartbeat.
One PR go up, one PR go down.
Well, look, those guys, they might have different personalities on social media, but they're on a team together, and they're going to have to band together if they want to make it to the grand finals. They do have a heavy opponent in their way. It's Team Falcons.
Doom will now get dropped onto Snaking.
That's the 5 position.
Emo with the BKB. Maybe at least they can finish off the Zeus. They can. They'll get Snaking. But Amar's cleaning them up one by one as he gets the double. Baboka taken down by...
Falcons may be coming into this series from a lower position in the gauntlet, but they're certainly not the underdogs. On top of being one of the most dominant teams for the last year, they also have a stellar history against their next opponents.
He's not scared whatsoever. He can kind of tease with them, and Amarji jumps back in with a shield crash. Double kill for him. They're cleaning up here, Falcons.
With a total game score of 15-8, Falcons have largely had Gaimin Gladiators' number. A clashing of styles and a changing meta makes for an unstable matchup that is sure to entertain.
Yeah, well, this 5-man roster here, no changes than when we saw them last year have fantastic results, but at the previous Blast Slam 1, it wasn't so great for them. They did get knocked out by Gaimin Gladiators, who 2-0'd them. Then they went up against each other in the group stage here at Blast Slam 2. Does anyone have any ideas of who that favored?
I do. It was a Falcons win.
Falcon.
Why are you looking at me like that? Did
I don't know. I thought you were going to say more.
Oh, okay.
Why are you looking at me when I'm talking to you?
No,
sorry, I was showing you
I didn't realize.
respect.
My bad, guys. Sorry, my bad. Yes, Falcons won. They ran a very amazing off-lane bristleback, which dominated the game. Amar was there. He went 14, 3, and 15, unstoppable. He just was kind of just stomped the game. Really, not much to say. It's really sad.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, I was so scared. There's such an expectation in your eyes.
The thing is, when you look at these recent results, right? So the last 4 times they've faced, Falcons have won 3 of them. Despite that, it sounded like Tofu isn't too concerned about the matchup. So
I feel like he just didn't even realize what their head-to-head
potentially you
record
don't know that, and even if you do, it's also you can like kind of ignore previous results if you understand that a lot of these times they've faced Gaimin have not been in form, right? So it's a matter of, okay, now you are in form. Sure, you lost the 1-0 in the group stage. You still don't feel any lack of confidence because everything else went well. I don't know. I think they have a good shot. And I don't know if I would say this is necessarily a good matchup for either team in particular. I just think it's very close. And I'm mostly looking forward to seeing, mainly from Gaimin Gladiators, what they bring out of the bag. Because I think Falcons at this point, they're running a lot of their same stuff that they have for months. They bring in a couple of extra pieces here and there, but a lot of it's still the same. They're just really good.
I will say, like the Bet team series that we saw, it was the Dawnbreaker, right? She was like always first picked. They were able to really flex it. Yesterday, Misery against your Colt brothers, they pulled out the ABBA. I'm going to ignore the Husker one, right? They pulled out the ABBA. They were able to showcase a lot of that aspect of it as well. So it's like...
I mean, we've seen a lot of games from Falcon in general so far, right? They've been playing the last like 2 or 3 days now. And I think if there's a team that can actually capitalize on all the information that Falcon has given out, it might be Gaimin Gladiators, right? Very smart team, so it's going to be a close one, but I do think Falcon looks really strong in this event. I think they've really grown the last few series, and are starting to understand the meta better. We see them abuse this Abaddon a lot. It's like adding more cores to their repertoire, also abusing this Venomancer and Zeus for snaking. So I think they have been looking really strong. So I don't know. I mean, it's going to be a tough series for Gaimin, actually, now that I think about it.
Yeah, because you guys talk about, oh, we think that Gaimin, with all of their knowledge and the days off, they're probably going to have this draft advantage. Maybe I'm generalizing too much, so correct me if I'm wrong here. But you're kind of assuming Gaimin are going to have this draft advantage, seeing a lot of what they'd come down to. But would you not say Falcons are one of the more successful teams in having flex picks? Yes, teams do flex picks, but they're not always successful. They're not always transitioning into a win.
Yeah, and I guess, as Misery pointed out, like if you add a couple of additional pieces here and there, with Falcons, the reason I say you know what you're going to get is that I don't see a lot of Falcons draft where I'm like, oh my god, they switched up everything. It's like they switch off one piece. They move a little bit of pieces around here and there, and then in the back of your mind, you always know, oh, there's these like 4 or 5 cheese picks that we also got to account for. So there's a lot of things, but on a macro level, I don't feel like the team has changed the way they play a lot. I think it's Gaimin that have changed the way they play a lot in the last couple of months, because they had to, because the way they used to play just didn't work anymore. So that surprise factor could be a thing, but they've already played. So it's like the Falcons were already ready in that game. Who's to say they couldn't be ready for another BO3 here?
Maybe not. I think it is hard because you can't expand, like, they told us, right? We didn't expand our draft, like, ideas. We're not coming up with 100 new strategies. It feels like they are just going to be more focused on core mechanics. I think Falcons, on the other hand, what I've seen from them has been quite beautiful. Teams are like, okay, let's ban Snaking Seers because he always seems to scale as a core on support role. Like, let's get rid of Ench. And then it's like, okay, who cares? Now I have Veno. Now I have Zeus. Like, Lich is still here. I think people should not be focusing on Snaking because he's just going to have the impact no matter what. His net worth is always so freaking high. But like, that's the problem. I don't know who the problem is. I don't know who you're meant to ban out because it feels like all of them are such dominating cores.
Do you feel like there's maybe an overarching strategy to their drafts that you can kind of focus on, Misery? And that's either team, not just necessarily Falcons, but Gaimin Gladiators too.
I mean, there's a little information on Gaimin right now, so it's kind of hard to say. Maybe it's just a general playstyle, like Syndrome is talking about, like that they kind of are finding their identity with Watson. That's going to change the dynamic. But as for Gaimin, as for Falcons, like we mentioned yesterday on the panel, for people who weren't watching every single game, it feels like Falcon has these 5 to 6 core heroes that they pick early, and then they're able to flex them on all 3 roles. It's like Bristleback, Tiny, Lycan, Dragon Knight perhaps, Pangolier, right? They pick these heroes early with some supports, and then they can flex any role. Some Razor late pick for Amar, some Malrine Husker we saw yesterday, it can be Skeeter, it can be... So it's, I think they're kind of tricky to draft against, because even if you know that these picks are coming, you don't know what's coming later on. Like you have to worry about so many things from Falcons, I think. And that's what makes them really tricky to draft against.
Yeah.
Maybe the focus is like who can create the better trio between like the mid and 2 supports, because when you have the ability to shut down the enemies, like mid for example, then they struggle to play with their supports and they can't enable others, and then you're able to start invading like triangle because you have a stronger grouping, and then that's going to take stacks away from like the offlaners who are greedier, who are going to want to utilize those kinds of stacks. So maybe that's the play.
I think your example with snaking is actually kind of important in this equation. I think rather than trying to ban players, it's about how do we enforce a playstyle in which we prevent them from playing greedy. I think you can't ban out Snaking's greedy heroes because there's too many. So it's rather, how do we take towers? I think that should be Gaimin Gladiators' goal in this series, is limit the space on the map so the enemy 5 doesn't get to play greedy no matter what hero he's playing. And that's the real challenge here. So I think with that in mind, perhaps there could be some interesting picks coming out. Like we could see something like a Pugna on a position 5 for Celery, specifically because it's a support that breaks towers. So that could be an approach to enter the series. I think that would be a cool idea, at least.
I'm loving all the ideas you guys are putting out. There are different ways that Gaimin Gladiators could come into this against Falcons. You know, there's the other side though, is how do you focus on a series, Misery, when you don't have the same amount of knowledge? What can Falcons be bringing to this outside of what was brought in the Occult and the BetBoom team series?
Well, I think something that we've talked about it during the drafts has been that you can kind of start the draft a bit slower, where you pick the generic heroes like Phoenix, like Clockwork, right? So you don't really reveal what you're going to be doing. So I think that's one approach for Falcons. And then you see what Gaimin Gladiators are doing, and then you can kind of react from there, right? But I think it was a good point about playing around Quinn and with the supports, because that's something that Gaimin Gladiators had insane success with when they first started. It was always Celery and Tofu coming mid lane for 3-4 months in a row, and nobody and nobody could do anything, and you lost your mid tower and you lost the game, right? That's kind of what happened. It was like they would play like Bane, position 4, and Enchantress 5, right? And nobody could stop it. So I think enabling Quinn might be the key, and that's something that they haven't perhaps had the same focus on the last 6 months. Maybe it's been more focused on having Watson have a good game. But if Watson is just farming all game, then you don't have this guy to play through.
Right, that's where they're lacking. It's that little middle part where it's like we've been so focused on having Watson have his late game hard carries, but then where do you stabilize that middle part of the game? The previous best of 3 that we saw for Falcons and Gaimin Gladiators in the previous tournament, that is what actually happened. Is we did see both supports rotate mid, and that was the game that they ended up winning. Quinn was down a little bit in mid. They rotated both supports, and they ended up going on to that. So it would be nice to see if they've taken that lesson away from it as well, or maybe there was just more to it, and you're looking at a surface level band-aid patch.
I guess every game will be different, right? There'll be different contexts of why you should rotate mid or like who you should focus otherwise, right? Like if you're playing an IO lineup, for example, you're going to want to make sure that Watson is the one having a great game, and then you want to have someone else setting up things. Like I think that's the nice thing about Gaimin is they are versatile right now. There's games where they have Tofu on Clock and Ace on Pango, and those guys can go and set things up, bring in an IO, right? There's games where Quinn is trying to carry from mid. There's games where he's more of a secondary. I think there are going to be games where you're going to have to prioritize different people, but I do like this mid approach. They have had so much success with it in the past that it is definitely a strategy I want to see, especially coming out to stop like Maureen.
Yeah, so I'm getting really distracted because I think there's like one player that's not in lobby, so I'm trying to see if it's someone on Gaimin Gladiators.
Who is ruining our timing?
A little too much. I know, right? I thought we were all ready for a draft, we were building up for it, and then I was like, no, we're having some issues. So
I guess one thing that I think is kind of important right now in the draft meta is that I feel like there are some really punishing picks, not just like the 24 Huskar, but I think the Abaddon can be really punishing somewhere in the draft. We have the Lycan that can be really punishing in the draft. We even have something like PA that seems to counter every other carry in the game. So if you pick the 0 early, it feels like you don't really know what kind of carry you're going to be picking. So I think there's a lot of kind of mind games and things to worry about in the draft right now. And I hope that Gaimin Gladiators have kind of caught on to that watching this tournament from the sidelines, because I don't want to see them getting cheesed by something that they've missed right in the meta.
So let's say a team literally overall first pick PA. What do you think is the best counter in phase 1?
That's
what's banned? What's banned? I need to know.
No, let's say every hero's in the pool.
Every hero's in the pool.
And there's 0 bans, one team first picks PA. What's your response? Like,
I'm liking this, and we should run this.
Because I'm like, okay, if that's where we're at, like, okay, if we feel like there's no carry to carry matchup that's truly great, there has to be solutions otherwhere. Oh wow.
So it just feels like the
elsewhere. There's the word. It's very difficult sometimes. There has to be solutions elsewhere because otherwise teams would first pick it, surely, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we are kind of getting to that point, right? We saw Tundra pick it up on 9. Last game, so I think we're not that far from that point, right?
Well, what do you need to stand your ground against a PA? I think is the other question, right? Are we looking for supports that BKB PS? Some part of it, is that what we're looking for in our ults? Are we looking for someone that is in the strength, someone who wants to build to be quite healthy?
Where is it? There's a couple of different things. I think, first of all, it's a very solid laner. He doesn't really have any real bad matchups if you pick a strong 5 with it. So he seems to always have a good lane. And then the second thing is all these other carries like Dragonite, Gyrocopter, which were considered before the tier 1 S tier carries, kind of get bursted by the PA. I mean, it's not like the Gyro can't beat the PA. Same with Morphling, same with Dragonite. They can get the MKB, and if PA is stunned, you can't kill her. But it feels like PA is always the one who gets the first jump. She's the one throwing daggers. You know, there's always the Hail Mary Rapier option.
What was the Bloodseeker PA carry-to-carry matchup like? Because
maybe Bloodseeker can beat PA, but it's just harder for
Bloodseeker. That's also like late game, right?
No, but it's so hard for Bloodseeker to get to his items, right? He needs Radiance, he needs Aghanims, he needs Sanchin Yasha, he needs BKB. And that's a lot of items, right? But PA just kind of needs Battle Fury, and she's... I mean, BKB arguably, or SNY, but she's kind of ready to fight, like, even before she has the items. Like, we've seen Jiracho run around and do all sorts of things for PA. Like he's not even. He bought Glimmer Cape last game. Like I think this hero just is so flexible compared to some of the other carries that are just hitting creeps. And
I think the comparison to Bloodseeker is interesting because even let's entertain the idea that it is a really good carry to carry matchup. Well, the problem is Bloodseeker has a lot of bad lanes. And PA just doesn't.
That's true.
So if your response to PA is to pick Bloodseeker and be like, all right, we got the carry to carry solved, then now you need to catch up by drafting heroes that can win Bloodseeker lane when the enemy team hasn't shown it.
Making sure that you already know like your off lane.
There's a lot of more. I kind of agree with this. I don't know. I'm not seeing the weaknesses right now. So
just pick Dragon Knight, guys. Just pick a stun, Lamau.
We saw it last series a little bit with Nigma, right? Where they ended up waiting all the way till the end to pick that carry, and it turned out to be the Weaver, right? And it just looked so underwhelming.
Yeah. That was a hard Weaver game, though. I was honestly scratching my head a bit.
I think it was everything else around the
But Bloodseeker was in the pool in that game, and they didn't pick it, and I think they didn't because the lane would have been miserable. It was against, was it Beastmaster and
Bat Rider?
Beast Bat, like good luck.
You can't pick it there. I think
you can't play the lane.
I think arguably you could go carry Tiny there, pick a different mid, you could carry Terrorblade, but again, it's just not. It sounds better. It sounds better than the Weaver, no doubt about it. But it's also not that good, right? So
I do want to jump in here because, you know, having a Theorycraft sessions with you guys, I absolutely love it. I do know that our technical issues have been fixed. Finally, we have all 10 players in our lobby here, and it does mean that our series is underway, a Game 1 draft for us.
The true team board is in the studio. That imposter co-streamer in the corner, you know, Gorg, he calls himself team board. He's not even board. No, but here, we're the board guys. We're the analysts. We're going to be talking about this draft. And yeah, we had to wait a little bit for it, but it's okay. It is, you know, the big series of the day. So far in the history of Blast Slam, there has not been a team to get to the grand finals that wasn't already invited to the semifinals based on the seeding. Gaimin Gladiators, they are that team. But the way that Falcons are playing, they could change that history and they can get to the grand finals. It is, yeah, it's a very, very scary matchup.
It is for sure. A little small sample size.
Very small,
but definitely an interesting one nonetheless, because it is kind of a rough path to not start in the semifinals. There's a lot of best of 3 single Ilium you have to go through there.
5 seconds remaining.
So we have Gaimin Gladiators with first pick. And Falcons on Radiant. Do you know who chose what?
I do not. I can check for you if you'd like. Would you like to know?
Wouldn't that be
delightful?
A nice little information to have.
I can provide that. Okay, so Falcons, they won the coin toss and they chose the second pick.
Okay.
5 seconds remaining.
Interesting. And then Gaimin Gladiators chose Dire of all things. That's also kind of unusual, isn't it?
Again, the Dire advantage is the fact that when you play off lane, you are able to go in between the tier 1, tier 2 Radiant towers, safe lane, and body block the wave to push it in. So if they have a strategy in mind that utilizes that, then taking Dire can set up for success.
Could be a reason.
One very small reason in a sea of choices, of course.
Gaimin Gladiators bans are kind of cool, right? I think that's very, very. Instead of focusing on these random Venomancers and like what else have we seen? Abaddon, some Rickies, some of these new heroes that Falcons occasionally play. They actually focus on banning out the important flex core heroes.
We keep listing them, right? The 5 areas. You said it on panel as well, right?
Yes.
It's the Bristle, it's the Pango, it's the Dawn. If you get rid of them, even Falcons having to respect Dawnbreaker in the bans because Gaimin are an exceptional Dawnbreaker team. So at least I think 3 out of the 5 big, actually even 4 out of the 5 big building blocks are now removed.
And it's also maybe the best building blocks, right? Because we talked about Lycan as well. We've talked about the Dragon Knight, but those heroes have shown some weakness lately. So, but Bristleback and Pangolier are just so flexible. Actually, Falcons were ready to leave Alchemist. You see that? So they actually chose to, instead of first picking Alchemist, they banned it themselves. That's kind of an interesting development here.
And just the first pick of Baden, right? Like
that's also interesting.
Rewind to day 1 when we had the 10 best of ones, right? Was first pick of Baden on the menu? It wasn't. It was like an IO Baden from Nigma, and then that quickly ran through the entire tournament. But
what do you think about like Elder Titan here for Falcons?
What, just the fact that you put the Abaddon to sleep and you just kind of run around him, or?
That's one factor. Another factor could be that if you put Abaddon off lane against ET, ET is gonna smack you, right? And I think it's just a nice casual counter to it.
But why not Ricky? I think Ricky
Ricky is also a really good option. I agree with that.
And the reason why I like Ricky is because when you want to play to try and kill an Abaddon, if it is a core, most of the time, the smoke screen plus one break, it simplifies the ability to stop him from getting an ultimate off, and you can burst him. We saw Falcons use Tiny with a Blink Silver Edge and then the Ricky support in another game do that, but I think Ricky is the value here. If they want to play on the kind of the team fight aspect of trying to shut down the Abaddon.
Gladiators turn to Enchantress.
Sure. Get rid of shield.
Go Ench, yeah. Take it slow, right? Get your snaking hero straight away. I think maybe the Ench keeps the laning really strong, right? Secures the safe lane no matter what kind of four and what kind of shenanigans Gaimin Gladiators is going to be doing. So I think they just open it very, very solidly here.
That's true. Also, there's probably more 4 positions that can play into the carry Abaddon than like the 5s, right? If they're expecting offlane Abaddon, what happens if Ench gets banned in the second phase, right? Let's say they went for Ricky and then Ench is banned. You can't really go for like the Crystal Maiden. You don't want to pick Vanna. Like it just complicates the draft. So I can see why, again, like you said, the Enchantress, it sets up for a lot more options down the line. And they ban out the Tiny.
I'm also curious about what Gaimin Gladiators are looking to do with this Abaddon. Is it just going to be Ace first pick Abaddon and then he just plays it, or is there some like kind of grander idea behind it? As strong as it has been lately, I think it has been a little bit contingent on the drafts around Abaddon as well and what hero he has been playing against. It's like it's not clear to me that this Abaddon is just straight up broken. It feels like it counters a lot of certain heroes and it needs a certain type of draft before it's that powerful.
So far, double checking the pubs. Ace has played it offlane, Celery has played it position 5.
Yeah.
Don't think I saw Watson play it in carries. But
yeah,
they do have some type of flex with it, but I think the key thing, if it is offlane, we spoke about this several days ago, right? If Abaddon gets to his items, he's annoying enough that even though he doesn't have team fight, getting past him and trying to find the heroes to kill is really annoying, right?
I think, yeah, I also think the hero has, from what we saw last game with Tundra in game 2, is that the hero does not necessarily always do that much damage in the fights. Sometimes he has a hard time hitting people.
Sure.
And you need other heroes in your draft to make up for that.
But that's also why the shield, taking the facet that makes the shield turn into like a blade mail, is also a pretty good idea, right? To make the, I say good idea, it's the reason why the hero is good. But Falcons, open the phase and all their position 4s are kind of available right now.
One combo I think have been looking disgusting in this tournament with Abaddon is the Abaddon plus Venomancer duo. And I wonder if that's something Gaimin Gladiators is gonna look to pick up, and it's maybe not something that they have played in the past, but we said the same thing about Falcons the other day. We said the same thing about Tundra, right? And suddenly they bust it out. It looks really, really strong, so it's maybe a possibility.
But what you're describing is just Abaddon will open up fights for any high damage support to play behind you, because it's going to take so much noise to get through him that
it seems so hard to fight into all this slow and all this vision and all this items that Venomancer provides on top of the shields.
But then already Falcons are answering that. They're going for the clockwork. Now you get the vision behind the Abaddon. When he walks up the high ground, you flare behind him. You now know, okay, guys, that's where we want to take the fight. Let's try and find a way to ignore this front line.
Yeah, and again, like you're Gaimin Gladiators, like you see nothing, right? You just see 2 really strong supports. You have not seen a core yet. It's a bit unusual for Falcons to do this, but at the same time, when you don't know anything about gaming, maybe it's the right approach from Falcons to take it very slow and not reveal anything.
That's true. I feel like their prep probably didn't really consider the first pick Abaddon, but this is the, okay, we're mid-draft. Let's not get baited in, because some picks here, for sure, Gaimin would instantly exploit it.
Exactly, yeah, like it's really a chess match on not get into the situation where you can get into problems.
But the Abaddon is now a core, because your position 5 player has picked his hero. So we're already going to be seeing Abaddon most likely in the offlane. I honestly don't mind the first pick Abaddon if your position 4 is able to play into a lot of lanes, like a strong ranged 4.
I think, could we see the Bat Rider from Sofu? Because they already banned out they have the Abaddon, they already banned out the Lycan.
Oh, okay.
Tusk is kind of new.
I mean, it gives them a little bit of Roshan, right? You're gonna have the tag team, so if
it's also a lot of save overall, right? You have Snowball, you have the shield, you have the Lich armor, like you have a lot of things going that it's gonna be very hard for Falcons right now at least to kill these heroes. So they're gonna have to think about how do we approach this type of draft with this many saves and passive heroes, right? Or defensive heroes. Because you're not gonna necessarily want to pick heroes that rely on bursting, right? As much. You're gonna more rely on perhaps playing the long team fights or out farming or out scaling somehow. Another hero that's still in the pool is PA. We talked about PA a lot.
Isn't Razor pretty good for Falcons?
Yeah,
like
I mean,
a Baden carry or offlane, some casual Razor is gonna enable you to just run down these heroes. BKB early to destroy the Lich. Like, this is the type of idea I think I want to see from Falcons. A hero that will happily match the survivability.
I think Razor is good against Abaddon. I mean, I said that yesterday as well.
Yeah.
Because like, I didn't explain why, but I guess the idea is that you just kind of link this Abaddon, and then, well, you don't have to kill him right now, but now he has no damage, and Razor steals all his damage, so you can kill him like slowly, right?
Yeah, there it is.
I would love to see this matchup play out in an even game, so we can see how it actually works out, right? Because I think obviously there's ways to play around it with like force staffs and things like that, or maybe blade mail, I don't know.
But then I want the Shaker also to think about Aghanims. We've seen Sumo really kind of ignore this item, but in this game, getting the blink in the Aghanims, you can blink into the fight, and then as soon as you see the kind of the fight develop, that's when you reposition for the actual fight that you want to take, right? But I think the Aghs will be kind of critical for the Shaker in this game.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it looked so strong when BCM played it with Aghanims, right?
I mean, there's Clock in the Shaker. I'm trying to think, like, what's the Quinn mid hero here? Like, some casual leaner is okay because you can play into Shaker and you can play into Razor. You already have the front line of the Tusk and the Abaddon to play into, the saves that we mentioned. Is there a different Quinn hero that I'm missing?
Do you want Quinn hero here, or do you want to just pick Watson up? Or are you still thinking about, I mean, flexing doesn't really matter much.
I don't think the flex really matters.
No, it doesn't.
So it's more like, if there's a hero that Quinn says, I need this hero right now.
Sniper and Lina, right? The classics, but I think again the carry hero pool is just not that big right now, I think, so maybe just PA. Morphling. I mean, of course, Morphling and Razor makes sense, right?
Yeah, that's true. And into the Shaker as well,
Yeah, I mean, I think Shaker goes both ways, right? Because you do have the instant stuns for a long time, the burst.
But then, you know, Morphling gets shard and he gets enough items. And
True.
No, again, I like the Morphling pick. I kind of forgot about Morphling, to be honest. Now that it's been picked, of course, the points that I already mentioned, it just puts a bit more of a timer on Falcons, it feels like, where if Watson gets to his items, do they have the damage? Like, yes, you might static link an Abaddon, but are you then going to still be able to kill a Morphling when you commit resources to kill Abaddon?
I'm just going to say something a bit crazy here. Is this where Falcons bust out some kind of last pick cheese again and then put Skeeter on Shaker carry? Because, like, now you think, oh, it's just going to be mid Malrine Shaker, right? Let's start banning Doom, let's start banning some other heroes. But I think Falcons are looking to make something, to do something dirty here, potentially.
It would be something that they haven't, maybe shown in pubs. Maybe this is a scrim thing, but 100%, I think if they see it, we've already seen the carry Shaker due to Miracle when he played on Nigma, right? And
it's like, but it's one of those games again where Skeeter doesn't really need to do that much because the power of that last pick is what actually seals the.
And the Ench is a strong enough laner to ensure that this flex isn't actually griefing. Like if they had a week of 5, then yeah.
Yeah. So my point is just that I think Gaimin Gladiators needs to be very aware that I think their draft is really solid right now, and I think Falcons.
But that's why the leaner and sniper bans are very good because. It doesn't matter if, oh, look, your Shaker goes to one lane, Leaner and Sniper are the most like strong generic heroes to prevent this type of creativity occurring. So for Quinn, we already said like strong laner doesn't really, does he need to be a playmaker in this game? I feel like Abaddon and Morph, they're just going to be tanky, survival, pushing out lanes.
I think
there might be a little bit of early game Razor pressure that the mid needs to kind of correct.
Does he need to be? I mean, he definitely needs to do some damage, I think, right? And I also wouldn't mind for him to be a guy that can start a fight as well, because like they only kind of have Tusk right now. I don't think Tusk is really happy when he's the only one who can catch people. So I think some kind of catch from Gaimin Gladiators would be really nice from Quinn.
And then like an Earth Spirit or something like this. Yeah.
Oh, there you go, Huskar.
They yoink it themselves.
They yoink it. They yoink it. I like it.
Yeah.
That's kind of what we, the Gaimin Gladiators also used to do this type of things with Quinn. They were actually maybe the original.
Oh, let's not try and fight. I don't want to, debate who done it first.
No, but I'm just saying, when Gaimin Gladiators were very successful, they did this type of things a lot, where they would last pick something really cheesy. But this is an interesting development for sure.
And the Leaner and the Sniper, they're now banned. They're the kind of the nice heroes to deal with it.
Viper's banned, Huskar's banned. Yeah, what mid hero can you put in?
Mid-primal skip wave? Mid-profit? Ah, no, mid-profit, okay.
All right.
I know sometimes Valorine has picked these heroes that just skip waves like the primal, but he does go for the profit. You're gonna have that tree.
I love the fact that we end up in this scenario where even Gaimin Gladiators are aware of the fact that they can actually get Huskar last picked, right?
Yeah.
So they take it themselves, and the Shaker for Skeeter comes out.
But do you think they picked the Huskar because they were scared that Falcons were going to do it? Or do you think they picked it because they were like, you know what, we don't want your Shaker to go mid. We want you to have to think about a new mid. So they forced Falcons
to do
the plan.
Yes to all. I think yes to all. I think all of these things have been a factor of this. Yes. Because I think, I also think maybe Gaimin Gladiators is like, let's give it a little bit back to Falcons, right? Let's take the cheesiness to them as well and see what happens.
Okay, so after all of this then, with the flexibility, which draft do you actually think has the nicer time? Do you think the Huskar pick to then force a Shaker to carry, a Shaker carry, and a Razor running you down?
That's a good question.
The Prophet TPing in.
Is it actually good?
Is it actually good? We haven't actually answered that question.
Have we overcooked?
Then have they overcooked the draft?
Exactly, have they overcooked the draft? I think they have overcooked a little bit, because I was talking about the Tusk being the only catch is kind of rough, in my opinion. Of course, you can still play the game, but I think that the Huskar needs to have a good lane, right? And he's playing into the Nurture's Prophet. I don't know how this matchup is. I imagine Furion is pretty happy there. Plus, he's able to teleport around the map where Huskar is a kind of slow mid laner, so he can't really counter-initiate in that way.
And then you have the Abaddon versus the Earthshaker lane, a lane that we also don't really see too often.
Yeah.
I think the Abaddon, honestly, should be pretty good for Gaimin Gladiators. Sure, their draft might be an overcooked, but they also, when they get items, I feel like they scale better. Like, do you think Amar can do it all?
Doesn't Watson carry this 1v5 if he gets fat enough?
I mean, he often does carry these games on Morphling. Like, when he gets those 1v5 games, he can do it. And I'm just happy that we got these drafts. I'm just happy that we got
what a great development. Let's see how it goes.
Luckily, we're going to find out now.
In a trade-off of cheese for cheese, we are left in a battle of fire versus trees. A veritable wildfire on our hands here, Avery, with Gaimin Gladiators and Falcons. A second-to-last pick, Huskar, turns into an overall last pick, Furion.
Which is cheesier?
Well, that's my question to you. Which one do you think is cheesier?
The Huskar, for sure. Yeah, it's not even close.
Damn, look at that. Quinn barely eking out Malrine's win rate with one less
How many of those are
less loss
from that Optic gaming squad, though?
Oh, okay. You're going to talk about the quality of match?
Yeah,
the quality of their opponent?
Little inflated stats.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
I mean, if anybody knows about inflated stats from beating NA teams, it's me.
I mean, how many times did you draft him, Huskar?
That's what I'm saying. I am the expert on inflated stats, so I can spot him easily. So,
yeah, can we bring up Avery's Elder Titan win rate?
We don't need to go back. This is a very interesting draft from a standpoint of when you opt to steal a hero, which is, I think, pretty much what happened here. You have to get some value out of the laning phase most of the time to make it work. And I think Gaimin are banking on the idea that the Shaker was going to have a bad lane no matter where he went. Like, you couldn't send the Shaker mid versus the Huskar. And if you play that carry Shaker, then Ace is going to have a way better time in this offlane with a first pick Abaddon that is now versus a melee core who shouldn't punish him too hard in that laning phase. So, yeah, you get this counter pick mid, but Gaimin were going to win that Shaker lane wherever he ended up going. So I don't think they actually felt too bad about what was going to happen in this Huskar. Now, the real question is, where does this lineup align in terms of the win condition? Because on some level, you have this Huskar Abaddon push strat going.
Yeah.
That is really strong around Roshan and going high ground early. And then you have this random Morphling in there. Like, what do you build on Morphling to align with that other than the early Vlads? Which is great, but then are you going to get too greedy with building too many right clickers here?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the one thing about it is that it is a carry Morphling, but what's to say Watson needs to play it that way, right? We've been seeing these Morphlings, they've been mid, they've been off lane, they've been support, right? Like, what's to say Watson just, you know, he picks up a Vlad's and he just plays it like you know, more of an aggressive style Morphling that is just playing to turn into an Earthshaker and just play like a team fighter in that regard.
That's what I would kind of like to see. I want to see Gaimin just all in behind the Huskar, right? Believe in the Abaddon plus the saves, go with the Huskar with his timings, and Morph adapt to that rather than the other way around. Yo, come on, man. You don't got to be throwing these out. I didn't throw shade at you. Like, I did nothing here. I'm an innocent victim. Flip side, I think Falcons have a pretty well-rounded lineup in terms of the different timings they can hit throughout the game. I think this is a lineup that can go ultra late. I think it's a lineup that can hit a nice mid-game with the Furion Razor. I think it's a lineup that can win lanes between the really fast support duo in Enchantress Clockwork.
Yeah.
That I expect to be explosive here. And at the same time, scale with that support duo. We've seen Snake can become the fourth core in so many games on this hero. So they really have a lot of tools at their disposal. Maybe a little overlapping between the Razor and the Furion. These two heroes can do very similar things in terms of, you know, they're just like a ranged right clicker at the end of the day. They're not giving you really powerful spells. They're not giving you a lot of team fight presence.
Yeah,
but
not a whole lot of disable coming out of that. That's true. It boots a lot on Skeeter, right? And I feel like this team does this a lot, man, where they're like, Maureen, you know, like sometimes he's playing a hero that does provide a lot of disables, but sometimes it's a situation like this, right? And we all know Amar is probably going to be playing some sort of scaling offlaner, and it feels like so much of it comes down to Skeeter, who very often is playing a 3 or 2 from the safe lane.
I mean, he's the glue man. Brings it all together, makes it work, you know? He's going to play whatever they want him to. He's going to make it work. He's going to find a way to scale on that hero and keep the other two cores happy. Which is a good role to have. We should mention, though, this is not a normal Razor. It is the Razor. The ATF Razor. Probably the best Razor in the world. I think there are not a lot of valid arguments against that.
Well, Amar would tell you it's Crystallis, but we're talking off-lane Razor for sure.
I mean, he's being humble, you know?
Yeah, fair.
Yeah, it's probably between those two, but in terms of that off-lane, it's absolutely him. And one of the big reasons, I think, is it just seems like he's better at closing games out with this hero if it gets stretched to that point than a lot of other players.
Okay.
Finding a way to make this hero work in the ultra late where sometimes other players are going to get kited out or they don't itemize correctly, he tends to make those decisions better on average. And that is something Falcons can fall back on here when they have a hero like the Shaker on the one, right? Where's that extra scale going to come from? Well, ATF, you're the carry now.
3-minute Lotuses. Nobody's going to contest Tofu for this one. And Celery gets it on the other side, too. So
pretty quiet early game.
Yeah.
Quiet early game might be okay for Gaimin here because they're trying to power up a little faster timing, in my opinion, with this push lineup. And they still have like the greedy morph lane on the safe lane.
Well, I imagine
not giving kills to Clock Enchantress.
Yeah, that is true. And Furion, right? Who is now level 4, so he finally has his teleport leveled up.
That's
so
the big X factor.
Yeah, I would expect something to happen, which is where having those Lotuses may come in handy.
Yep. If you can maintain high resources on these side lanes, there's just not that much gank potential for Maureen here. And the second he leaves, Huskar can start laying into his tower. So his decision-making in this early game is not easy, and he needs to make it count. Ideally, you just want to get 6 on this hero and start affecting the map with the ult.
Yeah. And that is something that's going to be super effective in this game. It looks to me like Gaimin Gladiators really do not have very good lane shove at all.
No, their support's really lacking that department. And when you have on Enchantress, that's all you need, man.
Yeah, even Clockwork with the Rocket Flare.
I don't know if I would say that. That's a stretch there, Austin.
Okay, fine. Then, you know, Plasma Field and Fisher and, you know, like they've got some cute ways of just being able to blow up a creep wave from a distance without risking anything.
You know, bringing a go-kart to a F1 rally. Like, yeah, you can get around the track there, brother, but you're not going to be setting any laps.
Hey, man, when you're climbing up the ranks to get to F1, you have to go on the go-karts in the first place.
No, that's why I brought that analogy.
So, you know,
that was a proper analogy. I know what I'm talking about a little bit. Enough to fake it. That's all that counts in the modern age, you know. You just need surface level knowledge with the appearance of an iceberg.
Yeah. Avery just sounds confident, and you guys all believe everything that he's saying.
It's great. Keeps working. Top win rate razors over 40+ games.
Arteezy's razor was one of my favorites.
Yeah, I know.
Because I remember he would just be so aggressive moving around the map.
That's why I made him play it all the time.
Yeah.
And I got kicked. So I don't know if that's razor must have not been that good.
Yeah. Did you learn an important lesson from that, Avery?
Yeah, the player's always right.
Yeah, the player's always right. Exactly.
Just go with them no matter what, you know?
Yeah. Did you want to win or did you want a job, Avery? Which one, huh?
I mean, you think AUI goes against what these guys want to play? There's no way, dude.
I mean, he might have a little bit more leverage than you did.
Nah. Not when you're playing with players that are 19, 18 years old.
Yeah, that's
They don't
true.
care what you did. Like, when did you win your TI, man? Like
Yeah.
1994?
They were still
Whatever,
in
bro.
elementary school when AUI won his TI.
I mean, that's what they say. You know, they're not real TI. Those weren't real.
Oh, yeah, the competition. It was whatever back then.
And then
playing against mailmen, you know?
Yeah, all the veteran players say the new ones aren't the real TIs. So what were the real TIs?
We'll never know. So there's probably some. You know what it was? It was TI6 Wings. That was the only real TI. Everything else.
I don't know if Misery would say that, but.
Oh no! Oh no!
Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good one.
Huskar versus Huskar. Excuse me. Hussar versus Huxar. Thank you, Quinn, for excellent typing. Ench versus Ench expert. Very smart.
I mean, there is a lot of synergy or mirroring between these two teams.
Yeah, can we get an Enchantress win rate between Celery and Snaking? Snaking obviously had that insane stack of wins. How many wins was it?
I think it was up to 27, 28.
Yeah, so I thought it was getting close to 30.
I mean, honestly, my takeaway from that was just embarrassing for the scene overall. Like more than
that wasn't a cause for celebration.
I was like,
and
what are
one
people
player's
doing?
expertise on a hero, you said everyone else is dog shit.
Oh, yeah, what are they doing? Come on, somebody has to have some solution to this hero, or just ban it, you know? But they kept giving it, and they kept losing.
Well, I mean, somebody broke it, right? Liquid did.
Like, what are the enemy team discussions at that point? Hey guys, he's only 26-0. We're gonna be the team that breaks this, you know? And then what's the discussion if you give it to him and lose?
74-40 to 107 to 77. Celery has played a lot more Enchantress than Snaking. But Snaking obviously has a much higher win rate.
Honestly, that's a toxic stat right there. Man. People don't think of Enchantress as a toxic hero. I assure you it is. That is.
Yeah, I'll back
Especially the pub enchant spammer.
Yeah.
Those guys need a professional. If you know what I'm saying. Like they need an appointment with a professional. That's how I'll phrase that one.
Yeah, I think they got some trauma to work out or what? Especially with the change in facets as well. Though a lot more people are going the Spellbound facet now.
Who has the most played games in this lobby? Is it Snaking?
I would assume so because the man was playing professionally all the way back in 2011.
Some of these guys have been, like Ace has
2012.
been around for a long time too, but it's got to be Snaking, right? But does he have more than Crit does? Because there's a couple years where Snaking missed a lot of of volume, if you know what I'm saying.
Yes, he definitely had his lull as a professional player. Are you talking about professional matches or pub matches?
Professional, I'm talking.
Okay. Then it might be Crit because Crit had so many deep runs at so many tournaments for such a long time.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I think you're probably right about that. Because Ace also had his lull in his career, but Crit was just hitting nonstop bangers
Nox just
for
told
years.
me it is Snaking with about 2,400.
2,400 professional matches?
Yeah, that's a lot.
Are we counting like tier 3 tournaments?
I assume so. You're not going to filter those out. Hey, those are hard-won games, okay? Let me tell you something. When you're going up against, like, Scourge McDuck Bristleback and stuff, those are some hard-won victories.
Yeah, that's
You're
fair.
going up against BSJ in his prime.
I mean, we heard from Quinn earlier. BSJ is the greatest player in the world.
That was a different beast. That 1 week when Troll was broken, that was a different beast, bro.
We're just having a bit of an issue with the SSD, but we should be able to get back into the game in not too long. So just stick with us, boys and girls. And we should have a great Dota match on our hands between Gaimin Gladiators and Falcons.
Always amazes me how happy all these players are before the game starts.
Yeah, they're all laughing and all chatting nonstop. I mean, I guess these guys have seen a lot of each other.
Is that a dog toy? What is it?
No, it's a ball that you like roll over your muscles. It's a relaxation sort of deal.
I mean, 30 minutes from now, one of these teams is not going to be as happy.
Wait, you think it's going to be that fast of a game? 30 minutes?
Also, something up with Crit, man. Like, I've known this guy forever. Something up with him, man. I'm telling you. I don't know what it is. His emotional state.
It, then
something up with it. That's all I'm saying.
You're saying he's too happy? He's too talkative lately?
Well, Crit is the only player I know who's sadder after he wins than before the game. Doesn't make any sense.
Ooh, this is a good one. You guys can't see it, but Knoxville linked the top 10 players with the most professional matches. 2,829 matches. Number 1 is Fly.
I would not have guessed it was Fly.
And then it's Puppy, FY, Kuro, Solo. Then Snake King at 6th. S4, I forgot the rest of the list.
Fly number 1. That's
Crit was at 8.
Fnatic days.
So we were close on the Crit versus Snake King deal.
Yeah, he's old.
He's old.
You know, honestly, though, out of that list, like if you look at those players, you know, Fly, Puppy, FY, Kuroki, whatever, you got to think, okay, they all had a lot of games, but who's had the saddest? Who's had the most just misery in those, you know, the highest threshold for pain over their career?
Experienced the most emotional turmoil.
That one's a lot more difficult if you think about it, because Fly had some rough years in there.
Yeah, I think we might. Fly is probably
really good ones,
good
but he had
contender
some really rough ones back in those like Fnatic squads and
I mean also
NA treatment, NA jail.
Like I feel like any of the players who did not win a TI on that list, like the TI winners, I think you automatically take out because there has to be some level of just overall life satisfaction with achieving your the entire goal of your career.
People
right?
put FY up there, right? The fireworks god.
Yeah, fireworks god.
That's a rough meme to be your meme, you know.
You know, I know people have their objections to AI and everything, but the person who did the AI on the firework video on
brutal,
FY,
dude. Who would do
so
that,
he's happy in an alternate dimension when FY wins TI.
That was messed up, man. That was messed up. There's some messed up people in the Dota community.
Oh, that was excellent. That was excellent. All right, guys, we are going to get this technical issue sorted, but it is going to take just a little bit longer than we anticipated. We are going to go to a hopefully short break.
Welcome back, everybody. We are just about ready to go with the opening game of Falcons versus Gaimin Gladiators. Avery, did you take your bathroom break? Did you get some food?
No, I sat here and studied the game diligently.
Oh, okay. What'd you figure out during that time?
Ace is owning.
Is he? He sure is. Wow, 18-7. Where'd he come from? This man's hacking. He was killing creeps during the pause.
Maybe. Either way, this is part of what that pick was trying to force the position of Falcons into, which is, put the Shaker in a spot where you either get free farm mid or you get free farm bottom. And so far, Ace has taken full advantage of it. He's going to have a strong game on the Sabaton, which in theory can translate to helping the other two cores get to where they need to be. Depends how much faith you have in this hero.
Yeah, why did we settle on this hero being carried all the time? It feels like its natural position should be offlane when you get to this point, where you've got Orb of Corrosion and the levels in Curse of Avernus. Just one hit is a lot of damage. Top lane, though, Amar finds his opening finally. They get first blood on Celery.
That's really nice for this Razor. That's probably your hardest scaling core in this game, so putting ATF to a good start is going to pay dividends later on. I think this Abaddon is more just about the lane matchup you can get in either safe lane, how much you can abuse it, how far ahead you can get, and then how do you synergize with your two other cores in terms of the time. We saw earlier today when Tundra played it, their lineup ran out of steam, but 33 talked about how they probably could have gone high ground sooner and just forced the issue.
Sure.
And I think he was absolutely correct there, and I think this Abaddon is not a hero you just say, hey, he's going to get 6 slotted and be annoying in the late game. It's a hero you want to take advantage of those slots 2 through 4. And really push the pace, abuse Roshan's, play him to his max potential when the enemy doesn't have enough ability to kite him out or break silence him or just go ultra late, and take advantage of the fact that spells are kind of weak in an ultra late situation.
Are we going to see any difference in the builds here for Ace? Is he going to do any sort of like aura items? Do you think there's an Aghanim Scepter on the list, or we're just going to still see the Harpoon and...
I think the Ags is a little slow. I would not be surprised to see just the Harpoon come out first, but it is Ace, and you could absolutely go an extra aura item here. Again, depends how fast Gaimin want to try and close this game out or push with the Huskar. That's what it really comes down to. And Falcons are honestly a pretty tough team to close the map out early against. It's pretty rare they get rolled over, either in the laning phase or just in that early mid game.
Yeah. Oh, Quentin got his level 6, immediately jumps onto Malrine. Malrine casually just TPs away, no problems there. He is just shy of his own level 6, so Quinn did get the advantage there. You could see it in the CS, 13 denies.
Tofu's waiting for him here, though. Trying to set up this gank for when the Furion comes back in, but Malrine not going to
He's not coming back to mid. He's going bottom where Tofu is missing.
That's a nice little play from him. Maybe had the read that Tofu was there. Snaking was scouting out a lot of that jungle, so not a difficult read to make when the Tusk is off bottom. He doesn't go into the gank and gets a kill instead. And very close to his level 6, basically one camp off of it.
And yeah, he reads that they were going to try and sandwich him in the jungle area. Doesn't get caught there. 7-minute Wisdom Rune. See if the Furion tries to go for a contest somewhere. Tofu's already set up, knowing that the Furion could make that play.
Falcons laning phase just always strong. I don't even think they started this one too hot, and they've already evened it out, and their supports are looking to be in a pretty good spot.
Yeah.
Now you're going to have to start thinking about where this Furion goes and what this Wrath of Nature can do.
Oh, crit! That was quite the bit of aggression there into a Lich who could just Sinister Gaze pull you into the tower. Quinn, he's going to try and rotate, but once again, he is met by a creep. Every single time he tries to move out of his lane, he's running into Treants, he's running into Enchantress creeps. There is no move that is hidden from Falcon's eye.
And double defensive obs on this Radiant side. Just scouting out the whole jungle. They do not want Tofu to have any sort of backside gank around Malrine or make his presence felt on either side lane.
Yep, they're going to
moves are scouted.
They see Malrine, but in turn, Tofu is spotted, and they're actually going to try and kill him here.
Oh yeah, he's gone. Wrath of Nature.
Fairy Fire goes off. The final couple of hits, he has the Lotus as well, but the hits just keep on hitting.
Just doesn't have boots yet on this Tusk. So slow. And yeah, Cobalt Foreman setting up some plays here, snaking on point with the early micro. This is kind of the scary part of this transition phase for Gaimin, because I don't think their supports are matching the clock Enchantress on the map. And you throw this Furion ult on top of those types of skirmishing or gank plays, you have a lot more firepower in these early fights. Gaimin have to be preemptive and make the move, combine their supports on these lanes. It's what they're looking to do top.
Taking a move on Amar. They have the cog to try and help out, had to snowball to get out of them, and as a result, the damage is delayed, and now the turnaround is here with Maureen teleporting in. Tofu's at half. Crit is quite low. Watson's going to try and commit for that one. Tofu getting lower and lower off the plasma field, but with the TP coming in from Quinn, Amar felt like he could not commit, despite the low level and health supports, not able to get a kill.
Probably not a great feeling for Quinn TPing in there just to bail the team out in kind of a 3-on-3 play, and he gets nothing for it. Maybe necessary in the end. I think ATF is going to try and do some work there. He's been strong in this offlane. Glitch just not able to get the HP low enough to set up any kind of play on the Razor itself, and Crit always running interference. Both these mid towers still very high HP. So Maureen can continue to look for these rotations on either side lane and not be too worried about what the Huskar is going to do mid. Which means still a lot of roaming potential on the table here.
Dude, these defensive wards are just so perfect.
Yeah, they have really done work. Kind of rare wards, or at least rare to have two down like this.
Now, Maureen shows himself. I don't think he expected the supports to be here with stuns, so there's no getting out of there, but Falcons might still be able to get the punish here as the Echo Slam goes out. They manage to kill the Huskar and chasing for more. Celery is likely to be run down. Tofu's already caught. That'll be a 1-for-3 exchange. Man, very good for Falcons.
So aggressive. Could feel the frustration with the vision and the scouting. Just force the move under a tier 2 against a Furion and give the easiest double kill of Skeeter's life. That's a huge gold injection for these two side laners. Falcons are happy with that trade every single time.
Oh, yeah.
Especially when the Huskar goes down. No armlet toggles available with the chain stunning. This is when that armlet can be a problem, but not in a fight like that. And now your tower is the one who just took a beating here with the Furion creep, the Enchantress creep, Catapult not doing its job, but
can't help but feeling like a year or two ago, that move from Gaimin Gladiators sets up Quinn. They get that kill, they take the mid tower, but teams have adjusted to Gaimin Gladiators' pace. Would they bring 3 heroes mid? You bring 4 or 5. Still, though, Gaimin Gladiators will rotate out of that mid lane, find a pickup on snaking. It will cost them their tower, though, it looks like, as the Furion continues his assault.
Nothing was going to prevent that at this point. That Treant is way too strong. You're going to lose the top one as well, though. That might be the bigger issue.
As a result, Falcons being up well over 2K.
Oh, they're cruising here. I mean, this is not an early game they mind, even if maybe they had the more aggressive support duo, because they are pretty confident they're going to get the farm back on this Enchantress.
Sure.
Over the long run. And time has shown that that is absolutely true. So I don't think they're in too much of a rush here. Early blink on Skeeter means they can absolutely take these fights. But with these tier 1s already down, you can kind of play the map. You can split Gaimin's lineup up, and you look at this Gaimin lineup, it's not one that wants to split up too much. Like, they don't have a lot going for them when you're just farming the map as 5 heroes.
Yeah.
Maybe the Morphling's happy, but this Abaddon Huskar are not going to be too happy for too long if you can't group up and start taking fights or pushing these objectives.
If damage is going to feel damn good for Skeeter, who will smoke back to this bottom lane. They may run into some supports here.
This is space for Ace, though. Just gets a tier 1 for free.
Yeah, he's definitely getting the tower. Is there going to be anything else with that tower, though? Skeeter is still working his way around. Do they really want to go on Abaddon? Oh, he's going to spot the 2 supports now. He's the one getting gone on, but he does manage to get the flank away, pulling Tofu out of position with the TPs coming in. Tofu's going to be surrounded. Gaimin Gladiators are giving up on this play.
I'm surprised he didn't blink in and echo him there.
Meanwhile, Quinn seeing the massive rotation to the bottom lane. A lot of heroes showing. He makes short work of Crit and mid.
Quinn's still having a fantastic game here.
Yeah.
He has really not been interrupted too much other than that dive that they did themselves. So got to start eyeing some Roshan here in the next 5 minutes if you can somehow get a fight near it. That would be ideal. Huskar can do it really early here with the Abaddon and the Tusk. A lot of Roshan potential. Another reason to just push these lanes in if you're Falcons. Keep splitting that Gaimin lineup up. They're not going to be able to take the big fights or make the Roshan play.
Watson, meanwhile, has been quietly farming up the safe lane. Really haven't seen too much of him, but he does have his Vlads and working towards his Yasha.
Yeah, Vlad's going to be super nice in this lineup. Really nice for all three of these cores, pretty much. Peter maybe looking for him up here. Trying to steal some camps away. Maybe you find that morph on low HP. But just continuing to stall out the map. Snaking, tanking the gank or what?
Yeah, it's going to be another. Nope, he TP's out. He's good.
Super head up breed here. And yeah, just another creep for Quinn to ult. That's about all these life breaks have been doing. Killing neutral creeps.
Watson's keeping himself on a pretty healthy number. 1200 HP. He's not going to get bursted by a random Echo Slam.
I mean, this is the kind of map play that I think is going to frustrate Gaimin over this game. If you can't find some connections, your only answer is really to just force the objectives.
You're right. Well, they're going to try that right now.
Yep. I think
go for Roche, but Falcons have already scanned it.
This is the correct play, but you have to be prepared if Falcons try and get Tez for the fight. Just make sure your read is correct in terms of where they are on the map.
Also, if you get interrupted even just a little bit, Roshan's going to go to the other side. Crit blindly goes into it with the hook shot. He will die for this one, but Roshan might just go to the other side of the map. This is really weird. Quinn is quite low. Roshan's about to make a break for it. Is he going to take out before he gets through the gate? Okay, the fire is burning him out. I think they've got him. They do. Imagine he goes through the gate and Amar is just gifted in Aegis.
That could have gotten dicey. You know, honestly, that play was just difficult because Crit did not have a rocket flare point. I think it could have changed that a lot because you could have rocket flared the pit and then hooked in with the Wrath of Nature. Maybe pop one of them there.
Yeah.
Nonetheless, Gaimin get what they came for, which is that Roshan. The trade-off is the lane pressure and Falcons continuing to farm the map. But now you have the strongest hero in the game, which is this level 12 Huskar. Halberd completed, Aegis intact. This is where you can really do some damage here. Got to make this first Aegis work for you. Tier 1 mid has got to be the first item on the menu. This tower needs to go down. You need to open up Falcons side of the map, get in there, or just get some team fights going if Falcons will give it to you.
Yeah, well, Falcons is thinking about going on Watson underneath this tier 2, perhaps? They're spotted, snaking, caught inside the shards. In big trouble, Skeeter sticking around to see if he wants to throw out more than just a Fisher.
The thing is, Falcons just don't really want to take a fight right now. They don't know where this Huskar is, and, well, Crit knows where he is.
Yeah, he's found the Huskar. And with the haste rune, Quinn
they're gonna try and make
starts
a play
backing away, but they are going to go for him here. Echo Slam, quick execution of the Aegis.
There is nobody close by, but do Falcons know that? They're gonna bank on it.
He does have his ult if he wants to try and use it on the creeps to try and create some distance. He doesn't get far enough away to break the link from Amar. He's getting to Celery now, caught inside the Sprout. No way to cut out as the Quelling Blade is on cooldown. Chain Frost goes out, bounces over to the Sprouts in the back. That's no good. Meanwhile, they do surround Malrine, see if they can chase down the rest. Little Piggy running away, out of sight from Gaimin Gladiators. So in the end, quite good for Falcons. Got rid of the strongest hero in the game and his Aegis.
That was very fast that they took it out as well. Like, Gaimin got pretty much nothing out of that Aegis other than the solo kill. And it forced them to run across the entire map, which wasted a bunch of TPs onto that outpost, used a bunch of time. You get the Malrine kill, which is nice. I think this Furion is not finding a huge amount of momentum in this game. This Fissure almost backfired.
Oh, it was a double tree! He cut one of the trees, but there was, you know, like just a normal tree sitting there, so he was double treed in. One Quelling Blade was not enough.
That was a little unlucky for Gaimin, honestly. The tree cut was pretty bad, and then the Chain Frost bounces were terrible.
Oh, yeah, that was awful. Dude, Sprout should cut down trees, man.
Well, that makes no sense lore-wise.
Oh, come on, man. You shouldn't be able to just sprout somebody within trees and the Quelling Blade not be able to be the answer to it.
Yeah, but he's the nature's prophet.
All right. I hate you.
It just doesn't make any sense.
Well, mechanics-wise, you should just be able to walk through the trees.
That's a different hero. That's the tree protector.
Okay. What is this gigantic? What is this wave? How did this become a triple wave? Underneath the tier 2. What? What the hell?
I think it was dragged with a tree, I think.
It had to be, right?
Yeah, this is a massive wave. It's a just straight quad wave at the river.
If anybody knows how this was set up, please.
The tree's just battling
Let
it.
us know, man. Oh, yeah,
like,
it had to be.
Don't worry, bro. I got it.
It all gets cleared out by the... Dude, if he actually ran a treant like through mid, pulled it to bottom...
No, I don't think he did that. I think he was just bottling up the waves with the tree in general. Crick gets caught again.
Nice use of the hook shot to get away.
Yeah, real just needs harpoon build, but not completed yet.
Force staff already up for Snake King is a big win against the Lich.
It feels like Falcons are successfully dodging them on the map. They're not creating a huge lead out of it, but again, this can start to balloon between the Furion and the Enchantress.
Yeah. I mean, simultaneously, they're not up in net worth, and it's not like Huskar falls off anymore.
Yeah, see, this is the tree in action. Where
here he goes.
He's just not letting this lane go in for Gaimin.
Yeah, by the time it actually starts pushing out, Wrath of Nature clears the whole thing because there's no maximum count to Wrath of Nature anymore.
This is incredibly toxic. Again, taking advantage of the fact their supports don't want to show on lanes to get them out, and they can't kill the Treant. And now, Falcons getting
to the 20-minute Tormentor. They're going to run to Celery here, who dewards the high ground.
With his corpse.
Yeah.
Steel Tormentor? Not feeling brave enough. Why Steel Tormentor when you could just farm the map, Austin?
Yeah. Also, probably not worth the risk of doing the enemy Tormentor. We've seen that go wrong at this tournament.
A couple times. Maybe? I mean, he's a very tough grab. You can always fissure block this hero in weird positions, though. Something to consider.
Yeah, between Fissure and Sprout, they've got a lot of blocking mechanisms. They've got Cogs as well, actually. Man.
Maybe another reason that Gaimin pushed this hero into the offlane, because the late game for this Abaddon looks rough.
Yeah.
I don't know how you're playing that between Static Link that's just abusing you and turning it onto the team. The Sprout mechanics, the Fissure mechanics, the Cog mechanics.
Crit, he's going to take away the Wisdom Rune. No. Quinn's going to get there in time with the Force Staff. He gets on top of it. And now as a team, Tormentor?
I mean, Gaimin are building a lot of Force Staffs of their own.
They need them. This is an incredible Force Staff game.
Yeah. They're going to have maybe one on the Tusk later, but you're going to have the Lich one. You're going to have this Hurricane Pike on the Huskar. Should have that Harpoon next coming out for Ace.
I almost wonder if he's going to need like a Blink Dagger on top of that or something, you know?
Maybe. I mean, the more aggressive you can get with this Abaddon to start fights, the happier you're going to be.
Yeah, exactly, right? Just blink in.
Waste spells on you.
I guess the one downside of that is you are putting yourself in a position to give the Razor a lot of damage, but if he's linking you, he's not linking the Huskar.
And then Morphling has a free fight. Morphling can go in, link the Razor, start killing him.
Yeah.
What this pick's designed to do. I don't know. I would have expected that Falcons were going to get more out of this period on the map, but they're actually losing the net worth lead here.
Yes, they are about to hit a big timing window, right? They're going to have Aghanim Scepter on Earthshaker. They've got BKB on Amar. Like, I imagine they're about to get hyper-aggressive, and they go straight to it in the mid lane. Quick kill on a Celery, but the turnaround, a rebuttal from Gaimin Gladiators. Skeeter is able to get the Force Staff out of the side of the shards, and they begin to pepper Quinn with some spells, but he's covered nicely by Ace. And with the TP coming in, Falcons will be dissuaded of their aggression. They'll head to somewhere else for Maureen. That's the right side of the map to try and farm Ancients.
Back with the Tree and shenanigans.
Yeah, he really is not letting this go. It's funny because Gaimin Gladiators they've not been shy about using spells to try and kill these Treants whenever they run into them, but they have still been such a nuisance.
Buying time, buying space. Echo Slam for a Lich, I mean, not the most exciting fight, but they will take it here.
You
This
boys
is also not the most exciting fight.
Yeah, you don't have the HP for that. A third hero would make it fine.
We also saw the early Spore Staff on the Enchantress. So the lack of stuns for Gaimin is going to be a big concern here as this game goes on. Right? How do you keep heroes in an area where your 3 roughly melee cores, like, yeah, you have Morphling Huskar, but you don't have a lot of range. You have to be able to hit things, which means you have to be able to lock them down. And if a single Force Staff bails out your 1 stun in the shards, what are you really looking to do there in terms of the control?
Well, Aghanim Scepter on Huskar will go a really long ways, right? Because Force Staff doesn't really save you from that.
Yeah, but that's coming way down the line, right? And this Huskar is
yeah,
farm.
it is. He's going Satanic first.
He's really big. This next Aegis will be a big deciding factor. Gaimin can build a lead with it. It's theirs to take in theory. It's going to have to be a contest from Falcons.
I mean, how important is control if the enemy team has to push into you?
Well,
like if you're content with the game just going later.
So usually you can play without stuns if you just push. Because then you don't need to actually catch people, right? They have to go into you because you're taking their base.
Sure. Nice use of the shards.
This Gaimin lineup can get away with a lack of control if they can get the Aegises and push into Falcons. Then the fight will be forced, and then you just take it heads up. But it's still going to be a concern in terms of the kiting a little bit. It's going to be a concern if you ever lose the 2nd and 3rd Aegis here and can't force that issue. That would be the biggest win for Falcons in this game. You can take that 2nd or 3rd Aegis away. Then this lineup really loses a lot of gas, and you can just farm the map. And we're starting to see this Clock Enchantress pull ahead a little bit. Skeeter's the real sacrificial one here. As another Hurricane Pike comes out in this game, man, there's just triple Force Staff now available for Gaimin. And the Harpoon done as well. So a lot of defensive, but also potentially offensive gap close here.
Stupid ass trees.
I mean, you got to buy Dagon, man. Like, there's nothing else.
Yeah, seriously.
High ground ward, they see ATF. They're going to jump him.
Smoke breaks, and they make the jump onto Amar and got the BKB out of him. Even blocking him with the shard. Could they possibly do enough damage? They're starting to get the link onto Quinn. Quinn's in big time trouble. He's already dead, but is Amar going to die for it? He will. Ace managed to deal the finishing blow. He's stuck on the wrong side of the cogs, or maybe the right side of the cogs. He continues with his aggression.
Not doing much to snaking.
No, only hero.
Watson went in.
He did. He immediately got echoed, hit by the hook shot. Can they finish him off in time? Forced him into. Oh, the snowball save. What a pickup from Tofu, and Watson is able to get the waveform on out of there. Tofu, a sacrificial play that ever so barely works for him. Ace, he may die for this as well, though.
I think he's able to pick up one more on the way out, but...
Yeah, he's going to harpoon back, crit.
Yeah, not too
and well, he jukes it. Maybe he could TP. Oh, puts himself in the corner. Skeeter lost him. What a position.
That's huge. Because that's just a lost team fight. Even though the morph gets out, he's fully strength morph. So that fight's over. You have no damage at that point, especially with Quinn going down early. And the lack of the BKB on the Huskar, if you don't get out of that link, you're just food right there. The Force Staffs were unable to get the job done, despite having so many of them. Just a lot of terrain blockage between the cogs, the sprout, the fissure. You're the one going into them there. Awkward situation for the Huskar, especially without Aegis.
And yeah, there's nothing you can really itemize for that, right? Like there's the tier 4 Aviana's Feather, right? And then tier 5's Force Boots, but like of regular items you could build, there's nothing else you could really do about it.
Yeah, it's just dealing more damage or getting tankier, like BKB, AC, Satanic, Lincolns, I don't know, whatever you want to try and stay alive longer so that some of these Abaddon shields can come through or Snowball save can come through.
Blightmere into Sprout, just a bit of a poke at Tofu. Malrine playing safely underneath his high ground wards here, and they are going to go for the Roshan on the Dire side. You said how important these next two Roshans are, and Gaimin Gladiators might just be giving this one up for free.
This is a massive blow to this lineup. It's not an objective you want to give away when you're the one supposed to be doing the pushing. I think, yeah, they're going to smoke into this. I just think it's going to be too late. They might opt to take the fight anyway, just try and even the playing field, take this Aegis off the battlefield.
And mean, if they could catch them while they're still in the corner of the map, it could be good for them, but they're certainly not getting here before the Aegis is picked up. Four staff away, full retreat from Falcons. See if they can get out cleanly here. TPs, I think they're all out.
Oh, man. By an inch, they make the escape, and I mean, we can clearly see the game plan there, right? Take it away from Gaimin and then just get the hell out.
Yep.
And now you have to play 5 minutes into this Fury on Aegis, which is not the biggest deal, but you don't have it on the Huskar. How confident are you to push? Honestly, you might just end up making the call to push anyway. That gets too annoying.
That's twice now. And Quinn has saved the Wisdom Rune with a 4-staff.
Little attention test going on.
Yeah, the attention test, the creep wave pushing, it feels like it was just inevitable that Falcons is going to get these Roshans if it happens like this. Watson. He turns into the Furion here. Malrine does manage to pick up that kill that he was looking for, but he'll lose the Aegis.
Got back up to the high ground, though.
Celery's here. With the Chain Frost, they might be able to burst Malrine a second time, but the Fisher comes in for the sign. They're going to deal with the Lich first. They know that damage threat is immense, but it leaves Watson with a free game to finish off Malrine. Now he turns back around and uses that Sprout onto Skeeter, who hops away with the Enchant Totem. Meanwhile, Quinn battling up with the Mar. He will lose this fight, but the spear damage is building up, and so much toggling, it does manage to finish off Amar as a result.
Even trades. Still, that was the Furion going down twice, so Gaimin happy with that overall exchange, though they lose the Huskar again, but Ace is powering up here, man. This Abaddon is doing some serious works in the fight in terms of damage, and Watson.
Yeah, Watson?
Laying into him with some crits. He did an insane amount of burst here.
Yeah, his build, he's got Nemesis Curse and the early Chrysalis, and he just chunked these heroes.
Decimated him. He was even laying into Skeeter off this Sprout. This Wolflane is becoming a problem, and I mean, honestly, Gaimin might just be confident scaling this into the ultra late. Like, they're gearing up for it. They are going scaling items on Ace, not the auras that would indicate some sort of push timing. Why not just build all 3 of your cores to go late here and have the confidence to do it with the saves? I mean, Tusk is a better support to go late game because he has BKB Pierce, he has displacement with an Ags, you get off some later Roche, and then he has one of the best saves in the game.
Yeah.
That can stall out a Razor BKB or things like that.
I mean, that was my view of this matchup in this lineup. Like, Huskar doesn't fall off late game, so, and if you've got a Morphling, you've got Tusk. Abaddon late game is pretty scary too, in a utility sense. Then, you know, just let Falcons have their game. If they want to play their farm on 3 cores game, then just match that.
Interesting idea. This Scotty Abaddon is also a lot of heal lifesteal reduction.
Yeah.
This really hurts like late game Satanic builds, things like this.
Crits, not able to make it out with the jetpack, and they will start going to work on the tier 2 tower. They're gonna have to make it quick though, because Malrine is, of course, cutting the waves, and Amar is pushing in the other side of the map.
It does not feel like Falcons are getting enough out of the map right now, and they're not scaling fast enough. This could be a high ground. You even really want to test it.
Yeah, it's either TP back and deal with top, or go for the high ground and oh, I guess that mid tower is still up. They do need to finish that.
That absolutely has to go.
31 minute mid tier 1.
When you have a Huskar. Pretty rare for them.
Yeah. And they will TP back, deal with the top lane.
I think Falcons need another set of items here. They need this Silver Edge on Malrine would be big for you to be able to burst this Huskar down. But it feels like they're going to need this refresher on the Razor, too. I think that's where a lot of ATF scaling is going to come from.
Got the dust for it, but he's just outside of the range. Malrine slips away into a corner and tucks. TP's out.
I honestly don't know if this Furion pick has done a lot for them this game. It's felt a bit quiet in terms of the lane pressure it's created and the pickoffs you would want to get out of this hero. Been a lot of wave dragging and shenanigans, but I don't know if it's actually achieved too much. And this game and ball is incredibly strong right now. There's just so much tankiness. don't want to jump this Abaddon. That means another wasted smoke here from Falcons as they just let Gaimin push the map back out and get a smoke of their own going.
Yeah, they really, they have not done anything to this Abaddon, I think, the entire game. Which obviously just gives Ace the confidence to aggressively push in lanes when he can, because they've never put a stop to him.
Oh, they're trying to outmaneuver Gaimin right now.
And they are doing so successfully. Quinn is going to be caught on the other side of the map entirely alone. There's no way they can get through the gate and save him.
Oh, that was a really nice maneuver. Very fast, very well coordinated. I have a 5v4 right now for a minute. Maybe you can get something else off this as the smoke from Gaimin falters.
This was the latest for this tournament. The previous one was Nigma taking Tundras at 30-39. Wow. Had some interesting comebacks. Comeback? Something about that word doesn't feel right, but...
I'm not helping you there, huh?
Another tier 2 to fall, no matter what Celery does about it.
Do have the Shivas up on the Shaker. That's a bit more damage now. And we saw the Silver Edge completed. So there's 2 of those big 3 items that they need.
Steal away a Tormentor.
Yeah, that's another... Not the worst shard, to be honest. Take everything they can get right now.
Yeah, it'll actually help Skeeter another way to get out of Sprout. If
yeah, true.
If Watson's going to continue to turn into the Furion in these fights.
Get a little fissure walk in action.
And there's the Blink Dagger for Ace.
Yeah, he's fully kitted. He would love to get some fights going right now. His hero's not going to get much stronger than this, even over the rest of the course of the game. Whereas these 3 cores on Falcons are going to continue to scale. And you got to be looking at the bank right now for ATF, where he's got a lot of gold sitting there ready to deposit.
Oh, Crit's going to take that Wisdom Rune. Quinn, what happened? They lost their attention. They finally forgot about a Wisdom Rune.
They've just been so annoying in this lane with the Treants and the scouting, the wards, the rune steals. This is a strategy right here.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those games where you're sitting there on the Dire side just going, just fight me already. But Falcons refuse to do so. They are playing a game to outmaneuver you. They are playing a game for the map.
You want to catch the
They are playing a game where, oh, Celery had the right idea to put down the Spire. Couldn't get out the Sinister Gaze.
And ATF opted for AC over the Refresher. Very interesting choice. Maybe feels like they don't need the Refresher right now to kind of like get an extra boost of damage and win the fight.
I mean, I think he's got to make sure. Mid lane, chain stun down. Quinn is victim to another Falcons maneuver where somebody, I guess, kind of has to be alone to deal with these lanes that are pushing in, and Falcons are taking advantage of that every time.
They've stalled this game out in the Furion pressure starting to build, and the second you get one of these pickoffs, Falcons are going to take a lot off of it, whereas it's harder for you to get the same advantage build. Like, this is just a game of attrition right now.
I don't know what I was thinking. I think Gaimin Gladiators, they scale really nicely into the game. Think all their heroes are going to be fine and everything. But it's a Furion late game. Level 25 Furion is like an auto whip. Like these Treants just run down and they just take your buildings. It's like inevitable that you will get megas.
I mean, this game could go really late, to be honest.
And I think Furion always wins that situation.
Yeah, I tend to favor the Razor Furion here. I think this Abaddon's just going to get kited. Maybe Watson's an X factor?
I mean, I just think Gaimin Gladiators is going to get kited. And Treants are going to take buildings. And eventually you're going to be caught with your pants down. Somebody's going to die in a situation where they don't have buyback. And there's the game.
They need to find a way to get better catch on the map. I don't know who does it.
I mean, maybe...
I'm telling you, you got to just get this Aegis to like, go down a lane. And whatever happens, happens. That might be what it has to be here. Because there's already creeps pushing in your base.
I mean, I almost feel like you do that, you'll get one lane of barracks, and Falcons will get 2.
Well, if you do that game plan, you're going throne. That's not a trade you're going to win.
Oh, another attempted steal from Crit. And even if he doesn't stop the Aegis grab, he is still creating a little bit of time. Ignoring the buildings, Ace is opting for trying to get the kill onto Skeeter. Pulls him back in with the harpoon. Tofu providing a bit of chain stun. Echo Slam. Skeeter's just trying to get out of here with the enchant totems, but being grabbed in mid-air. Still though, buildings are gone. Pressure is mounting on the map. This is the opportunity, Gaimin Gladiators.
He's 25.
They've got 2 heroes dead and an Aegis.
That tree and 4,600 HP.
It's
thing's a beast.
Stupid, man.
Absolute beast.
Like, why is it 3x? It's so he's got a Battle Fury because he needs a Quelling Blade cut. He had to go a Battle Fury.
I mean, you got to buy the Daggons at this point.
Yeah, you got a Dagon.
Like both supports get a Dagon and bots, then you can deal with it. But then you're susceptible to getting picked off, right? Because then you're splitting up on the map.
God, I hate Furion as a hero.
The Dagons are queued up, so they're going for it. The itemization here is on point from Gaimin. They are playing to win this late game and deal with the Furion.
The fact that this hero requires you to have a Battle Fury as one of your item slots, requires you to have a Dagon as another one of your item slots. Ace, if only you had a disable, my friend.
Yeah, maybe think about Abyssal at some point.
Yeah.
They are still looking bottom. Maybe Crit is. I mean, the bots are coming in. The bot is up for the Morphling. It's coming for the Huskar. Gaimin are going to be able to play this map a lot better in the next few minutes here if these items come through.
Oh, Lord, he coming. You throw why even throw out the Frost Blast, honestly? Caught the Clockwork. Almost bursts him down to manage to get it. They have the detection ready to go. Tofu, he's going to be in a bit of trouble as Falcons get their response in. But Watson, he's still kind of down to fight, I think.
The rest of the team was leaning. It was just that too, though.
Yeah.
Falcons didn't know. They continue to keep this game very close. But
He's hunting. And bots 2 on the Morphling. That's a nice addition.
Yep. Again, Gaimin are gearing up to help themselves play the map here. It's going to pay dividends over the long run. And you're seeing the lane starting to push in for once. Into Falcon's side of the map. You have an opportunity to actually do something here, to actually play Dota.
Yeah. And with the amp damage in the bottom room, they don't know it's there, but what a pickoff that would be.
Still have this Aegis for 2 minutes. Could go high ground. The lanes permit it. And yeah, Watson scouts that rune.
Okay.
Oh, this is a lot of
Straight to it, boys.
This is like a throne run right here, so you just don't have to deal with this Trine anymore.
They've got double siege wagons with a banner.
Dagging that, yeah.
Well-protected push.
Where's your Treant savior now? Just so much bonus damage.
This is only the 4 of them. Tofu's making his way. Whoa, TP in. Nature's Prophet TP's onto the Fury, onto Tofu here. He'll get a quick pick off.
Oh, they're getting outmaneuvered again on the map.
Yep, they are.
Quinn looked for
the Huskar. He went for him. Got the grab on him. Meanwhile, the rest of the team is going to be caught at the same time. Watson activates his BKB, fights back, but he waveforms out of here while Ace goes in. Watson's not sure if he's in or out. He throws out a link on a Skeeter. He quickly breaks that one with the enchant totem, while Ace, he pops his ultimate, tries to soak up some of the damage, but he's being kited around. He needs the help of his allies. Falcons, fortunately for him, have to back away.
Gaimin able to regroup here. Quinn walks all the way from top bottom. All he got was that BKB out of Malrine. Gotta remember that Huskar got Ags off that Roche. So he has that built in. Got it for free. Those are... Well, I don't know if that's good company to be in or not.
I'm going to say that
that's a long time ago.
Likely those Battle Furies were not picked up with the express purpose of dealing with the
Yeah, I mean, that's 2016, right? Man. Like, there was like 8 items in the game. Probably ran out of items to buy on the hero. Well, we are getting into the ultra late. I don't know if it's been too pretty for either team, but we are here. And Gaimin, they have their Dagons up. Well, they're getting close to the second one at least.
Yeah.
They have their Battle Fury on the bat. They have triple Boots of Travel. 2 of them Boots of Travel 2. The 3rd Boots of Travel 2 is coming out now. I mean, what else can you get here?
It's like they're up by 11K, but they're not really because the items that they're forced to build to deal with this.
I mean, you know what they need to do? They just need to go ultra late and get them force boots on.
That's what I'm saying. We're back to the force boots. The only way.
Gotta go force boots meta so you can sell all these, or at least backpack these
Well,
bots.
you still need your bots to, yeah.
Yeah, you backpack it, so then you still have you can pop it in for the teleport, but then you pop it out for the fight.
Maybe Giant's Ring just so you could get the free pathing.
Also, yeah, that's also the other option here.
I mean, Gaimin Gladiators, bless you. They seem to have this game plan in mind. I'm not sure if I would ever want to be in this position where we have to build Daggons and bots too and do all these things to keep up with this game, because I feel like, especially in the first game of best of 3, this is one of those games just going to wear on your attention span, right? They have to do all of these little things right just to make sure that Falcons don't get a freebie. But they are doing it.
It's like playing against Naga Siren, you know?
Yeah.
Nobody has fun, but one team's going to win.
Or Tinker, old school Tinker, that was another one.
No, that one is different because you know at some point the Tinker's going to blink in and feed.
Well, that's true.
It's just a matter of time. You know, the time's on your side in that equation. At some point, his wrist will start to break down.
Where Furion is not nearly as the same kind of risk. Pick off here onto Crit, tries to jetpack, Glimmer Cape away through the trees, but spotted through the shards and the snowball. Plenty of ways to keep on top.
I mean, you know what we used to call this strat? This is the... I don't know if there's a lot of people who know this term, but this is the old clown car strat. You just pile the clowns into the car, and you TP everybody onto one dude to give you the catch on the map, because then you can just split up.
Yeah, it's just one guy. Wait, it's 5 guys.
Exactly. Honk the nose and get in there.
5 guys in a trench coat.
It's an old NA Dota strat.
Uh-oh. That's a trap treant. Help! Help!
Master, why did you betray me? Don't leave me, Master.
No, Master, please.
I'm so lonely.
I'm so hungry.
Oh, his brother's outside the cage, too.
Free me, brother. Free me from this hell.
He's getting hit now, dude. Why did you do this?
Pain. He throw rocks and tomatoes at me, Master.
An eternal cage of torment. What is this, dude? Is he gonna get the aggro here?
He does.
Oh, he's out of range.
He's out of range.
Useless. Useless you are.
Oh, finally he's freed from the pain of his existence.
Yeah.
God rest his soul.
By the way, that's no shards left to get off that Tormentor.
Yeah.
That's just some gold, but we did see the refresher completed by the Razor and ATF closing in on that level 25. Yeah, these tier 4s are coming out. I mean, you're just going to have to bank on this Razor to carry you in this late game. He's going to be the big damage source here. So, Gaimin kind of engineered their lineup to deal with the Furion a bit. They're going to have to think about these other cores, and yeah, Brooch for the Furion as well.
Love a late Brooch.
He is going to deal some serious damage. The Brooch plus the Pharasma.
Yeah, I mean, that's going to destroy the Morphling if he does not get off his BKB.
Could definitely surprise Watson here. Go through some of that Frost Shield as well. Skeeter eyeing up mid. He's on a ward right now.
Got him inside the Sinister Gaze. Chain Frost. Quick blow up, perhaps.
Clown car
they got him. Honk, honk. They're all here. It's going to be 2 quick kills for Gaimin Gladiators just outside of the Falcons base.
Dude, the one ward he went on, they just pounced instantly.
Oh, wait, go back, Treant. He needs the vision of the creep wave.
You got to be careful showing here. You get jumped.
Ace does indeed jump. Immediate buyback's going to be used. Oh!
Did not expect the
Stun
combo.
on 2, Skeeter, Echo Slam goes out, and there goes the Tusk. Meanwhile, Quinn is having his damage drained with Maureen there on the other side. He's scared away by Watson using the BKB. Amar, he can't handle that damage. Watson only needs 1 or 2 more hits, and he's got him. Inside of the base, Plasma Field going out, catching up to Snaking. Another buyback gonna be used. Watson doesn't give a damn. He just challenges the Enchantress, pushes past the Razor, pushes him into the fountain. Now he's back to deal with Maureen, who no longer has his BKB and will have his life cut short with an ultra kill. GG, it is done. Gaimin Gladiators kept up their pace, kept up their attention, and dealt with the non-stop split push nonsense.
We didn't get a hero.
A very bizarre game. I think Gaimin are mostly surprised that they closed it out that fast, given how long it took them to get there.
Yeah.
You know, it's like 50 minutes of farming to get this final battle, and then the balloon just deflates.
An interesting way to close things out, Gaimin Gladiators. Stay disciplined. A long game to go through, a long series perhaps, but they do it in game 1.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what to expect or how to break it down, I do know, but the ending, I wasn't really sure what to expect, because I thought that was going to be a little bit more of a climax between these two teams, but a high ground push apparently can take high ground in this patch.
No, I mean, I think this game I think this game just shows that how important it is to be able to fight your opponent. Like, you can't really rat your way to victory anymore. It used to be like that. You could kind of stall out the game and then split push and catch people, but nowadays people are so good. There's boost travel too. You just keep farming and keep scaling on all your heroes, and if the enemy can never fight you, then it's just so difficult to win. I mean, props to Falcons for you know, keeping the game alive and stalling the game out, and we saw some really cool shenanigans. I know Robson is going to talk about it in a minute, but yeah, it's just rat Dota is not what it used to be.
I feel like there also wasn't an overcorrection on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. You know, they pick up this Husker. It's, you know, we're not seeing the same Husker things that we've seen in other Husker games. And he does a couple of times in just the most inopportune times for them. There is that potential that you would see a team overcorrect, want to just start jumping into fights, but they bide their time. They know exactly what they need for this ABBA and for this morph to be able to fill in those gaps that they weren't able to do elsewhere.
Yeah, I mean, they're buying boots too. They've got Battle Fury in their Baden. You know, they're kind of waiting. They're going for Roshan. They're kind of respecting the fact that this Nature's Prophet will do the ratting. They're buying Dagon on Lich, but yeah, it's like Watson finishing the game, of course, on 14-0 and 3 scoreline. I think for gaming, even though they won this game, it won't feel good. I know as soon as the victory animations had occurred, I heard Quinn shout, you know, we didn't have to kill a hero. You know, it's like they're annoyed winning, because like in Dota, you want to kill the enemy, you want to break their spirits, you want to really win the game in like, you know, the way in which, you know, the game 2 they don't want to play again. You know, but the fact is, like, gaming won because Falcons did so many cool things to try and keep this game alive, specifically with Maureen on the Nature's Prophet, right? Like, he was utilizing his tree to be able to like pull creep waves and just do a lot of shenanigans. We are going to show some highlights on that one in a second, but yeah, it's just the fact that Falcons identified they can't really 5-on-5 game in. They need to like wait for the perfect opportunity, because if you put Morphling, Abaddon and Huskar in one lane, running down the lane, you can't fight it. You have to have the items. So yeah, just the fact that they were able to identify that, and we are going to see the highlights here. So this is where Maureen, he's using his tree, he's running it around behind the back of the tower, and that's because with Nature's Prophet, after it has, what, I think it's like 10 or 12 bounces, you then get max damage, so you can clear creep waves. And unlike other Nature's Prophet players, again, don't see it too much in the patch, he stands next to the creep wave to be able to do it. And during the team fight, he's still doing it. He's still dragging the creep wave behind the tower, which then allows for his creeps to start chipping away at the enemy tower. And it's just like the fact that they're constantly thinking about it. It's like the waves are critical. If you lose a fight against how strong Gaimin's line up, it doesn't matter. If you don't have a wave, you cannot capitalize on that. And soon after, there was, during that team fight, we also had, we don't need to show it, it's fine, but we also had Enchantress and his creep also doing it. So not only was Maureen constantly thinking, where's the creep wave? How do I stop that siege? Snaking was doing it with his creep. And it's, you now have two heroes pulling two waves against a lineup like Abaddon, Huskar, that wants to just A-click down the lane as 5. So yeah, Falcons did everything in their playbook to stop this draft from gaming, and Gaimin eventually, with a Roshan and the ability to protect one wave, was able to actually go down. But this is, it might have not been the most enjoyable game to watch, but it was so technical that
The intricacies.
it was so many small things. Yeah.
Could have been overlooked very easily.
At the same
I
time,
thought you wanted to say something. Sorry,
I was so ready.
Yeah,
I was so ready.
I'm just saying. At the same time, we shouldn't forget who won the game, and that was Gaimin.
Was it Gaimin?
It was Gaimin.
Did they really win?
After all, even
Yes.
after all the shenanigans and all this like good plays by Falcons to keep the game alive, Gaimin Gladiators did seal it in the end. And I wanna, obviously we had the first pick Abaddon in this game. Which
I'm
is
so glad you want to talk about this because they move it to offlane, right? We've seen ABBA mostly in the core. The only other in the carry, and the only other team that was picking up and putting it into the offlane was BetBim team for themselves. Miro playing it there, and they didn't actually find any success with it. But yeah, this ABBA going to offlane now, seeing it in a different
First pick as well, by the way.
Yeah, but I feel like now that Ace has first picked it and just played it like he wants to, where he just keeps farming, keeps getting pretty much to 6 slots, buys Battle Fury when needed, buys Blink when needed, has this full confidence in this hero. I think it looks really strong. Again, I was doubting a bit when other teams started using it and started losing with it. It looked like, okay, people are picking it a bit too early or without a purpose. But now we see Gaimin Gladiators first pick it and dominate with it. And I do think it adds this insane team fight to your composition that we saw again here at how Falcons just can't team fight. And partly it is because of Abaddon. Of course, I also want to say really well done in terms of the Huskar. You actually picked the Huskar 23. We talked about it during the draft, how potentially Falcons are looking at Huskar here and putting Skeeter on the Shaker. And by snatching the Huskar, you put Falcons in this awkward position where all the counters to Huskar are already banned by Falcons themselves, and they end up picking this Furion hero, which is, you did all these shenanigans, you got all this net worth, but there's a reason, again, why we don't see that much Furion. It's just cannot use the net worth to anything too meaningful to win the game.
It's also a Huskar game where they're not getting carried away. When they're not getting the kills, you don't see the impatience. We've seen enough Huskar players where if they're not getting kills, it's not progressing their items.
That's what I'm saying.
It was awful. So the fact that Gaming themselves, under the pressure of the macro gameplay of Falcons, they identified it as well and was like, you know what, we'll match your macro play with our own. We won't waste a TP. We won't allow you to ever have that chance to get a free Rats. What happens if Gaming waste a TP, Falcons get that one side lane, then that pressure gets pushed over there, they get a Roshan, this game can be different, right? So the fact that I think Gaimin and Falcons both had the same top level of map play, I think other teams here, they would have crumbled to Falcons. This draft, even though Gaimin's draft is so strong, how top, I don't know. I don't know how to put it into words, but both of these teams, it was just maybe, again, not the most exciting, but it was so cool, the things that they did to even get into this game.
I want to circle back a little bit, Mizu, just because you talked about, this Nature's Prophet. I think he did really well in lane against this Huskar. I think Malrine really stepped up and he was able to keep that lane for, I think, the first 3 levels, at least in his favor, and then somewhat even. But I shift my eyes a little bit more towards the carry Earthshaker, what we could have expected from this, because Skeeter played a very sacrificial role in this game. Let's be real, all this farm went onto the Razor. The Razor and the Nature's Prophet is where we mostly saw the net worth go on the side of Falcons. And so I don't know if there's a different way they could have played with this Shaker. There's more potential for it, and if he didn't really have to play this sacrificial.
I mean, he had a really good start. He TV'd mid and got a double or a triple kill really early on. Got a 12-minute blink dagger. And I think it's just that Furion soaks, again, to the point I made earlier, Furion soaks up so much farm on the map.
Okay.
That
it's his game.
Yeah, it's kind of the Furion that takes all the space, right? Not that Shaker's farm would not really have made that big of a difference, I think, but overall.
I feel like now it kind of goes back to the question, is Shaker even that good? Now that I think about it, they first pick Abaddon. Do you want to core Shaker into an Abaddon? You have the stun, you never lock him down, you don't buy Silver, you don't have Orchid, you're not ever... The Abaddon is the combo breaker. Shaker is the best combo core hero, right?
But I don't think this where it's Shaker is a little bit for Falcons and potentially for other teams is a little bit and in Dota in general, it doesn't really matter where the Shaker goes to some extent, as long as you have the scaling on other heroes, right? We see Pangolier in offlane. We can even see Pangolier carry maybe sometimes. It doesn't really matter where these heroes go, as long as the other players in the team have heroes that scale and can deal damage. right? So I don't think the Shaker carry necessarily is the problem. I think the problem is that you're facing heroes that you can't kill with your to kill Huskar, you need 5 heroes. We saw Quinn getting isolated a couple of times, where he gets echoed and
you need that for all their heroes,
jumped by 5 heroes, and you have to bring everybody to kill this Huskar. Once Gaimin Gladiators are 5, you cannot fight because there's going to be an Abaddon shield, there's going to be a Lich shield on you, there's going to be Tusks.
That's the point about the Shaker, though, right? It's like to pick a Shaker into it's like you're playing into an Abaddon, and you're allowing them to get a Morphling. Then they get a Huskar. It's like your Shaker can't kill this. Your Prophet doesn't scale into it because you now need to have Broge and all these items. So it's like you compare the two lineups, like Gaimin, the 3 cores, if they get farm, it's just like hands off keyboard, we're probably going to win a fight. And then on the other hand, it's like you have to hit the perfect fissure into a perfect slam, and then Amar's like, I kind of want to static link them, but I'm falling off because I'm an early game tempo hero. So it's like their early game is not strong, their late game they get outscaled. So it's the map play and the ratting is their main recipe. So if they make a change, and if they do the same opening and they were just change something, I think removing the Shaker allows their draft to be more open, because like everything you described is because they picked a hero that cannot deal with Abaddon, like the Shaker. I like the Shaker in other lineups, but if Abaddon's there,
I just think the last pick Huskar really threw a wrench into the plans of Falcons, and that's why we don't see the effectiveness, because the idea is that you drain the Abaddon with Razor, right? And the Razor is your main carry. But Razor doesn't really outcarry Huskar either, right? Not really. Like you can drain him, but he hits you back with spears, right? And then when he also has saves behind him, so that the Huskar pick also kind of destroys the hard carry Razor from the offlane a little bit, right?
No, it does.
But I don't think
the Morphling as well.
I agree. Maybe the Shaker is not the ideal pick against Abaddon. I can agree with that, but I don't think there's inherently anything wrong with the Earth Shaker carry.
I feel like you guys are arguing the same point.
Okay.
By the way, but like I have been listening, I feel like you're both saying the exact same thing.
Nah, I respect that. Maybe we are. To be fair, we probably are.
We did talk about it in the draft how Gaimin Gladiators needed to watch out for the potential last pick. 24.
I've been staring into his eyes for the last 5 minutes. I didn't even see what was down here. So I was just distracted.
The 24 cheese Huskar, right? Then Gaimin Gladiators picks it up for themselves. So I would argue that Falcons maybe were a little bit in trouble just from the Morphling itself.
Let's do this. Let's just ignore Huskar for a minute, because my brain's all foggy from this and that.
That's what I'm doing. So I think if you look at the 4 first picks.
Okay, we're gonna do it very slowly.
I'm not taking sides in this.
No. Okay, where we going?
There's no argument here.
No, there's no argument here.
I'm just. Well, now I'm arguing that Morphling.
Now we're arguing about not arguing.
I'm saying that Morphling already counted the first 4 heroes. Actually,
I fully agree.
Good.
That's what I was gonna get to.
I also agree with you.
I'm so glad you guys came to a conclusion on this one.
I think it's fine. We're feeling these teams. They want to go toilet and do all these other things. They want to have an extended break. These divas. Anyway, so I'm gonna go back to the Abaddon.
To their face.
Yo, Tofu. Can we start the game? Thank you. Anyway, so I think the Abaddon, that's all I care about. Do you think Falcons were respected enough to think about it as a first phase ban?
Of course.
If Gaming are first phase?
No, I don't think they'll ban it, but I think they'll change up the Ench to the potential Ricky maybe that we talked about, or at least do something different this time around. Because I don't think, I mean, we can't criticize the Ench too much, right?
No.
But I didn't expect Ench to be picked into Abaddon. I don't think it has a really good purpose there. So I thought the Ricky would be a lot better.
But then technically that also opens up the fact that if you pick the Ench, you ban the Nyx, which opens up the Morphling. So if you don't pick the Ench, you don't have to ban the Nyx, you can ban the Morphling instead. But we're doing draft panel stuff, and this is not a draft panel. There's so many things that can happen in this game, and we're seeing beautiful camera shots of Gaimin outside talking about this game because they won.
Okay.
Do you wanna?
Oh, is it time? Finally, guys, it is time. We are so sorry you had to listen to 2 disgruntled bald men talk about the previous game.
Yeah.
And it's now time for the draft?
No, too early.
Too early?
Yep. The other one. The other thing we do before.
Oh, we do a break, don't we? Break time. Bye-bye. I'm not the host. It's very different.
Personally, I've never used a bug. I've only used some features. But I do know some players that abuse bugs. I remember the Legion Commander bug, where his third skill was some very interesting feature. I think the Legion Commander bug, since I'm not a Legion Commander player myself, but I think it was that your third skill used to proc infinitely on denies, and it used to deal more damage, I think so. I think the bug abusers should be punished. They shouldn't be allowed to use them, except for my team, their features.
I have never used a bug. I'm a good guy. I used the Legion double damage before, but I don't think that was a bug. Hello guys, and today I want to explore some bug that I see people have used before. Harpoon bug. Like back then, you have to just buy 2 harpoon and sell one of them. You will gain a max attack speed on the game. That guy I want to explore is, I have seen that guy using is Nasumi. $5,000 from the salary, paying to me because he is on my enemy and he abusing the bug.
Hello, my name is... I've been struggling with bugs, like basically my whole Dota career. They always somehow get to me. I think especially lately, it's been really hard. Yeah, there's this bug, I think it's called Nyx Assassin. He always comes and like vendettas me. And I'm like, what the frick? What is this bug? Straight to prison. If you pick a bug, you just, you should be executed. Actually, I changed my mind. No prison, execution, straight away. So think about that next time you abuse a bug.
Welcome back, everyone. After a post-game argument, I've had to stand between these two, all right? You gotta diffuse the situation a little bit.
I think the issue is I used to be the only ball guy on the panel.
You think there's too much boldness now?
Last time too, now we have 2 board analysts. It's just like this.
Too much.
Yeah.
And then the bold caster
and then
well.
the ball cast. I know, it's just, yeah.
Any words back, Misery?
Oh, he's gonna talk about Husker again, isn't he? 22 for Husker.
I feel like we need Syndrome to also be bald.
You're gonna shave his head? What?
No comment.
No comment here. All right, I feel like I've got to go back to my spot here. You guys have made up.
Squeaky clean. He's not even a true board.
No.
Don't out him like that. We were having some technical issues. In case you guys didn't know, that's why our post game went a little bit longer. We got to run some fun content as well, but hopefully we're back on track. And before we do see this game number 2, yes, I know we're only in game number 2 of our Falcons and Gaimin series. Let's talk some more about this draft and just what we saw play out and how we can expect some change-ups from hopefully both teams in game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, I think key players. The next game could potentially be Ace and ATF, right?
Yep.
It's kind of like they are taking over as the carry role a little bit for both their teams. Maybe Ace less so. Like last game, they kind of ran
the XPM on that last game, 1,037.
That's kind of crazy. But they kind of ran like a tri-core lineup, right? But Ace definitely likes to farm and then taking up the contender with the other offlaners to get the most items and CS and. Yeah,
I think that
farm as possible.
It's the fact that between both teams, you do have this kind of like who breaks that balance first. Like if Ace is forced to fight because of a certain situation, then maybe Amar even looks better. But if Amar's dragged into the earlier fights, then Ace will capitalize on, wait, I don't need to join the fight because my team's already doing a good job. So I think between the 2 offlaners, it's on the rest of the team, like how do we set up the game so that they can farm? So they both look at their best when they're like an independent and make the calls when they're ready. And in this game, like even though there's a lot of pressure on Gaimin side, Ace just felt like he was in complete control of his hero. Like you never felt like he was dragged into too many fights. He was buying the items he wanted to.
I actually don't even know how many fights I saw him show up to early game. Yeah. Like outside of a fight going to him, how often was he rotating into a fight?
I mean, he died twice, so let me assume 3 times. I don't know.
Okay.
But no, I think the main point there is also if we look at the carries, right? Like Watson and Skidder, it's like if one of your heroes in your draft does create a problem and then drags people into the game once again, it disrupts that balance. And both of these teams excel when they have like kind of like a tri-car all scaling at the same rate. And I think just because of how maybe reactive that draft was for Falcons, like the Shaker being very vulnerable, like he got a blink dagger, he went to Twin Gate, instantly at the Twin Gate, he sees a Tusk on the higher ground, he has to blink away. What happens if he goes through that Twin Gate? gets the kill on the Morphling, right? Again, it's these small little plays that completely change the entire script of a game. And who are you saying hello to?
No one. I can't even.
No.
I wasn't waving to anyone.
Out yourself. Come on. Who are you saying
Well,
hello to?
I thought they were looking over this way, but I think they were just staring off into the distance.
Oh,
and then I started waving. And
so you're waving to no one.
And then Quinn's going, oh, they both did that.
Oh, there we go. That's nice.
I don't know. I'm sure they're just as bored waiting for the game to start as well. Can you get anyone on Falcons to wave to you?
I do believe they're a little bit more focused right now as they lost.
Oh, they're
So I feel like you asking me to do that is also potentially very bad for my career.
I didn't realize. I can't
Hey
see that they're behind
Falcons,
me.
you're one game away from elimination. How we doing?
How am I supposed to be able to see that? T, I don't have eyes on the back of my head.
I mean, we just watched the game. We know they're one game down. I don't want to interact with them right now.
That's fair enough.
I don't want to be like, oh, what happens if there's a losers interview for the first time?
There's not.
And you're like, hey, why did you lose?
No, I'd make you do it.
Fucking ball guy kept talking to us while we were prepping. You know, I don't want to be that guy.
It's just because I know Snaking's having an issue with these PCs, so I didn't know if everyone else was
Do you think?
still going on.
Do you guys think Gaimin Gladiators are a little bit too happy right now? They're up 1-0, but it is a best of 3, right?
I think they deserve it in the fact that they were punished in winning. You know, like that when they won the game, Quinn was like annoyed that they won because they won in that manner. Like. So I think for them, it's like, you know what? It's like, you know, we overcome the toxic Falcons defense of blah, 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 you know? So I think, yeah, they're allowed to be happy, but they're not like BB level happy. They're not like, you know, high ego we're winning. They're just in good spirits. I think it's very different types of joy.
They're just happy amongst themselves. They're not trying to like impose it onto...
I mean, that would actually be a power play right now if they just started throwing insults across the room, like, "Oh, Snaking, sort your fucking PC out." Again, it's like
nice bench, bro.
Yeah,
nice bench, bro.
Disconnect more, mate. Yeah,
we need more trash talk. Live trash talk.
Yeah, I mean that is a possibility, but again, in Dota, we are a little bit more mature, reserved.
Yeah, we save it for in-game, right?
Yeah, we save it for in-game, and also when people do try and do it out of game, maybe even like the pure happiness and scream, it seems to go against them because it seems to level up teams. So it's not explored, but I think with the setup at Blast Slam, there is a potential in maybe 3 or 4. Utilizing the studio
the
could
psychological impact of seeing your opponents face-to-face live in the studio. Well, look, guys, we don't have to fill any longer. Thank goodness. We've been able to break down every inch of that game at number 1. We've been able to theory craft some stuff we'd love to see in game number 2. And well, it brings me absolute pleasure to tell you that a draft is ready.
Hey guys, it's me, really short Rhea next to really tall Sinner. How's it going up there?
The weather's great up here.
Oh yeah? It's really scary down here.
All right.
All right, we got a draft on our hands. Let's see, how's it gonna go this time? We had a very fun Huskar last game, but it didn't feel like the kind of game where, okay, we've been cheesed by Huskar and the game's over at 16 minutes. You know, it's so long.
Yeah, I don't think you pick Huskar and you're like, oh, nice, I was 5, 7, and 11 and we won. That was the plan all along. Like, this hero with this scoreline is not usually a win, but they made it work that time around. So obviously, Watson with an insane Morphling performance with a 14-0. And as the panel talked about ad nauseum, that was an insanely good Morphling game.
Yeah.
My God, it's like no counters. You can turn into Razor, you can turn into Shaker, do whatever you want, basically. So I got to make sure that it's a tougher game for Watson, I think. And on top of that, the first pick Abaddon worked. Let's see. I think that's where I'm mainly looking for adjustments here is, are Falcons going to change their priorities now that Gaimin have shown some completely new tech? Or it's not like his build was new or something, I guess. But
yeah, well, we have a switch up in the pick order at least, which is, I honestly, usually we see it go back and forth, at least in the past, I noticed, but this tournament, I've noticed a lot of teams actually do have a certain preference, and we're seeing people get like multiple like first picks in a row, which is interesting, but this time, yeah, we swap over. things are different. Let's see what gets through. We had Dawn's gone, Io's gone, Magnus and Invoker were banned before. They are both still in the pool. Pango is actually an interesting ban because when these two teams played in the group stage, it was Gaimin that banned it against Falcons, which I thought was surprising because Gaimin have two really good Pango players, and I thought they would want that for their strategy. But they banned it in game 1 against Falcons again. They're banning it again. Right now, it seems they really don't. They just really think this hero is great, and they don't want Falcons to have it.
Yeah, so this does mean now that if Falcons do want to ban it again, they can ban the Invoker and pick Mag. If they're worried about that setup from last game where they had to ban both, that's one way of avoiding that problem. But then again, if you're first picking Magnus, I think Gaimin Gladiators will be happy to just take Abaddon. So I don't think that's what we're going to look at. We're going to look at this.
Hello, Abaddon.
Okay. If you told me going into this tournament that Abaddon was going to be overall first pick, I would have been like, really?
Yeah. You wouldn't
and then that would have been the end of the conversation. I would have left the room.
Would have been a decent conversation. I would have been okay with that.
Yeah. At least we would have been talking about Dota.
Yeah.
So now
we have options. We have Ricky's, Bounty Hunters, Magnuses.
We have Invoker.
I think
Invoker is really good against this hero, I think. You have all sorts of... you have Mana Burn, you have AoE control, you have tons of different utility that you can't dispel. Ice Wall, the Tornado you can't dispel, the EMP you can't dispel. So I do feel like that would be a go-to here for Gaimin in this situation, but they rate the Magnus higher. Interesting. This is usually a hero that you don't mind playing Abaddon against because you can just get RP'd, not care. You can dispel it from one ally. Maybe Gaimin just want to play heavy farm.
Yeah, there's a potential, right? We saw last game against, oh no, against the Abaddon. We saw last game, we have a Morphling that's super, super strong, but the hero pool is so wide when you have Magnus too, right? You can pair it with this PA potentially, which has also been, oh, okay, goodbye PA, never mind. She's gone, sorry about that.
I don't think a team is getting this combo anymore this time.
Yeah, definitely not. But it's forcing bans, and it enables so much, and you can flex it on different roles. I like it. I just think he's a strong, strong hero, and Abaddon can probably, I'm assuming they have other ideas in mind of how to deal with Abaddon.
You know what? Watson hero is good with Mag and good against Abaddon.
What? Tell me.
Slark.
Slark? Wowee, can you explain why Cinderin?
That's because he's a fish.
Oh, yeah?
And Abaddon has a horse, so he can't swim.
Okay, that makes sense, I
So
guess.
when Slark gets in the water, Abaddon... You remember that scene from Lord of the Rings?
I'm gonna
Where
say
she
yes.
like summons the waves and then the horses can't cross? It's the one that Team Liquid's
okay.
logo is actually based off that scene.
Uh-huh. I've only watched the first movie recently.
You said aha like that was just bullshit. It's actually true.
No, I didn't. No, it was not. I was embarrassed because I haven't watched Lord of the Rings recently enough. It's my bad. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
But no, I
But yeah,
understand.
Slark actually shows up in that scene. There's fish in the water. You just can't see them.
Oh, cool.
There's like extras.
I remember the very large, overtly obnoxious British voice that came out of the water. I was Slark. What a fool I was. Forget.
Yeah, you definitely didn't watch it recently, did you? You watched the dubbed version.
The great
the English version of Lord of the Rings. All right, Lycan's gonna hit the bin. Not really too surprising. Both teams run this very effectively, and I think a hero like Lycan's actually quite nice against Mag. The way Magnus gameplay gravitates is a lot around jungle camps. Lycan can scout you, he can pin you down with the Alpha Wolves and make it quite miserable to deal with. And it's one of Falcon's flex picks, so get it out of the way.
Falcons turn to...
For last game, we had the idea of Razor against Abaddon. I thought it was decently effective, honestly, especially when you're able to go Assault Cuirass and have so much armor. It felt like Amar was tanking a lot in these fights and getting away with a lot more. Why are you laughing?
Because I just realized I never answered your question of why Slark is good against Abaddon.
Oh,
I just gave you a bullshit answer and then we just let it be.
I was never gonna press you. Do you want me to press you? Cinderin, explain. No, actually don't. I don't care unless they pick Slark. I don't care.
He's still...
They should pick Slark. You can push Phoenix's attack speed low.
I mean, it's not terrible
It's
still.
not bad. It's just looking better and better. Let's see them pick like a Warlock as well, and then we're really cooking.
10 seconds remaining.
So Phoenix... I guess the overall idea that Falcons are proposing here is if you guys are going to take a team fight, we will be impenetrable, right? There's going to be a Supernova Sunray. There's going to be an Abaddon front line that you can't really go on first. So your RP, they're trying to make RP as unappealing of a spell as possible. And now they have Bounty Hunter to scout the jungle stacks and to overall just be a nuisance in the early phases of the game to prevent Gaimin from getting the snowball running. Similar logic to the Lycan, although it's a totally different hero, but just having a relatively low upkeep Invis scouting hero seems very powerful in the meta right now. So now the question is, do Gaimin want to respond in turn to this with their own little stealth hero?
Beautiful.
Lina, actually. All right, well, this is a hero that can kill Egg.
This is a hero that can kill everyone.
True, except Abaddon.
Except Abaddon.
Well, actually, she can kill Abaddon. She can overkill his ult.
She could, and I don't know if she will,
idea.
but she could. I like Lina a lot. I also think Falcons right now, with their Egg, they don't really have a combination, right? You talked about how it can be used defensively or make RP unappealing, but at the same time, in these offensive fights, you have nothing currently locking down Gaimin, controlling them at all to let that Egg be effective. Right now, Gaimin can just walk away.
Yeah, true.
I think Falcons look quite aggressive right now, right? Abaddon wants to go run at heroes, Bounty wants to go run at heroes, and if they can't fulfill that because they don't have the catch,
they do get a scouting hero of their own. So I talked to Misery about this earlier today, and he said he thinks one of the better responses to Nyx is Bounty Hunter, but Gaimin opt to pick it into Bounty, and I think there's a couple of reasons for this here. First of all, they really want a kill partner for Lina probably, so they can 100% just find something that they can kill. They have Carapace against Sunray, which is nice when Phoenix isn't in ult form. And I personally find the Nyx Bounty Hunter dynamic kind of double-edged myself because of, I think the Nyx sense is quite interesting in a lot of game situations against that type of hero. And Falcons is going to go for one of my top 3 hardest matchups in my opinion right now in this patch for Nyx, and the Tiny. I think Tiny and TA are the 2 worst cores. They're super tanky, they burst you almost instantly. And it's a good friend for Bounty Hunter. He needed, you pointed it out, he needs someone to kill with, right? If they want to play aggressive, they better have some stun or some burst.
5 seconds
And this
they have it now.
helps. Yep.
Falcons can run at them.
Gaimin Gladiators turn to ban.
Beastmaster ban. So they're covering their bases that this mag could be carry, which is of course a possibility. Okay. Do you think after the first phase that Slark has become a better or a worse pick? And I'm bringing it up again because I'm still just thinking of how Gaimin played the last game and what types of heroes Watson will want to play with Empower.
5 seconds
I
remaining.
don't think Slark has a single bad matchup here except arguably Tiny in some phases of the game.
Turn to ban.
Probably depends
But
for
them
me on
banning
the Falcons
DK,
last pick.
them banning DK would, that would just be another.
Good hero. Well, at that point, you have too much health to get through, in my opinion. Right? Slark wants to sit on one guy and hit him, but not 3. Abaddon, you're going to have to hit through his ult for 10,000 years. Tiny's going to be really tanky. You add a DK on top of that, he's really tanky. I don't think Slark has the health pool, and his ult and the shot don't last long enough for him to kill all of those things. Also, he's going to be wanting to be the one folks helping with the Egg. I don't know. It feels like too many things for him to deal with.
So do you think there's a better choice either for carry or off lane? We're putting Lina mid here, right? There's just no question.
Yeah,
She's not carry here. I really don't think so.
I can't imagine.
So then, is there a gotcha offlane pick that's just like amazing? I guess Timber is quite good here. Or would you rather put Mag there and get... Is there some sort of carry we're missing? I guess is what I'm getting at. That could really own this game.
Falcons turn to ban.
Lifestealer getting removed. That would have been good, but they banned it themselves. With Falcons having the next pick.
Yeah, everything's kind of gone. Or not gone, but we'll probably end up with some really boring generic carry like Gyrocopter. I mean, I don't like it with Magnus if you want to really utilize the Empower.
It's okay.
I also don't know if you need to hard farm when you have Lina who wants to farm hard.
Can Falcons kill Medusa?
Medusa?
Sunray is terrible against Medusa because she has no health, so it deals no damage. She can survive a tiny burst. Abaddon cannot really fight her because there's way too much to get through. And Bounty Hunter is whatever. I actually think Falcons have no solution to that potential pick here.
Okay.
It's just a matter of the pacing of the game. But let's see. Still a ban left, of course. They can cover that if they're at all concerned. That's a hero that Gaimin have not shied away from playing historically. They're very comfortable with that hyper carry.
Yeah, you're overthinking this whole thing. They're just going to last pick Huskar.
Yeah. I mean, you're not wrong. That is also a possibility. And then you do just play the Lina carry for Watson. He has a lot of experience, so you could do that if you think the Huskar can win the game. He kills Egg. I mean, looking at it, honestly, it looks pretty good.
Yeah, it looks like it, especially if Tiny. Well, You could move Lina off and put him against Tiny. I don't know.
Just play Lina carry.
Yeah, just play Lina carry. Falcons, because they have the first pick here, I don't know, I feel like Gaimin's in a really good spot because you were talking about the slug. I know I'm going back to slug, but you get to see who your offlane is. If it is a free lane, because Lich is going to be your partner, that's a really strong support already. If it is just some melee offlaner and they don't have like a high damage support with them, you can have kill threat in that lane. Sounds pretty damn good.
And I think I understand why Falcons are using basically all their reserve time on this ban. I mean, first of all, they're about to run out of stuff to do in the draft, so why not? But I think this is a really, really difficult ban because when we can list like 3 or 4 potential threat heroes that you need to deal with, you have to figure out what is the greater evil and get rid of that, and then pick something that works okay against the other options, right?
Yeah.
I'm a little bit worried for Falcons, honestly, that they're a little bit cornered here. They will ban the Morph, which we didn't even mention. And there comes Mars, so standout or Mar hero. This will be a carry Abaddon. What are you liking most now? Do you think Abaddon carry into some sort of offlaner like Timber, or would you rather put Mag offlane and get a carry like Slark, or even Jugger could work this game?
Jug,
dare I say?
Stop cooking.
No, it's just
You're
like
burning the kitchen. It's on fire. I don't like it anymore.
I'm looking at Falcon's draft, and if they, it's one of the heroes that can lane against Mars with Lich quite effectively. You have Frost Shield for the slow, you have the Frost Blast, so you can just really chase down Mars with Spin. You get Empower, which makes your hero actually not have to buy Battle Fury, so you can go fast Mjolnir.
You go both.
You could go both if you're really feeling yourself, I guess. I don't know, there's so many options here.
Yeah, they could go like, Luna was an older Mars countering, right? Because you don't care about the arena too much.
Yeah.
Glaives.
She got nerfed pretty badly, though.
She did, but guess who played one game of her in their pub and lost with it? Oh my god, okay, it's terrible. That's, whatever. I wasn't gonna go there, but...
Honestly, I'm a little bit bummed out about this. Not because I don't think it's a good pick,
no,
but because I wanted the other picks a bit more. I thought they would be a bit more spicy. Now, the primary upside to this choice here for Watson is the side of of Falcons don't actually have the best illusion clear.
Right.
Mars's illusion clear is okay, but Bounty Hunter has trash. Phoenix's takes a very long time, and Abaddon notoriously is a single target hero. So potentially what Gaimin are playing for here is the Terrorblade illusions are going to be a big problem. They're going to keep pushing waves. That will allow Nyx to scout, and then you can kill with Lina. So I think it's a very textbook draft. I really like Gaimin here. I think the first game was a bit harder to really have a favorite, but I'm really on board with their picks right now.
Same. I feel like Lina doesn't feel that threatened. Like, I like Mars against Lina as an idea, but the problem is as soon as she has BKB, it's so easy to react. Obviously, a Mars kind of a gamer, so he might just hit the spear into arena combo.
Sure.
I could see that happening, but it's difficult. You have to find her, and you have to get to her. Vision's going to be the name of the game here on both teams. With 2 Invis heroes, it's kind of like who's playing the best around their sentries, in the areas that they're holding, and seeing who comes in first. They're both just looking for jumps. It really looks like whoever gets the first jump is going to kind of have control of what's going on.
How about the triangulation play where you toss Lina into a spear?
Okay, I'm feeling that. I think that could be the optimal
That's gonna happen 0 times this game. Yeah, great idea.
Why don't we just... Watson gets low health. He sunders Lina. Lina's now on 10 health. Then we toss her in.
So for Falcons, I guess what you're looking at here is you want to play around Track and Malrine. I think Malrine is the player to watch this game. It's him and Amar. I think the Abaddon will need time, and you really want to activate your Bounty Hunter and find plays around the map with Malrine and Amar. Either way, this to me looks like a game where a lot is going to be said and done, potentially at minute 15, because there is so much that they have to do early.
A team that was known for their blistering fast pace has now shown a different identity. Gaimin Gladiators took a slower approach against Team Falcons and proved that they, with Watson, can match Falcons' late game. Now going into a game 2, Avery, we've got another hard carry for Watson in the Terrorblade.
Maybe finding something that's working for them a bit more in terms of the player synergy. Had a couple team talks. Put some law down on the line.
Yeah, I mean, the question was always with Gaimin Gladiators, with this change-up, how much would Watson adapt to Gaimin Gladiators style? And in turn, how much would Gaimin Gladiators adopt to Watson's style? And it seemed like they were a little lost for a while, but getting top of the groups here, and then in turn, taking the first game against Falcons, these are promising signs that Gaimin Gladiators have found a bit of identity that, as you said, works for them, but they have to actually complete the series to get to the finals.
I was feeling their draft until that Terrorblade pick. I'm not completely sold on it. At the same time, we're going to see the stats for Amar on his Mars. I'm also not entirely sold on this. I think he is the best Mars in the world, but it's just not a hero that has succeeded in the meta at all.
No.
It feels as though Falcons just went to comfort a bit more than, oh, we have this really good idea against what Gaimin are proposing. And there's nothing wrong with that. It can absolutely win you games. It can absolutely work here, especially when you have an explosive player like ATF on this hero. I just haven't seen it lately. So he's going to have to pull out all the stops and really showcase why he is the Mars to deal with.
Yeah, the only thing I see of this Mars is that it's going to protect the egg pretty well against two potentially ranged cores that are going to be hitting it, right? In the Lina and the Terrorblade.
Yeah.
But that's kind of about it. Like, maybe he will successfully hunt down the Lina, but that can be hard just because of the flying mechanism that Lina has.
I also just don't think mid Lina cares about this hero. You're just all magical burst. Throw out your nukes. You're playing on the edges of the fight. It's not like that meta where there was safe lane Lina who was going right click and your bulwark and arena really did work in the team fights versus that hero. And yeah, I mean, the stats don't lie, Austin. This hero sucks.
Yeah, losing hero, I guess. Since 2014, Amar.
So dead. No, he has stick charges.
He's got plenty of stick charges. He should be fine. A bit of unnecessary damage taken trying to go for that dive.
I do wonder how much of this TB pick was influenced by the Abaddon carry that they saw kind of get locked in with this bars in terms of reflection going into that hero with a passive and Sunder mechanic versus borrowed time mechanic. You can kind of match the longevity. This Abaddon doesn't have the silence anymore, so that part of the matchup is gone.
Yeah.
I don't know. It seems pretty good on paper. You can stall out games with your illusions and just outscale him. So I wonder how much of it was Gaimin going, yeah, let's just play it safe, give Watson his Terrorblade. He's going to have Empower to back it up. And then you're just going to outscale this Abaddon. And we're going to go late again because we don't think Falcons are going to be able to outpace us.
Yeah, I mean, people with this Terrorblade was being picked up as 3 position. What a lot of people were remarking on was how good the shard is on Terrorblade. Just kind of a crazy farming mechanism, kind of useful sometimes in fights if you don't have meta. Well, if you combine the power that shard gives you alongside it in power, like this TB is just going to go crazy in farming, especially if your illusions are going to be able to help you run down lanes when Falcons don't really have the best way to address that either.
Yeah, they don't deal with illusions really with this lineup. I mean, outside of the Phoenix just burning the entire AoE.
Sure.
A bunch of couriers getting slain early here. But so far, it's Gaimin coming ahead on these lanes. All 3 of their cores are free farming up here, and all 3 of them have significant amount of denies early. 7, 6, and 7. Really picking it up in terms of the CS and looking for the Lotuses.
3 heroes go for the Lotus, and Crit wins the 1v2 Lotus draw.
They needed something up here because Amar is just getting harassed. Constant spam between the Lich and the Terrorblade up here. Really testing how much he wants to invest in the regen. And this is not a guy who likes to invest in regen. He just wants to get stats up. So maybe sucking some extra net worth out of Crit here as the Tiny gets forced to base, having to deal with the constant Dragon Slave spam. So Gaimin really starting to pull ahead in this lane phase. The XP advantage. I mean, you're just looking at those denies in the top 3. That tells the story here, man. They're opening up a gap, a significant one early on. Another courier death, more net worth taken off the table.
Jeez. I mean, it's Bounty Hunter versus Nyx. They're both going to be playing for courier kills, I guess. I feel like this is going to be a situation where Crit kind of has to go into mid. But Tofu, he may match him here.
He's going to steal some big creeps.
Yeah, steal the creeps, take away the Watcher.
This isn't a real gank threat, but it's annoying. You were kind of threatening the water rune steal, so it forces the split. You're still getting farm on this Nyx, and should not forget that Nyx and 8 in these Invis matchups.
Quinn, he's not going to let Maureen get away with this. Pulls the creep wave back on top of each other and will continue to lay into Maureen.
I mean, Quinn's probably a little, getting a little PTSD going to the last game with the wave pulling already.
A little bit.
Like,
a little.
fight me straight up, man.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, Maureen, he's probably not too happy with having to play as a melee hero against this Lina.
A bit of an unfair matchup.
A good use of the glyph there to try and protect a lot of that wave and get even more denies than Quinn already has, which he's sitting at 13.
Early gate rotation for this Lich, especially away from a lane that they were dominating. Want to find
a lead out on Skeeter. Shockwave, skewer back? No.
No mana.
Ace, no mana. Ooh, misjudged that one by 10 mana, it seems like. And now Celery, he's going to be the victim, perhaps. Slowed down, blood grenade raining in. He's still got to watch out for this skewer. Now he does have the mana for it, and he's going to go for it on the Phoenix. Sinister Gaze, but it looks like Celery will take out. That'll be your first blood, and a second blood as well as Falcons win the 3-on-3.
What a weird play. Just horribly botched from Gaimin. No way around it. Just do not have the mana on the mag to go for that kind of play and end up bleeding 2 kills in a laning phase where they were just winning 3 lanes.
Yep.
Like, did you need to even make that early gate rotation?
It was so funny because he so clearly, he did the shockwave, and then you see he just stops moving. He's like, wait.
Yeah.
I thought I had mana for the skewer away, guys. Uh-oh.
Very awkward sequence there. And it gives a lot of space for this Mars to recover his game. Extra experience for the Bounty Hunter. Falcons absolutely will take that one. ATF's like, yes, please, go to the other lanes. I get my 1v1 with all my stat items, all my gauntlets of strength.
Mag for Gaimin Gladiators. Ace has been the one to play it the most, but of course, in the recent meta, we have seen Mag be a safe laner as well, where Watson did very well for himself. Metamorphosis going to be used in the top lane. Amar does still have the spear, but it wasn't going to be enough on Celery for the kill, so he has to use it to push Watson back. Taking a lot of damage in the process, and we'll lose some creeps.
Early raindrop doing some work up here. Ready for the skirmish, and the runes will get split for these 2 Invis 4s. So that might be another question in this game between the Bounty and the Nyx, which one can ramp up first and get that ult cooking for their team. Because right now, Quinn is still dominating mid. He's very far ahead of Maureen. The level and the net worth especially. This Tiny's going to have some recovery to do. Tough lane matchup, and there was no roaming that really went into it, so let's just put him on an island here.
I just had to use the Arcane Rune just to try and get some extra farm, clears out the wave, then goes back to hit some jungle with the extra spells. Quinn, that's a nice little bump there. Bounty Rune to refill the bottle twice and might be able to come over and help out Celery, who is under assault behind his tower. Amar and Crit, they're going to use the stadium here to try and finish off, maybe get Watson instead. They turn back around onto him. He's solo and will be finished off by a toss. Now Quinn, surrounded by heroes here, tries to execute Crit, not quite enough damage. Now Amar, he's coming back in, hits the spear. Tofu's going to try and help him out here. Does manage to get the spike carapace, stun onto Amar, gets him. Quinn turns around, LSA stun on 2. Maureen, though, he's got the avalanche and the final bit of damage required to finish off the mid laner of Gaimin Gladiators.
It's another fight where that just did not look like it was going to go that bad for Gaimin with Quinn lingering in the area and how strong he was. But that arena blocking out the vision, going for both kills. That Terrorblade was, I think, less than 10 XP off of level 6, being able to take Sunder there and turn that team fight around. And just beautiful toggling of the stuns here, bringing everybody to that fight. Huge move for Falcons in this early.
And as a result, Gaimin Gladiators' early advantage they should have had off the lanes has completely evaporated.
Can fall back on some farming here with the lead they have. I mean, you have a lot of lane shove between this Terrorblade and Lina. You're still waiting for that Vendetta to come online for the Nyx. And yeah, I mean, that laning phase was so good. They're still technically ahead here. If you're just looking at the cores. Your concern in this game is going to be how much pace Falcons can bring in terms of this tiny bounty. Really ramping up pressure around the map. Getting chain kills going, getting those tracks online. This is a way faster lineup than that previous one that was just ratting you out for 40 minutes.
Celery being stalked in the jungle, as is Watson. Falcons would love to take another fight because they have the amp damage in Tiny's bottle. But instead, they'll use their numbers to take the enemy safe lane tower, while Skeeter, being a carry Abaddon, can hold his own.
No defense here. Cores just want their fighting items before they join anything, so ATF just gonna wear this tower down for free, even get more gold out of that neutral pull. Do not want to start giving freebies to this Tiny either.
He is going to have at least this freebie, or it's looking like it anyway. Lena's going to try and come in and help him out, but the tree just does too much damage. Celery. He dies, giving Falcons a 6th kill. Tofu is finally level 6, though, so maybe they can start getting some kills of their own on the side of Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, he's been jungling a decent amount, so it's going to be a farm Nyx into the Dagon Rush, get the solo kill potential up. Lena's going to have a bots build, so you can join that play around the map. It is going to create a decent amount of map pressure here.
This is so awkward, though. The Nyx Assassin using the Vendetta to go from bottom to top at the same time that Falcons use the smoke to go from top to bottom. The Nyx Assassin doesn't break that smoke, doesn't see this move, but it looks like the communication is still there. Nobody in the top area of the map, so Ace backs away, hides behind his tier 1 tower.
It's going to be a likely failed move for Maureen here, which could be time he's farming the Blink. Do have the catapult up here, so this move is not too bad in terms of
at the end of the day, is it a failed move if you still get the tower?
And you gave mid lane to the Bounty Hunter, who gets 6 off that, so you have track online too. Falcons will make the most of this smoke that did not land. Something going their way, as Watson gets tracked up and has to retreat out of here. So still no fight for either of these 4 positions that would like something going with these early 6s.
Sure. Nyx Assassin would love a pickoff. Bounty Hunter just wants team fights that they win for track gold.
Kind of almost expect Falcons to make some sort of move to just collapse mid lane here and say, hey, either fight us into the track Supernova or we just take your tier 1 mid.
Yeah. And at the same time, you would expect Gaimin Gladiators. This is a tower they will defend. Track gets out onto the Nyx Assassin before he Vendettas.
That's big. That's really big here. Because this is a tower you would like to defend with the Lich and the Mag. Protect your Ancients.
Look how many heroes are coming in. They're just going to take down with numbers.
Shield run on the Tiny, I think, guarantees this.
Sure. Yeah, I guess this is just not a winnable fight.
Skeeter straight back into bottom to defend his own tier 1. Falcons want a map control advantage here. They want to take away the space from the Magnus, the Lina, the Terrorblade. 3 cores who all need a lot here.
Watson, you're not going to be able to hide here forever. Crit is going to be able to scout you out. Got a track on him. Watson, he's going to need some help. See if anybody wants to TP to the outpost. The Tiny is cutting in. They're going to see him on this high ground ward that they have. The Nyx Assassin and the Lina both teleporting in. They managed to get the spear, though. Watson is dead.
This is even worse, right? You're losing the TP to the track and you're responding.
And maybe losing the Nyx Assassin as well. Toss back onto the neutral creep. Skeeter chasing after him. And the pin, once again, from Amar will guarantee a kill. Double Blink Dagger pickup off of that. This is going to crowd out the map so quickly. I'm not sure if Gaimin Gladiators are going to be able to put a stop to this.
Cannot afford to bleed too much more in this game because the tower's going down, double Blink Dagger arriving and giving some track kills away. You're going to start losing cores to the Bounty Hunter who's going to set up these blinks. And the second that happens, you're not going to have the camps to fall back on farm.
Yeah, frankly, I think the only thing that stops Falcons right now is if... Nice attempt. Maureen still gets it. Avalanche into the toss back. Actually, he gets off the Chain Frost here. That forces him to scatter a little bit. Supernova goes out, but the Lich is able to get away. Now they're able to kill the egg as well. Gaimin Gladiators bring the numbers back as it's Falcons who slip up this time around, and Gladiators might be able to get to this mid tower for their efforts as well.
That was just incredibly awkward.
Yeah, it was.
Fluffy hat on Celery, giving him the extra HP here.
Yeah, he's liking those fluffy hats. He had 2 of them last game.
Tankier than they suspected. I mean, that is the kind of defensive part of the map Gaimin can play around. Like, they can bait these jumps and just respond and get even trades out of them, or in that case, better trades.
I guess I felt like Ace needed to go a Blink Dagger in order for them to have successful fights, but apparently that was proven wrong.
I mean, he's just going Harpoon. He's going to build this mag to scale. Extra, kind of similar to that of Baden game. Gaimin are not going to be afraid to go late here, particularly this time around when they know Falcons are maybe on a clock. With the double Blink Dagger cores plus the Bounty Hunter, you really want to win this early mid game.
Man, that is such a nice ward right next to the tower like that, but not up on the high ground. Probably outside of the Sentry raid.
And there were obs on that courier, so more vision denied here. Really dependent on Tofu to try and find something with this Nyx Assassin. Lowest
win rate LAN combos. That is quite the flameless. Quinn Lina, 37%.
I mean, how many of those are from like that Team Freedom days? I don't know. I mean, he was winning with it.
No, it's LAN combos.
Oh, LAN.
25 plus LAN
tough.
games. So
a lot of NA players on that list. I don't know if that's a coincidence.
Yeah, there was a few of them.
It was like half that list. He's getting stalked bottom.
Celery might just be walking into danger here. This ward is still up. It's scouting so much. And right now, it's the scouting. Quinn, the spear misses, though. Malreen's still going to jump in after it, though. Gets the toss on the 2 of them. Oh, did not actually get outside of the Supernova range, but that's okay.
This is 5 heroes mid for Falcons, and you used ults.
Trying to get the Harpoon, interrupted midway, got tossed back, now speared. Down to half HP already. Ace hits the 3-man RP, but no follower from the team. They get distracted by a bounty hunter who cuts in from behind.
Marine stunned in 1 second.
And he's going to go for Quinn. Oh, no, he goes for Celery. The avalanche on the other 2. Skeeter does manage to hit the slow. On to Watson. Watson's in trouble. Hit the LSA, but immediately Skeeter pops his ultimate to finish off Watson, not allowing him to get off his ultimate. It still costs Amar's life as a good chain frost out from Celery. Hits his mark and claims a kill.
I guess Falcons are okay with that. Though the bounty going down first means you don't really get the tracks here. I don't know. These exchanges are awkward because you're not really gaining map control off them. You're not building momentum with the bounty hunter staying alive.
Yeah.
But you get the bigger kills in the cores. This really depends on how much you think you can push this lineup later. This game gets stalled out because this Nyx is closing in on a Dagon. It's gonna do some damage in this game. Now, more of this is exactly what you want with this bounty hunter.
Yeah, look how Skeeter is just able to dive in, but he might get punished for it. Yeah, skewered back underneath the tier 2. This is awkward because he already used his ult in the mid lane. What a worthy trade for Gaimin Gladiators. The defensive play and the counter punching that is coming from this squad continues to just harangue Falcons. All this aggressive moves that they make are just being stopped.
And the whole time you're making these little defensive plays, the Lina's farm. Outpacing everybody right now with the bots. Quinn can join any of these fights, but he's continuing to find a lot here. 160 CS already on this Lina. Well ahead of this Tiny in his counter matchup. Feels like Falcons are finding something, but they're not finding enough right now. Need to continue to look for the opportunities. That ward is still a mid.
Yeah, it's been up far too long. I know I harp on this a lot, but Lina gets really tanky.
Oh, they found Ace.
A really good way to be able to start a fight. RP, is he going to be able to get it off? No, Avalanche interrupts him. Celery is in trouble as well, but big damage coming out from the Lina with that Aghanim Scepter. Now, Skeeter doesn't care so much about damage thanks to the borrowed time, but it's now run out, and he's going to be hit by stun. A follow-up LSA, and with Watson sitting up on the high ground, trying to finish him off. Almost got him. The last bit of damage from Quinn, it's just enough. The final hit does manage to land. The supernova goes out and a pin through to the other side, but it doesn't hit a tree. Watson is then able to just turn, kill the egg, and wipe out the rest of Falcons.
What a position from Gaimin on these tier 2s, just playing defensive and making it work for them. Tofu from the high ground with the impale, and then Watson just up there as a sentry.
I mean,
fight perfectly.
The
Especially
axe
losing
timing
heroes first.
on Quinn was just, you know, it was perfect timing, right? He picks it up, immediately TPs in, is able to put it to use, and you saw those spells did just so much damage.
He got a lot off there. Falcons have not been able to find the lean at the start of these fights, and it's hurting them immensely. And that was all taking the mag out first, right? No skewers, no RPs. It's supposed to be a recipe for success. Unable to convert on it. They're in a little bit of a trouble here because now these big items are going to start to roll out for Gaimin. It feels like they pushed through that mid game that was supposed to be the tough part for them, where the bounty was controlling the tempo. You get the BKB on Lina here with Frost Shield behind him. He's going to be strong. Who's hunting who?
Yeah, Lina might just get caught by the smoke. Oh, he backed away, perhaps at the right time, while the bounty hunter does die in the top lane.
Quinn got scanned out, but makes the right read.
Yeah.
And this is going to be a smoke for Falcons that does not latch anything. They are here on this Tormentor.
I mean, if he gets to BKB, he's kind of untouchable. Yes, like Falcons are just all magic damage. Between the magic resistance of BKB and the magic resistance of Flame Cloak.
And then you have Frost Shield for any of the physical. They are really going to have to jump this Lina. Like, one of the Blink Stunners has to catch them. They do have Toss back, they have Spear back, so they have displacement. We should not underestimate here.
Sure.
I think part of the strength of Sabaton is you can run in frontline, give vision for the team. Bounty Hunter can do the same, so in theory, you're not showing the Mars of the Tiny until you find a target you want. So far, Quinn has gotten away with what you want this Lina to get away with. 6-1 and 4. He's been untouchable and closing on that BKB. I mean, you're also just finding a lot on this Nyx. Dagon 2 is already up. He got the Grove Bow as well. Tofu doing some serious damage as Falcons will consolidate and just take a Roshan.
Yeah, if you can't win these fights around the tier 2s, then just back up, take Roche. See if an extra life changes the equation.
Still in Aegis, you want to get stuff done around the map. Maybe take these tier 2s. You think Skeeter can push them straight up? That would be nice. Open up more space for this Bounty Hunter, more smoke angles. Gem on Celery right now, getting a decent amount of D-Ward action. Freeing up a lot of space. He's going to be BKB for Ace. He does not want to blink this game. He knows the fight's coming to them. He's just going to continue to scale, beef up. 3k HP on this mag. If you can survive the burst damage on the side of Falcons, they don't have a lot of sustained damage in the tank, right? There's no massive right clicker here outside of Skeeter. Cheeky little play here.
Yeah, Celery doesn't have his shard, so he doesn't have the solo execution capability.
I mean, Tofu does.
But Tofu certainly does with his Dagon.
That was incredibly aggressive.
Whoa, why did he do that? Falcons try and catch him in the act, and I suppose?
That just broke a smoke. Saw everybody there. I don't know if that was intentional, but it ends up working out as Falcons are left wondering, like, what was that play? That was the most godly little lich strike of all time.
Just smoke killed our range.
Like, he's a ghost.
Turns the games played. Quinn is Snae's biggest historic rival.
Oh, BKB just arrived actually off that courier.
And Quinn currently got his own rivalry going on with Maureen. Throws out a combo, brings the Tiny down to half HP. Ace, meanwhile, lurking on the side here, looking for his opportunity for an Harpoon skewer back. Does he really want to go for an Abaddon, though?
This is that Abaddon push I was mentioning. It's a little slow, and ideally you're looking for the jump here, not just the tower. Tracks are all going out, so dangerous fight for Gaimin when there's so much vision on the board. And you don't have that Lina BKB. That's the biggest factor here. They're still gonna Look on the outskirts. Tofu not being scouted right now.
Yeah, he was on the edge of that sentry. They
close.
probably saw a glimpse of him at some point.
We see the gem picked up for snaking, flying it out right now.
Yeah.
Getting tired of this vision game.
The invisible war.
So there's one tier 2 down off this Aegis, trying to look for the other one. Take away a lot of the camps here. Both teams got to their big BKBs though. And you gotta feel like the BKBs for Gaimin are slightly stronger here with how dependent Falcons are on the magic damage right now. That could change later on for sure.
Skewers away at the first sign of a Falcons hero.
They're just dodging this timer, wearing it out. Second tier 2 does go down to the Abaddon.
I have to imagine that means that Gaimin Gladiators is favored if this game goes much later.
You have to think so, at least in that near term. I mean, in ultra late Dota, who knows, but this Watson Terrorblade, it's going to be a beast.
Yeah, it's a hard carry hero with Lina, who obviously goes pretty bonkers. Watson on the run here. Using his extra movement speed to try and dip away into the trees. Caught by the harpoon. Went for the wrong one initially, but still got the slow. Oh, wait, they're a little bit confused, but they start backing away. Ace was coming in from the side. They start grouping up a little bit more. Ace still going to go for it. Managed to get the skewer onto 2 of them with the stuns overlapping very nicely. Amar tries to run interference with the Nigma, blocking out some of Watson's damage. Meanwhile, the Chain Frost has finally run thin. Tofu, meanwhile, being caught on by Skeeter, picks up a support kill, but at what a cost. Gaimin Gladiators still are full up on resources, all their other heroes, and they'll bring the first life of the enemy carry down, take out his support, and go for the second life. Skeeter, he's pretty damn fast though, with extra invisibility, a helping hand from Crit, will be able to get out, but Watson was able to stand tall in that fight and puts Gladiators up by 8K.
He dealt some serious damage there. Maybe a little bit awkward for Gaimin in terms of when they commit, but they pull the trigger and get the big RP.
Look at this invis though. Malraine's setting up right now, but at the same time, Skeeter has walked into a gank from Watson. He gets low, Harpoon nabs him, Ace keeping him in close by. The Dragon Slave will run him down. Nobody died despite the setup from Malrine. Gaimin Gladiators still walk away the better of it.
They're just not expecting Gaimin to be ready there. The meta was still up. They used the tail end of it to finish Skeeter off for what feels like a third time, getting through the Aegis and the ult.
Yep.
And you cannot clump first this lineup. You clump first the RP, yeah, maybe your Abaddon pops ult and he's living, but you're getting chain stunned, you're providing bounces for the Lich ulti, LSA targets, Impale targets. There's so much abuse. For the second that RP hits on multiple heroes, you're not getting out of there.
This Tiny is level 14 and has a phylactery. No Conda yet. The Lina, level 20.
Oh, yeah.
Aghanim Scepter, BKB, Aether Lens. I mean, there is just a massive difference in the damage output between these mids, and it's making the team fights impossible for Falcons.
With all those denies, Austin. They add up.
They really do. Starts the snowball rolling down the hill.
I mean, it's also just the way Lina can play the map with the bots early.
Yep.
Every time there's not a fight happening, he's pushing the wave and he's getting that extra ancient camp. And then, okay, if nothing happens, I'm still being very efficient around the map. Whereas these early blinks for Falcons, they needed to pay off with the teamfight kills to get
with
them
track,
there.
Right?
Yeah.
Like the track gold is what was supposed to let Malrine keep up with the Lina.
It just didn't happen. Gaimin played that period pretty well, and Falcons floundered it a little, and now they find themselves in a tough hole that they can maybe get out of with Roshan, but they're going to need it here. Down 11K, got to get a boost somehow. They can make those big ults work around the pit.
The third BKB is here for Gaimin Gladiators. Watson now has his alongside the level 20, so plus 10 to all stats.
And that blink for Ace finally arrives too. So triple BKB online plus the initiation capability. This is an Invis rune.
Opportunity. Last time they tried to gun Watson down.
I mean, you have to think about this Invis, right, with the bounty shard.
Yeah, friendly shadow.
Could catch Gaimin off guard. The gem's not in the right place. High ground for Skeeter.
Smoke breaks on Ace. Harpoon, Skeeter trying to get the initiator out of here. Harpoon, Manta managed to disjoint that one. Ace is left with nothing in his horn as he skewers back to his team.
Both Harpoons miss. Game will reset a little bit. Both teams trying to posture for, I guess, the next Roche spawn. You just want to win a big team fight to push the lanes in to set up for that in the next few minutes here.
Yeah, if they're playing for Roche, they're playing for an exceptionally early one.
Yeah, it has to be on average a decent ways away.
Yeah.
Just both teams don't want to not clump with the gems they have because you're both playing against an Invis hero. So you don't want to give that pick off that then leads to some sort of spiraling 1 or 2 minutes.
Sure. Yeah. Which is unfortunate for Falcons because it means Gaimin Gladiators will always have the advantage in that regard, right? Because they have a bots hero. Boots of Travel just means that you can play a little bit separated while still being, you know, kind of having the presence of a 5-man.
Assuming you don't get caught.
Assuming you don't get caught.
The bigger advantage might be the Terrorblade illusions, which
true.
This Falcons lineup does not really deal with too well. Every time these illusions push waves and you have to show with heroes, and then it's a question, okay, do I run the whole team there or risk getting picked off by Nyx somewhere else?
Yeah.
So far, Falcons have grouped pretty well and not given too much, but it does reflect in those net worths, right? You're seeing that lean at a tiny difference just continue to expand. It's going to pay off at some point here.
I love the Nyx Assassin just sitting on Quinn, making sure through his Vendetta and his passive that he will see any setup that comes their way.
I mean, Quinn is huge. Like, full octaring done with that level 20 talent. This Laguna is 18.8 seconds cooldown. He's got Ceremonial Rope to buff up the damage even more. You're absolutely getting 2 of those off in a fight.
Yeah, I mean, when you supercharge these LSAs and Dragon Slaves, having multiple of those in a fight, it's going to wear down Falcons really quickly.
Oh, yeah. This is a target you have to find if you're Falcons. Cannot
Watson plays quite separated from the rest of his team, finds an opening. That will put Skeeter without an ultimate. Now they're going to skewer him back. Oh, Falcons, they're going to scramble to try and get to him in time. Maureen makes an initiation onto Ace, but their carry's already gone. And RP hits the 3 of them, locking it up, and Falcons have fallen apart.
Yeah, this game is just crumbling for them. They don't know what to do. They're paralyzed in a sense of, we can't play the map because we know we're not outscaling them right now. We committed for early fighting items, didn't get the fights, and the vision is just not working for us. They got a track on the Magnus, probably the best hero you can track there. None of it meant anything because the Nyx is still hunting you somewhere else. Watson with a nice backside flank there just put him in a position of, what is even happening? Why is Terrorblade initiating on me?
Average BKB uses per game.
That was Nightfall right there.
Wow. And 5th is Falcons. Gaimin Gladiators way down on that list because I guess they were more reliant on Aura.
They were an Aura team, whereas
BKBs.
Falcons were the triple BKB team, but
yeah,
triple BKB for Gaimin here, reversing the script. Now they're laying into him, and that was a Roshan that Falcons desperately needed here. They are very significantly on the back foot now. These are not the types of games you see Bounty Hunter win traditionally because
no,
he does not help you recover from a deficit.
No.
He's a pull-ahead hero, and you know, what does Bounty offer you in these team fights down the stretch? Hey guys, I hit him with a shuriken. I mean, it's, you know, congrats.
Yeah, it's a friendly shadow at best.
A shard for Ace, that's another nice one to pick up here. A really obnoxious shard to play into. Everything's just coming together here, and they're not giving Falcons too many openings.
Yeah, they just continue to play pretty defensively. Despite the Aegis pickup, they don't just march down lanes and try and take. They just back up, farm a bit more. Maybe an opportunity's presented itself. A track kill.
It will take a lot more of those.
Yeah.
They also lost their gem in that fight? No, they kept it. Okay.
Lena kept the gem.
No, I'm saying Falcons.
Oh.
They still have Snakings on Amar. So that's a big thing they need to keep hold of because you just can't go out on this map in confidence without some sort of protection.
Oh, a bash. Well timed. Quinn quick with the BKB. Could take no chances despite the team being nearby. Blink forward, and they managed to find the Bounty Hunter and the other support in the Phoenix. The Chain Frost will bounce to him. Ace, he'll chase after him. Oh, threatens the RP, doesn't use it. They'll deal with the egg. That's a nice fake out from Ace.
There's another team fight disaster for Falcons right now.
Yeah, they've already lost this. There's no way out. Ace holding on to the RP means that Skeeter really can't get out of the situation. At least I don't think he can. Amar comes in, does manage to hit the arena, gets the pin, kills the support. Quinn trying to fly away from Malrine. He's still plenty tanky though, and they're chasing after heroes. There goes that skewer back onto the Mars. And an LSA catches Malrine. No escape for Falcons. They will pick them apart one by one. The exit from Crit is denied. The TP into the tier 3. They're chasing him down. And they will get him with this gem.
Selina's out of control. Already almost level 25, 12-1 and 12 for Quinn.
Yeah, they couldn't kill him in that fight when they actually had like a couple of times where he didn't. First of all, they hit him initially where he didn't have BKB. Then Malrine got on top of him. If you couldn't kill him in that situation, next team fight, he's going to Laguna Blade and get an extra like 2,000 HP.
This is just spiraling right now. And that was double support buyback. These eggs have been nowhere close to going off because you just triple BKB with your cores. There's no BKB lockdown. The arenas haven't been there to protect it. Still 2 minutes on this Aegis. Watson has been tearing them apart in these fights. I mean, this is an elimination game for Falcons right now, and not a game that they're going to be happy to lose. Particularly in this fashion where you went for a very different style lineup from that game 1.
Yeah.
And it's just backfired completely.
Yeah, it's like we couldn't win them. We couldn't beat them in like more of a game that was more our style in game 1, and then game 2 you go for something that's a lot more aggressive.
And it just falls completely flat here. Big amp damage room. Still a minute here with the 2 lives.
Scotty soon to be picked up. I mean, the stats are just...
yeah, just where's the damage going to come from, right? It has to be some wombo combo chain stunning.
It's part of the reason why this hero right here in the Mars, it's just not really the best hero for the meta a lot of times. It hasn't been good for a bit just because you're such a burst-oriented hero, and a lot of the meta heroes get pretty damn tanky. 3,800 HP on Magnus, this Terrorblade. 3k HP plus a billion armor.
He's pushing your base right now. Gonna have to look for some tossbacks here. That's probably your best bet. Isolate a hero, make the fight awkward for Gaimin. Still have a couple buybacks available on these cores.
Yeah, the addition of a Scythe gets some extra control, but the damage still missing from the formula.
They're gonna smoke, try and take a flank angle, look for the back. I mean, you gotta find this Lina. No way you win a fight without jumping Quinn.
Quinn, he'll back away.
Yeah, and by the time you look for this angle, the building's already gone. Tofu in.
Tofu jumping in, sets it up, gets the skewer back, and Skeeter almost died there. The Laguna Blade fortunately got off the false promise, but he's making a run for it. He may not get out. Here comes Amar trying to bail him out with the arena once again, but he'll die for this as the setup from the stun is just leading into chain stuns with the Sunder. It's all over. Watson's Terrorblade and Quinn's Lina will push through in this fight, deliver the damage required. Gaimin Gladiators, they go from not making it through qualifiers to now being in the finals of a LAN, and they have a date with a former teammate.
The matchup I think everybody wanted to see from a storyline perspective. They will find Dyrachyo in those finals and see who has the last word, because Gaimin, man, they put on a clinic in this series. They outplayed Falcons in the split push fest that went late, and they outplayed them here in a lineup that was supposed to snowball that game. And in a way where I think a lot of people do not expect it to come out from Gaimin, right? Gaimin's supposed to be this snowball-oriented team. They're supposed to be the team that's super dependent on winning the early game, getting the auras, pushing you. Instead, they played a farm-heavy defensive style lineup and made it work here. Just completely shut down that aggression with the early double blink coming out from Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, people, like, they had such a style that I think in some ways people almost looked at them as one-dimensional, but there were so many times they went through so many different patches, right? Couple different years, and they didn't always win in 20 minutes, right? They played a lot of games that would go 40, 50, 60 minutes. They proved that they do have the late game, they do have the discipline, and now it seems like it's a primary part of their strategy. And it makes Gaimin Gladiators all the more interesting for it as they close out a 2-0 over Falcons.
Celery and I just chit-chatting away here. I was asking if he was growing his hair out, you know? But really, more importantly, you guys coming in a 2-0 over Falcons. Walk me through this whole series, start from end, from your point of view.
So first game was a bit slow. There's some technical issues. Moment the game and pauses, I die. Just classic stuff. And then it was a very crazy game. I'm not sure what's happening. Quinn's losing his mind because he cannot hit a hero and then he dies again and again. Somehow, I don't know, at some point we get some kills and we win.
Yeah.
Second game felt more in control and we just had to dodge them, and I think we dodged very well because if we make some mistakes we can lose very quickly.
Yeah.
But I think we did it very well and that was very nice.
You know, with that game number 2 you're talking about, like, there's the potential for you guys to make mistakes. Did you genuinely feel that you were always in control for this game, that there was always a way back in? Because we're seeing, like, out of tower after out of tower get taken from you guys. You're unable to cross that map. So what's the thought process to ensure that you do stay in a position to be able to come back?
Our map is a bit exposed, but we have Nyx and Lina, so that helps a lot. They can walk around and they always need to be a little bit afraid. That's why they're grouped so heavily as well. And I don't see the network while we're playing, but I don't think we're that far behind probably, because we're farming a lot while they're taking our towers down. But if we die at these towers, they push real quick and we lose real quick. So we need to be very careful and be careful for the bounty, which took a little bit, but we did it.
In game 1, you guys also, you opened up with the ABBA, and then you see them do the same. How do you react to that, seeing a similar opening from them, and how do you ensure that you don't overreact within the draft for this hero that is seemingly rising in popularity?
Yeah, we knew they would pick it, but they have a lot of very annoying heroes that we prefer to ban. So you have to play against something. It's very hard to draft against this team. You need to get rid of something and you're gonna play against something. And we felt this might be easier to play against, but it was still pretty hard. The hero's good.
Well, Celery, thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations for this win, but also for making it to Grand Finals.
Thank you very much.
I mean, the fact that we get the Grand Finals, Dyrachyo versus Gaimin Gladiators, Dyrachyo eliminating Gaimin Gladiators from the previous tournament, putting them in just, again, out of it, and now to lift a trophy between the two, Tundra, winning one trophy, coming here.
True.
Back to back, 2 different Oh, I mean, that's everything you want for a grand final.
That's actually a really nice storyline. I didn't even think about that. The fact that we get Dyrachyo versus his former team in a grand final, best of 5.
So soon as well.
Yeah, I think there's also other storylines, like Nigma's back officially, as we have concluded. Gaimin Gladiators is also arguably back.
Oh, nature is healing, everyone.
Nature is healing. Dota Ecosphere is finally back.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's break down this game number 2 then, because we heard it from Celery game 1. Who even knows with that one? But this game number 2, it was a lot closer. Falcons kind of putting themselves on a timer, more limited win conditions. But Gaimin Gladiators, they were able to avoid all of that one, be able to get the win for themselves. But most importantly, this Lina just having such a good game. We saw her high popularity kind of fall out a little bit, T, but yeah, back in and finding success.
Yeah, I mean, I think the way that they played it was really good. I'm just going to go straight towards my highlight package that I had prepared about kiting. I feel like, you know, help a lot. And I think the fact that Gaimin was able to take these clutch fights and position themselves so nicely is the key thing. Like here, you have Mars. He starts with the arena. Ace is going to go down. But look at the positioning of the Lina and the Terrorblade, right? The double hero LSA. Terrorblade then, you know, kites his way back to the high ground. Quinn going really deep behind the tier 2. And then the beautiful position on Toph on the high ground once more to hit the stun. Like, this is what is the way, this is the recipe, there we go, to win these fights. It's just constantly ensuring that you have all the tools available. And, you know, then you hit the egg, there's some like Mars, Spear, whatever. But at this point, the fight's completely broken because Gaimin, like we heard in the interview from Celery, He knows exactly what they need. But this is what I really care about. This is like the weirdest fight from gaming, but also such a high level. Lina at the top of the minimap, nowhere near. Skidder on the right-hand side, Magnus farming. Like, there's no one's ready for this fight, but Watson on the Terrorblade, he's poking with the reflection. We can start playing the clip, by the way. He's gonna kite back, and this entire time, Quinn's just running to the fight. But everyone in gaming understands that this is not a, oh, my carry's by himself. No, it's not like a Doratio death type moment. No, instead it's a Watson kite back moment by the time. And eventually, when Quinn joins the fight, you're gonna see it in a second from the top side of your screen, that's go time. Everyone turns up that gear, takes the engagement, and destroys Falcons. So this fight, the previous fight, just the way that they did it, it's so much discipline, and we weren't seeing this from gaming before. Somehow in 1 week, they have just kind of refound that form, and it was just some beautiful fights. Like, this is not a fight for Falcons to win. Oh, sorry, I had to get off my chest.
When I was looking through the draft of this game, to me personally, this is also an outdraft. I think Gaimin's lineup handles Falcons' pressure really well. You're effectively playing this double high-range artillery with Lina and Terrorblade that are playing far back. If Tiny doesn't catch these heroes and bring them to the Abaddon, he's not going to reach them. They just keep playing around the outskirts of the fight, and this was the idea behind the Mars, is to like try to, you know, center the fight in a spot where you could actually get to them. But if Mars fails to reach these heroes, eventually you just run out of solutions, right? You don't have enough damage to kill the Terrorblade. Your only hero that really kills him is the Tiny. The Lina is going to obviously do Lina things, scale up really high. She's a constant threat for Abaddon, by the way. I don't know how much they talked about this during the cast, but Lina can kill Abaddon from half health with Laguna. You don't even get ult off. So you always need to be wary of that. They have these beautiful high attack speed heroes with Lina and the Terrorblade against the Egg. Just a ton of great ideas implemented very well. The lanes to boot were great, so I'm super impressed.
Yeah, I mean, the cool thing about this Abaddon here that we keep seeing is that every Abaddon game feels like it is a different Abaddon game, right? It seems to be there's constantly new things that kind of counter him, and then he counters other things, and it's still kind of hard to figure out what this hero is all about. I mean, this game it looked like Magnus counters Abaddon because he kept getting skewered. He kept getting skewered back to his team and had to pop his ultimate almost immediately, right? And that's the Abaddon carry does not like that. Like he kind of relies on having his ultimate available at all times, right? But if it just starts out, the fight starts getting popped, we saw Skeeter die multiple times or having to run away, and that's not how this hero wants to play. So I think it's still not really figured out. I'm not sure, maybe Abaddon is better played as another core in a tri-core lineup that all scale, a bit like Gaimin Gladiators did it. The one core Abaddon, like the hard carry Abaddon with no real backup, it doesn't seem like it's good enough. Then you're gonna get outscaled by a Terrorblade or by Lina or by multiple other heroes, right? So I think we're getting closer to figuring out this hero slowly.
Just before the patch, right?
Yeah, true. But as Celery said, the hero is strong, and they knew they were gonna pick it, but they chose to pick against this hero instead of the Pangolier, the Bristleback, like we have been seeing from Falcon a lot.
Oh, okay. I thought you were going to jump in there. Do you normally have a little bit to
I
add?
used all my energy on my highlight package. I'm on like cooldown, you know.
Alrighty. Well, look, Gaimin Gladiators, we hadn't seen them for a couple of days. We didn't know what was in store for us, but it was a 2-0 over Falcons. That's what they delivered. It does mean that Falcons will be exiting Blast Slam 2 in top 4 position. So still a great one for themselves. If you guys are Falcons fans at home, then you can head on over to Blast TV. I'm trying to decide whose nameplate I want to grab.
This is the hard one, right? Just because, you know.
You gotta show it.
I am.
Show it proudly.
Show it proudly. Okay, well.
Is it because of the name?
No, it's just like, you know, crit, Danish. He's had, what, 3 attempts at winning a tournament on home soil.
Yeah, but you got A still. You still got Danish, and you got CY as well for coaching Gaimin Gladiators. I feel like the Danes on Gaimin overpowered the one Dane on Falcons.
I get that, but this one's eliminated.
Yeah, that one is eliminated. But the other one is making it to the grand finals. Like I said, head over to Blast TV, guys. I think I'm going to take... I was going to take Malreens, but it's not signed yet.
Wait, what?
But he's because he missed media day?
Yeah,
Was I allowed to say that? I don't know.
It's question mark.
Yeah, it's a bit awkward to do it now, right?
Sorry.
Hey, Malreen, do you mind?
Can you come back?
Sign this, please.
Sign this one.
But no, they are still very cool, though.
I actually think Snaking might have the best signature.
That's a nice one.
Yeah, you can have this one.
What do I get?
I kind of think the Amar one has
made a
good
teller
value.
machine. Yeah, that was definitely not premeditated that I get this one, huh? Or very good. Yeah.
No, this is high value. The Amar one, I think, is like. Yeah, that's good value.
Good value. All right, well, let's look at what tomorrow is going to bring us, because you guys might be wondering what is left, and that is still to crown our champion of Blast Slam 2, Tundra and Gaimin Gladiators. They topped their groups for a reason. They were able to make it to the semi-finals here. Tundra, a little bit more of a battle for themselves. They had to go all 3 games, but they make it there in the grand finals, and it will be Gaimin Gladiators meeting them there for a best of 5 tomorrow's end.
Yeah, and that one is a total 50-50 for me, genuinely. I usually have some sort of favorite going in, but I have no idea.
You have to pick one right now.
Oof. If I have to pick someone, I guess I'll go with Gaimin, because I think they're a little bit hungrier, and I think they, you know, they had the 2-0 against a very strong opponent. You could say potentially, even if Nigma are back, are they as good as Falcons? They got 2-1'd. Gaimin got the 2-0, so maybe based on that, perhaps there's a power level difference, but...
I mean, it's never an easy comparison,
right?
Right,
and when both teams, that's the thing for me, is when both teams play their best, I'm not like, okay, if this team plays 100%, they're just gonna win, because they're better, or they counter the enemy's playstyle or whatever. I just genuinely don't really have a favorite. I think when both teams play their best, it's gonna be fierce, and I just hope they both show up, because then the games are gonna be really good.
Well, despite Sin not being able to pick a favorite for tomorrow, TD, very quickly, maybe have a favorite game, a favorite play of the day?
Favorite play? Oh, of course. When BZM echo slammed on Mar, when he tried to go for a wisdom room, he walked up the little steps. I want to win. BAM! Dead. So that was a great play. I love it. We don't have the clip ready, unfortunately. I should have prepared that because it was so satisfying.
Well, you might be able to see it tomorrow, because don't forget, guys, head over to Blast TV, vote for your play of the day. We'll be turning into a fun little SFM. T wants to see that one. I don't know if you want to give T what he wants, but either way, we are going to be giving you guys a grand final, best of 5 tomorrow. So I'll see you then.
So good.